Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter uncovered Hogwarts' darkest secrets in his 6th year. Here is short summary. As strange events plague Hogwarts, Harry uncovers a web of dark secrets, hidden threats, and a sinister plot that could change everything. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry glared at the professor's back, taking a very melodramatically wide step over the bird, followed by a sarcastic, "Thank you for pointing that out. I never normally look where I'm going or what my feet are sinking into." "I know," said Snape in a deceptively pleasant voice, leaving Harry feeling rather stupid after all. They walked in silence to the end of the path between the hedges, where Snape looked around carefully, making sure no muggles were around to see. Harry yawned obviously and widely, and earned himself a glare from Snape as the professor slipped an empty crisp packet and a watch from his pocket. Checking the time, he offered the packet to Harry, who stared at him. "Professor, it's empty." "I know it is, Potter. Take a hold of it, you stupid boy," Snape snapped. "Couldn't you have guessed it was a portkey?" Harry rolled his eyes and reluctantly nipped the corner of the packet. "Am I allowed to ask where it's going to take me to?" "No," came the short reply. "You can wait 7 seconds." Snape slipped the watch back into his pocket as Harry counted. 7, 6, 5, he yawned again. This was so boring. 3, 2, 1. There was that familiar lurch behind his stomach, and the dark hedgeway before him vanished. The rubbish-sodden ground beneath his feet disappeared, and he felt himself flying straight forwards in a whirl of color and noise. Harry felt ground suddenly thump the bottom of his feet, and his knees buckled dangerously. Another shape materialized behind him, giving him the last push it took for him to fall forward with a shout of pain. Everything stopped spinning suddenly, the dizziness melted away, and after a moment, Harry recovered enough to ask, immediately, "Where are we?" Snape sighed exasperatedly, grasped him by the scruff of the neck and pulled him upright. "Are you pathetic enough to need somebody to see for you? Open your eyes, boy, do it yourself for once. Weasley might be happy to bounce along after you like a puppy, but I am not." The snipe against Ron made Harry scowl, wrenching his eyes open and pulling away from Snape. "Don't talk about my friends like that," he snapped, but any thoughts of further arguing left him quite suddenly as he looked around. He couldn't be in Snape's house, surely. It certainly looked like the sort of lounge Snape would own, but Snape trusted him in his home. "Is this your house?" he said, amazed. "Surprise," came the dry reply. It was quite a spacious room, and dimly lit, the windows shadowed by thick drapes of a wine color. The floor was wooden, the walls were cream and covered in paintings and photographs, and all the furniture was the same crimson color as the curtains. Harry glanced at the photos above the sofa, and perhaps to draw his attention away, Snape said, "I suppose I'm obliged to offer you something to eat. Or will you be happy with the squashed rye bread in your back pocket?" Harry frowned, scooping the mush out of the pocket of his jeans. He'd forgotten he'd stuffed it there after breakfast. He felt an inward sparkle of delight as Snape winced, the crumbs from the bread pattering down onto his spotless floor. "Something to eat would be," Harry began. He was about to say nice, but then remembered the end of the year with a pang, and said, "Nice but no, I'll be fine with my." He held up the handful of mush. "Squashed rye bread, thank you." Snape's right eyebrow arched a fraction, but he said nothing. Both of them were remembering times they would rather not, and so to avoid any more awkward silence, Harry asked, "What time is Professor Lupin expected to be back?" "Well, just Lupin now, I suppose." Snape shook his head slightly. "No, it is indeed Professor Lupin, and how am I supposed to know, Potter?" Harry glared at him from under his unruly fringe. "Seeing as though he gave you the message he'd be away," he said, vaguely. "And why Professor again?" His eyes widened behind his glasses. "He's got his job back." "Hooray!" Snape muttered wryly. "Is he the dark arts teacher?" said Harry, and it couldn't disguise the eagerness in his voice. The despicable, twisted look on Snape's face was all the answer Harry needed, and he gave a whoop of happiness, barely resisting the urge to dance. It was even better knowing that Snape was fuming because of this. He'd been trying to get the dark arts job for 16 years now, and Lupin had beaten him for the second time. Potter, stop jigging around like a lunatic, you're getting bread all over the floor, Snape snapped. Professor Lupin will hopefully be back as soon as possible, so he can take you as far away from me as possible. Just because you're jealous, said Harry, grinning. Harry expected a sharp comment or one of Snape's usual insults, but the man's face fell from spite into hollow recollection. Harry frowned slightly, his bouncing ceasing, and then he realized what must have hurt Snape like that. Everybody always said Snape had been jealous of Harry's father, and last year, Harry had found out a good reason to suggest Snape hated James for a far different reason. They looked at each other for a moment, Snape without his usual glare, and Harry without his usual irritating Snape expression. I wouldn't mind a drink though, said Harry after a moment. What, a drink? Harry mimed it with his handful of hot, sticky bread, and another lump fell onto the floor. Oops, sorry. Snape scowled, drawing his wand and giving it a few precise flicks. A mop appeared next to the sofa. I think you know what to do, Potter. Water. Harry couldn't believe this guy. He was making him clean his house. The cold-hearted. After a moment, Harry realized Snape had offered him water, and he nodded. Yes please. Snape smirked, a horrible, cold-twisted kind of smirk that Harry knew very well. Another flick and a bucket of water appeared next to the mop. Enjoy. The potions master then left the room, his long black coat billowing in the breeze, and Harry gaped. It's only a few crumbs. He shouted vaguely, but there was no reply. Grumbling, he grabbed the mop and twirled it around the bread on the floor. Stupid Snape, he thought. Cleaning. On his birthday, and a Saturday as well. Not only had Snape ruined the day he'd expected to spend with Professor Lupin, but it was also one of his escape days, and his birthday. Furiously, he mashed the bread up on the end of the mop, not caring what a mess he made. Sirius wouldn't have done something to him like what he'd just thought hit him quite suddenly, and he fell silent and still, as a wave of realization washed over him. Sirius wouldn't even know it was his birthday, he wouldn't know anything. If Sirius was here he would strangle Snape for making Harry clean, especially on his birthday. It was all Snape's fault. Harry wiped his face with the back of his hand, determined not to have an emotional breakdown in Snape's lounge, stuffing the mop back in the bucket with a clang and a slosh. Finished so soon, said a silky voice behind him, and Harry turned to glare up at Snape. To his surprise, the professor handed him a large glass of water though. With ice. A lump very nearly came to Harry's throat. Thanks, he muttered. My pleasure, Snape said coldly, eyeing him with quite a suspicious frown. Harry glanced up, and then down quickly, as he realized there were a few rebellious tears in his eyes. I did the floor. Speak up boy, or I'll have to enhance you with a few sonorous charms. I said I did the floor. Harry half shouted. He fell silent again, surprised at the volume and anger of his own voice. He took a sip of the water, wiping his face with his sleeve again. That will do, Snape said, smoothly. Walls do not have ears, but the neighbors do. Not my fault you have nosy neighbors, Harry muttered, loud enough for Snape to hear him, his head still bowed, taking another sip of the water. I do apologize, said Snape coldly. Next time I buy a house, I'll have to visit all the surrounding houses to check whether they listen with paper cups at the walls, just in case an over-emotional teenage boy is in my house. I am not over-emotional, snapped Harry. As you wish, Potter, said Snape, in a vague voice that Harry didn't like at all. He glared up at the repulsive potions master through his mop of black hair. Now he could identify with his father. Snape was so despicably vile sometimes that it was impossible to not hate the greasy, sallow-skinned vampire look-alike. He wanted something spiteful to say, anything that would stab Snape to the heart. His eyes fell upon the photographs above the sofa again, on one in particular, black and white, of a black-haired boy in Hogwarts graduation's robes, holding a scroll, smirking into the camera. It could only be Snape. Who's the ugly guy in the hat? Said Harry, scathingly. My father, said Snape, with a grimace. I don't know how on earth he acquired that degree, he was even more stupid than you. I hated him. Harry's insult fell flat on his face, and he glared hatefully at the rest of the photographs, sitting in an armchair without asking for permission, drinking his water in silence. "And I'm not over-emotional," he said, suddenly, as though remembering they hadn't finished that debate properly yet. Snape was now sitting behind a desk in the corner, writing with a black quill, and didn't seem to hear Harry. "Whatever you think," he added, loudly. "Dear me," said Snape, lazily. "You are having some trouble with maintaining a regular volume today, aren't you? From squeaking and whispering to bellowing at me across the room. I can't wait to see what gems you have for me next." Harry just glared at him, hating him so much it wasn't possible. He wanted to just pull his wand out of his bag and jinx his ugly, hooked nose right off his greasy face. He checked his watch, hoping past hope that Lupin hurried up with whatever he was doing, because if he didn't, Harry had the sneaking suspicion that he and Snape would just hex each other to tiny pieces by dinner time. He put his head in his hands, trying to drown out the irritating scratch of Snape's quill. "I hate Saturdays," he murmured to himself. Harry had only mentioned his moments of weakness concerning Sirius to one person, and that was Mrs. Weasley, when he spent one of his days out with her. Molly was like the mother he'd never had, and she was one of the only people he knew would never discuss his problems with anybody. Her advice had been to try and not think about it, to concentrate on other things, calm his breathing, and remember that Sirius wouldn't have wanted him to get upset because of anything anybody else did to him. It took Harry half an hour to achieve the frame of mind that said he did not care about Snape, or anything he might have to say. When he was calm again, he sat back in his chair, taking the last sip from his water and taking a deep breath that suggested he was approachable again. "Calmed down, have we?" said Snape, without looking up from whatever he was doing. "Yes, thank you," said Harry pleasantly. "If you're under the impression I was expressing concern, you're wildly mistaken, Potter." Snape slid a piece of paper from the top of his pile, jotting on the one underneath absent-mindedly. "Nice to know you care," said Harry. He put down his empty glass with a soft clunk. Maybe one more stinging remark at Snape, then he promised himself to stop provoking fights. "So, how's Voldemort?" Snape looked up at him swiftly, with a hiss of, "Shut up, Potter. If you want to be alive for your meeting with your precious Lupin, don't talk about things you don't understand." He slipped another paper off the stack, looking back down. "I would have thought some sense would have been knocked into you by now. What more do you need to realize what a pathetic, arrogant little idiot you are? And to think, people have died to save you." He scoffed. "Meaningless." Harry went a little paler, and he whispered, "Don't talk about that. You know nothing." Snape raised an eyebrow, looking perfectly cool and scornful. "Oh, I see. Nobody can mention Perfect Potter's hurtful experiences at all. God forbid anybody should upset poor, traumatized little Potter, but it's perfectly all right for him to attack others in an attempt to get some attention." "Well, that seems perfectly reasonable." Harry shook slightly. "I'm not my dad, okay? Don't blame me for what happened, because it's not my fault." "What are you talking about, Potter?" Snape sneered into his work, jotting distractedly still. "You know," said Harry. "I saw." Snape actually shrugged, and said, "If you're not going to elaborate, Potter, you should know that mind games on me rarely succeed and you're not proving anything. Of course, you wouldn't know, as your brain isn't even fit to be pickled in a jar in my office. Maybe it's your washing powder, you know, it makes things go grayer," said Harry, pointedly, staring right at his greasy face. "Or you could try some fake tan, it would make your legs less pale." "Shut up, Potter," Snape growled, in a tone of voice that firmly suggested the conversation was over. "You have one less than pleasant memory of mine. I have hundreds of yours." "Oh yeah," Harry sneered. "Miss Chong," said Snape, smirking suddenly. Harry fell silent instantly. Damn Snape, he thought. Trust him to go straight for the heart. "What was it she said?" Snape continued, looking up idly and stroking his chin with the tip of his quill. "Oh, yes, I really like you, Harry. How simply sweet. You're lucky Evans was there, Snivellus," Harry hissed. "At least I wasn't sitting in a tree hiding from a bulldog," sneered Snape. "So did my dad really take off your pants?" said Harry, scathingly. I bet all the girls near the water ran away screaming, did they? Snape raised his wand absent-mindedly, still marking as though Harry wasn't there. A thrill of horror shot down Harry's spine. He didn't even have time to move before Snape spoke, in silky tones, legilimens. Harry's mind was washed into submission as memories began to replay around his head. His eyes widened automatically, and he knew Snape was watching him intently, though he couldn't fight the spell. He was too absorbed in memories. The day he had the big fallout with Cho, about Hermione. The day he turned down Draco Malfoy on the Hogwarts Express. The Death Eaters at the World Cup. The day he found himself failing at occlumency, and then seeing Sirius disappearing back into the veil. That one played again and again and again, over and over until finally. Harry found himself on all fours on the floor, panting, tears streaming down his face, shaking so much he could hardly see properly. No, he whispered, his voice choked. Snape's feet were in front of him, his cloak swaying gently. I have something important to say to you and show you. But before that, this is a direly serious warning, Potter. Never ever provoke me again. Snape grabbed his arm, pulling him roughly to his feet. Lupin, he shouted. Harry was shaking too hard to even realize that next second, Professor Lupin had hurried into the room, with a disapproving, "That was far too harsh, Severus, Dumbledore told you." "Do not call me Severus," Snape hissed at Lupin. He was trying to push Harry in the direction of the door, but Harry was having none of it. "Leave me alone," he shouted, lashing out at Snape. The potion's master grasped his hand before it hit and snapped, "Help me." At Lupin. "Don't just stand there on the sidelines for once. Stop shouting," said Lupin, calmly, putting an arm around Harry's shoulders in a very fatherly way. "This isn't an attack on Harry. I don't know why you had to suddenly order me to jump out of nowhere and grab him." Harry saw Snape shoot a withering, loathing look at Lupin, though thankfully, the potion's master said nothing. Harry tried desperately to wipe away the tears on his face. "What's going on?" he said to Lupin. "Dumbledore wants us to talk to you about what happened," he said kindly. "I don't want to," Harry mumbled, rubbing his eyes frantically. The fact that Snape was seeing him cry was worst of all. He hated Snape, and the last thing he ever wanted was to show weakness in front of the slimy, cold potions master. Especially about Sirius. "You do," said Lupin. "We promise it will help you to talk to us. We've also got something to show you. Don't worry, Harry. Nothing that happens today will go further than you, me and Professor Snape." "I don't want it to go further than me," said Harry, shaking still. "You don't understand. You never will." He wasn't speaking to Professor Lupin. He was staring at Snape, loathing him so much it physically hurt. "Especially you," he hissed at the potion's master, surprised by the venom in his own voice, though he knew Snape definitely deserved it. "Harry," said Lupin, warningly, though still kind and quiet. "Come with me, and try not to get upset. Professor Snape is here to help you, no matter what you or he might think." Lupin shot Snape a quick look, as though telling him to stay back and keep his mouth closed, as he led Harry out of the lounge and through into the corridor. Harry had no idea where they were going, too busy trying to dry his tears on his sleeve and get a grip on himself. It was his birthday too, and Snape's idea of a present was to torture him with memories of. Lupin opened the door of another room off the hall, leading him through into Harry's gratitude, holding out an arm to stop Snape getting too close. It was dark and warm, the same sort of humidity as in a greenhouse, and in the middle of the room was a large black cauldron, bubbling with boiling water, pleasant plumes of steam occasionally curling off the rippling surface. For one wild moment, Harry had visions of Hansel and Gretel, thinking that perhaps Snape was going to boil him alive and eat him. "What temperature have you got this set at?" Snape said impatiently to Lupin, bending down to cool the fire with a swish of his wand that he pulled from his sleeve. "I distinctly told you to let it simmer rather than boil." "My apologies," said Lupin, with a slight incline of his head. "I can argue about potions with you later, Severus. Harry deserves to know what's going on." "Well, tell him then," Snape snapped, distractedly, starting to sort through bottles on the shelf top behind him. "But make it quick, Lupin, the potion will not keep forever." Lupin nodded, turning to Harry, and handing him a tissue with a kind sort of smile. "Professor Dumbledore wanted us to talk to you about what happened, Harry. And you might not want to," he added, seeing Harry start to argue, "but he knows you've been keeping things bottled up, and it's not good. You've had nobody to talk to all holiday, and Sirius's death was important to all of us, yes, even Professor Snape." "Sirius would still be here," said Harry, wiping his face all the more frantically and turning to glare at Snape, "if you hadn't been mocking him constantly about having to stay in the headquarters whilst everybody else was out doing something. You made Sirius feel useless. That's why he came to save me." Snape frowned. "Potter, your godfather." Harry opened his mouth to shout something at Snape, something that would make him pay for even daring to mention Sirius, but Lupin said, quietly, "Harry, if you don't want to talk, there's something we have to show you instead. Professor Snape has spent a long time on this, so get rid of it," Harry snarled. "No," Lupin said, firmly. He sat Harry down in a chair, hands gripping his shoulders. "Just watch. You have 2 minutes only, please use them wisely. You can argue with anybody you like once the 2 minutes are over, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and every second you waste is a second you'll regret." Snape pressed a small, crystal-topped vial in Lupin's hand and left the room, frowning still, shutting the door with a snap and leaving the professor and Harry in complete darkness. "What is it? What's going to happen?" said Harry, worriedly. "Why?" "Shish," said Lupin, uncorking the phial. "You have 2 minutes. Through the darkness, Harry just managed to pick out the form of Lupin pouring the bottle's contents into the simmering heat of the water. Harry gasped, and at first, he thought that a huge sparkling pastel-colored firework had gone off in the cauldron, lighting the room in soft green, pink and orange sparks. He held up his hands to shield his eyes at the brightness of the reaction, but a voice from the cauldron made him look. A voice he'd wanted to hear for so long now. The voice of somebody he thought he'd never hear ever again. Harry, was it a ghost, a shadow, perhaps like Cedric, and his parents, and Bertha Jerkins, and Frank Bryce? Harry didn't care what it was, all he knew was that it was real. "Sirius," he choked. There were tears in his eyes. His godfather's ghostly silhouette smiled down at him from the cauldron he stood in, hidden from the waist down. He was just the way Harry remembered. So alive, so happy, so energetic, so real, yet there was something different, a pearly shimmer, as though Harry was watching a badly made black and white video. "I thought Snape would try something like this," he said, laughing slightly. "Thank him for me." "Why? How can? Are you?" Harry couldn't choose a question to ask first, and so he chose a statement, dropping to his knees before the cauldron, his hands pressing flat on the metal belly, as though he wanted to slip through it and be with Sirius. "You're alive." "No," said Sirius, shaking his head. "I'm not. All you need to know is that I'm here." "Harry, did you get out of the Department of Mysteries okay?" Harry nodded, still pushing at the metal of the cauldron. Maybe if he pressed hard enough, it would vanish. He could join Sirius. They could talk as much as they liked, play chess and complain about Snape, forever. "Yeah, we all did," he choked. "Sirius, you died to come and help me." Sirius smiled paternally, gazing down at his godson, with just the same longing look in his eyes as Harry thought would be in his own. "You would have done the same for me, right?" Harry nodded frantically. "Of course I would. Sirius, when will I see you again? When will you come back?" Sirius's smile was now sad, distant and full of hollow realization. "Never. I'm gone, Harry, you have to accept that." "No," said Harry, shaking his head, tears now rolling down his face. "You're alive, you're right here, you'll always be here, you'll always live." "1 minute," said Lupin, quietly, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder soothingly. "Listen to me, Harry," said Sirius. There was such a serious tone in his voice that Harry looked up, pierced by his dead godfather's gaze, longing for things to be different. "There are a few things you need to know, so many things. Things I've found out, being here, but there are too many to tell you. And most of it makes no sense to me, but they might help you understand the order better." Quote, he thought, quickly, ticking things off on his fingers. There are a couple of other Order members here and they say that Dumbledore has more spies in Voldemort's ranks than just Snape. Specific people that nobody would ever suspect. I don't know any names, but nobody but Dumbledore knows that they're spies. Another thought came to his head, and he rushed. Something about somebody's wife. One of the Death Eaters. She might be a spy, I don't know. I can hardly remember. 30 seconds. Sirius, Lupin warned. Sirius gave up with the information, and looked so desperate to have just a few moments more, staring down at Harry with the look of a man heading to the gallows. Harry, look after yourself. I'll always be there for you. And so will Ron, you'll understand later. And, you'll be getting a letter soon. Look after the place for me, will you? I will, Harry choked, even though he didn't understand. Sirius, I don't want you to go. I have to, said Sirius, sadly. Take care, Harry, I'll see you again someday. I promise. 10 seconds, said Lupin. He turned to his lost friend, trying to stay calm and collected. Goodbye, Sirius, until next time. Bye, Remus, keep up the good work. Sirius looked down at Harry, reaching out to him. Goodbye, Harry. Never forget me. Harry reached out too, his fingers slipping straight through Sirius's smoky hand. I won't, he said, shaking. Goodbye. You mean a lot to me. Remember me, said Sirius, one last time, his voice echoing out slowly, as though getting lost in time. Never forget. And then he was gone, the pastel sparks sizzling out into the darkness, silence conquering the frantic goodbyes of the seconds before. Harry felt nothing around his fingers, and saw nothing before him, heard no sounds at all. As though he no longer existed for a moment. Lupin looked down at Harry, his hand still gripping his shoulder gently. Harry was silent. Harry had just said goodbye to somebody, goodbye until the end of life itself, and even then, there was no definite promise that they would meet again then. Lupin must know how much Sirius had cared for Harry and how much Harry idolized his godfather. Goodbye would be the hardest thing. But when Harry looked up, past the tears in his eyes, there was a smile. Thank you, Harry said. The look on his face said he'd never meant anything so much in his life. My pleasure. Snape's voice spoke from behind Lupin, quietly, and it was only then that Harry noticed he was there at all. He'd managed to slip in without a sound. Though, in truth, Dumbledore had the idea, and I despise taking credit for somebody else's mess. Not a mess, said Harry, wiping away his tears, still grinning in a lopsided kind of way. Tidiest mess I've ever seen. He took a deep breath, managing to console himself enough to get a grip, adopting a slightly more serious expression. Thank you. I appreciated that. As I believe I said, it was my pleasure, Snape mused. Harry wiped away the last of his tears, his heart feeling lighter than it had in months and months, getting to his feet, gazing longingly but joyfully at the spot where his godfather had been moments before. He grinned. Maybe this wasn't such a bad birthday after all. Something wrong, Harry. Harry and Lupin had left Snape's house shortly after the farewell from Sirius, strolled through the town for a while sharing memories of Harry's godfather, and now had found a rather nice little bridge overlooking the river. Lupin had bought Harry an ice cream, chocolate and mint, which he was slurping thoughtfully as they gazed out over the river. Sort of, Harry admitted. I was thinking, Professor, and Remus, said Lupin, there's no reason to stick to formalities out of school, Harry. Well, I was thinking. Harry took a lick of his ice cream, thinking, trying to sum up what the problem was. About that day, with my dad, and hanging Snape upside down by his ankles, you remember? Yes, I do. Is it still bothering you? Harry swallowed his mouthful of ice cream, nodded and continued. I guess I just don't like admitting that Snape was right about my dad. He was arrogant, wasn't he? James. Lupin pulled the chocolate flake from his cone, munching it for a second. I suppose he was, in a way. Though really, his arrogance made him who he was. He was still a good person, Harry. Harry nodded. He was still thinking. Today had been the first time that the subject of that day had been breached with Snape, and the potions master hadn't reacted too kindly at all. It must have affected him more than Harry thought. But why though? He wondered aloud. What? Why? Why did that one day affect Snape so much? Why's he so touchy about it? Lupin smiled slightly. Several things, I suppose. That day was most likely the final straw for Severus. Years and years of being ridiculed by James, and it caught up on him. There was another thing though, only something we had a vague idea about, or at least I did. Harry gave him an imploring look, prompting him to go on. Lupin smiled again, and after a further lick from his ice cream, he said, I think that perhaps Severus was jealous of your father for a different reason. Not just Quidditch or popularity. Your mother, Harry. Lily was incredibly beautiful, and everybody saw her as James's property, even though, admittedly, she despised him for quite some time. Lily was indeed in Gryffindor, but she had several of the qualities favored by Slytherin House. She was vivacious, ambitious, quite cunning at times. I think Severus probably liked her. My mum, said Harry, horror-struck. He can't like my mum. That's horrible, how dare he? Don't worry, said Lupin, with a smile at the expression on Harry's face. Severus started to despise her after that day by the lake. You've probably guessed that he wasn't exactly the most popular student in the school. He was occasionally in the company of Lucius Malfoy, but apart from that, he was a rather lonesome character. I'm never going to feel sorry for him, no matter what you say, said Harry, grinning slightly. Never say never, Lupin concurred, wisely. However, if makes you feel any happier, Severus no longer cared in the slightest about your mother. The rumor was that he'd found a girl out of school he was happy with, but nobody was quite sure how true that was. Bet it wasn't, said Harry. At the raised eyebrow from Lupin, he added, it's not like Snape though, is it? He just doesn't socialize. That's the thing. He might, said Lupin. Harry shrugged, munching the last part of his cone and sprinkling the crumbs between his fingers. They fluttered to the dark waters of the river below and vanished out of sight, washed away in the flow. A metaphor for life, perhaps. Such petty little problems, washed away in the tide of luck and fortune bestowed upon him. Glancing further up the river, he was the flow held back by a large log, lodged in one of the sewage pipes filling the beautiful river with poison. Maybe that was Snape, held back by one thing. Harry, said Lupin. Harry glanced up. Sorry. Got lost for a moment. Lupin smiled. I noticed. It's 5 o'clock. Harry, you must be hungry. Let's find somewhere to eat before I have to start thinking about getting you home to your aunt and uncle. Despite the happiness inside him, Harry felt a momentary flush of realization and disappointment as he remembered that at 7 o'clock, he'd be back home with Dudley treating him like dirt. Lupin saw the expression on his face. Harry, don't want to go back, he said. He had nearly said, home, then realized that the Dursleys' house was no more home than this bridge was. Only a month to go, said Lupin, kindly. A month too long. Harry sighed, leant out and snapped a twig away from a branch overlooking the river. He gazed at it morosely for a moment and then dropped it gently. It spiraled through the air, blown back into the tree by the wind, but to Harry's complete amazement, the movement of that one little twig was so great that the tree branches slipped loose from under the blocked log, and with a great crash, it sloshed down into the waters below. The river started to flow properly again with a relieved splash, the sewage was washing away. Impressive, said Lupin, smiling. Even though I doubt you did that on purpose. Harry smiled slightly, not really paying attention, too amazed at why nature was pelting him with so many metaphors. One little thing to solve all the problems at once. A coincidence with a log and a stick had him thinking the deepest things he'd thought in a good long time. Professor Remus, he said, wanting to ask something he never thought he'd ask. Yes, Harry, Professor Snape isn't happy at all, is he? Harry looked up at Lupin, wondering how much he knew, how much he would tell, and how much he would hide. Lupin looked back at him, considering his expression, then saying, I don't think he is, Harry. Not at all. Severus has been alone most of his life, because of one thing or another. Mostly, it was your father who caused him to be alone. Lupin sighed. James got the girl, the friends, the money, the looks, the talent, though don't think your father was nothing but arrogance. He pulled his jacket closer around his shoulders, and then said, "It's getting cold, Harry. I have a story to tell you, about the day your father knew he'd gone too far, but only if we can go somewhere warm. I have a big meeting tomorrow and it won't do me any good to have a frostbitten nose." Harry nodded, glancing out over the town. "There's a McDonald's over there, by the cathedral." "There's a what?" "A McDonald's, it sells food. Trust me on this one, P.R. Remus." "Very well. Anything that isn't as bad as the motorway cafe I stopped at on the way here, you don't even want to know." Lupin smiled slightly. "Lead the way then, Harry." "Oh, one thing." Harry jumped as Lupin scooped into his back pocket, pulling out a now moldy handful of the bread that just refused to die. "What on earth is this?" said Lupin, slightly worried. "Rye bread," said Harry. Seeing the look on Lupin's face, he smiled and added, "Long story. Harry, I'm completely full, I'm afraid. Do you want to finish the McNuggets?" "You don't have to call them McNuggets, you know," said Harry, smiling, taking the box gratefully. "Just nuggets. It might say McNuggets on the boards, but it's McEverything in here, McBine, McCare, McTable, McWaitress, McRevolving Door." Lupin gave him a slightly confused expression, opening his mouth, but Harry managed to predict his question straightaway and grinned. "Yes, I am joking." He slurped the last remains of strawberry milkshake from the bottom of the container, and then said, "So what was the thing about my dad you promised you'd tell me?" "Ah, yes, I thought you'd bring that up," said Lupin. "Well, you know that James was a seeker. Quite a good one at that. You must have seen the trophies in the trophy room." At Harry's nod, he thought for a moment and then went on. "Professor Snape was quite a good player as well, a seeker, like your father. I always spent my evenings in the library, and the Slytherins normally practiced Quidditch then, in view of the library windows. I used to watch them. Snape could have been of great use to the Slytherin team, but he was never a member. Due to a prank your father played on him." Harry's eyes widened. "Why? What did he do? What happened?" "Severus joined the team in third year, I think," Lupin explained. "Of course, your father was already on the team, and he heard about the new Slytherin seeker. He hated the thought of Severus being a rival to him, as naturally, he thought himself better than Snape. I suppose I should have noticed he was planning something when he spent so long in the library all of a sudden, looking up charms and unbreakable jinxes and so forth." "Did he attack?" "Oh no," said Lupin, shaking his head. "It wasn't violent at all. We were lined up outside potions one day, when James just drew his wand and performed a charm, very calmly. Snape didn't even notice he'd done it until the last moment." "What did it do to him?" Harry whispered. "Something called an anti-catching charm," said Lupin. "It doesn't affect grip or reflexes in any way, it just makes the victim unable to catch at all. James told Severus this little fact by throwing a tennis ball at him and telling him to catch it. Snape's fingers were as though they had been buttered, and the charm was unbreakable. He lost his place on the team." Harry felt so incredibly guilty now it was almost painful. He could feel his meal squirming remorsefully in his stomach. So why did that make my dad realize he'd gone too far? Didn't he find it funny? I suppose it would have been, Lupin mused thoughtfully, if the Slytherin captain hadn't announced his removal from the team in front of all the crowds at the next Quidditch match. Severus stood there in all his robes, ready to play, and to just be told that he could go get changed, that affected both Snape and your father, Harry. James saw Snape's last hope slip away before his eyes that day, and to know that he'd caused it. Harry wasn't sure whether he felt better or worse now. Snape could have been a famous Quidditch player, if it weren't for the butterfingers that Harry's father cursed him with. "My dad was pretty nasty," he said, mournfully. "Not so. Your father actually apologized to Snape after that day. It was a mark of how truly sorry he was. James never held grudges. I'm sure he died with no malice in his heart at all, except towards he who must not be named, of course, though I don't think any wizard could ever count that vile creature as a friend." Lupin put a hand across the table over Harry's, paternally. "Sirius died fighting the Dark Lord's ranks, Harry. The best thing you can ever do to get revenge on your godfather and honor his memory is to make sure those who killed him are given justice." Harry nodded. He already fully intended to do just that. What were all those pieces of information that Sirius gave me about? Stuff about spies and Ron and a Death Eater's wife. And a letter. Lupin smiled. That was a very typically Sirius thing of him to do. He's left you clues, Harry, which will only make sense to you when you've most likely unraveled the mystery completely and you're looking back. That, or they were meant to lead you on a wild goose chase. He gave Harry another fatherly smile. I didn't suspect for 1 minute that dying for adventure would quench Sirius's love of it. Harry grinned, took one of the paper napkins, found a bureau in his bag and wrote down. More spies that people wouldn't expect, something special about Ron, something about a Death Eater's wife, a letter. I wouldn't spend too long pondering those, if I were you, Lupin mused, smiling still. It was rather disobedient of Sirius to reveal hints of Dumbledore's secrets to you. I suppose I couldn't have expected anything less. Dumbledore's secrets. How do you know that? Said Harry, and he beamed. You know what they mean. Oh, tell me, Professor, tell me. Lupin chuckled. Absolutely not. I know a few sketchy facts about one of the things on that list, and I won't tell you which one it is or what I know. The last one I can guess. The first one is Dumbledore's business, and the third thing is more than likely meaningless gossip that we won't hear another word of for years. The second thing could be anything really. Perhaps Sirius was just highlighting the value of friendship to you. No, I think it's something properly special, said Harry. Sirius wasn't mushy like that. Maybe Ron's going to become Minister for Magic. Lupin laughed again. Ghosts can't see into the future, Harry. Maybe there's a dead fortune teller in there with Sirius, said Harry, grinning. Or maybe not, said Lupin pleasantly. Come now. It's almost 6 o'clock and I don't want to have you late home. They stood up, gathered their bags, put their rubbish in the bin and left the restaurant, strolling slowly in the direction of the train station. Who's looking after me next week? Harry asked, eagerly. Do you know? Yes, I do, Lupin replied. He smiled. I think you'll be pleased. The Weasley family have offered to take you on a day out somewhere on the Saturday. You'll stay the night. And I believe they're planning to let you do your homework on the Sunday, seeing as though I wasn't of any help today. Great, Harry beamed. He could see Ron and Ginny again, and maybe Bill and Charlie would be there, and the twins, and maybe. He fell silent, remembering something. Professor, he said. Remus, he was corrected. Remus, he said. Yes, Harry. What happened to Percy Weasley? Lupin shook his head sadly. I'm not very sure. Molly desperately wants to forgive him, whilst Arthur never wants to see the boy again. I don't know about Percy's attitude, but the Ministry and Dumbledore have now bonded together, so I can't see why he would still hate the rest of his family. It's funny. Ron always joked that Percy would stab the family in the back, said Harry. And he did last year. Lupin gave him a weak smile. I'm sure this will all be sorted out in time, Harry. Blood is thicker than water. After all, Percy will come to his senses eventually, I'm sure. I hope so. We all do. They continued in near silence, across the pleasant river bridge from before, back down the street that Professor Snape lived on, through a back alley, and then out into the country lanes leading to the train station and the steam engine that would take Harry back for another week of hell with the Dursleys. But really, he didn't feel so bad. He'd had a brilliant day with Professor Lupin. He'd had the chance to say goodbye to Sirius, he'd agreed to a ceasefire with Professor Snape, and he would be spending all of next weekend with Ron and his family. He was so lost in his eager anticipation that they arrived at the train station all too soon, and Lupin was standing on the platform while he hung out of the window to say goodbye. Thanks for everything, Remus, said Harry. This has been the best birthday I've had in ages. Lupin smiled. It was my pleasure. Oh, before you go, I bought you something. He took a package wrapped in brown paper and string out of his bag and handed it carefully to Harry. I heard about your dark arts club, and I thought you'd enjoy a few ideas to teach them. Harry grinned, taking the package. Thanks. There was a loud toot from the whistle and a jet of steam blew up in a great cloud into the air. Remember to send me a message if you ever need anything, said Lupin. And get straight off the train in your town, don't hang around. Professor Snape should be there to escort you home, you don't want to keep him waiting. The train pulled away out of the station, and Harry just had time to turn around and shout, "I wouldn't dream of it, Remus," before he was whisked out of sight with the train, heading away into the evening sunset. Lupin chuckled, suddenly struck by just how like James Harry was, putting his hands in his pockets and strolling away out of the station, whistling a jaunty tune that carried him out into the country lanes and back into town. He found a quiet spot, out of the way of muggles, and after checking for anybody around, he smiled, closed his eyes and vanished into thin air with nothing but a faint pop as evidence of his very existence. And several miles away by now, on the train back home, Harry Potter was asleep after a long, blissfully happy day. Potter. Wah, Potter. Wake up, now. NFFRF, get off my arm. Harry swatted out vaguely at whoever it was gripping his arm, his fingers scuffing velvety material and sallow, cold skin that he remembered from somewhere, but couldn't quite pinpoint it. Then he realized he'd just slapped Professor Snape around the face. He jolted straight awake and yelped as Snape's hands went for his neck, but the professor narrowly managed to get a grip and avoid strangling the living daylights out of Harry in a public place. "Which part of wake up was it causing you the most trouble, Potter?" he hissed. "Well, if you say something then." "I did say something, you stupid boy," Snape snapped. Several muggles turned around to stare, and Snape glared at them coldly, grasping Harry by the arm and pulling him out of the carriage. "Are you trying to get me arrested for child abuse?" Snape snarled when they were out of earshot of the general public. "Sorry," said Harry, straightening out his sweater huffily. "I didn't know it was you." "Oh, yes, that's perfectly all right, isn't it? An innocent civilian tries to wake you up on a train, with all good intentions in their heart, and your response is to slap them around the face." Snape laughed coldly. "I'm not surprised your aunt and uncle despise you." Harry frowned, and was about to speak his mind, but decided against it at the last moment and just muttered, "Fine, I'm sorry. I won't slap you again." "I hope so," said Snape. "For your sake at least. Come on, it's already 7:45. Damn Lupin, couldn't meet a deadline if it came towards him tied to a broomstick. Hurry up, Potter, I'm damned if I'm going to take the blame for your precious Lupin's mess." Harry tried vaguely to keep up with Snape's ridiculously swift stride, having to actually jog to keep up. He clasped the package tight in his arms, desperate not to drop whatever it was. Snape spotted it and frowned. "What's that?" "A birthday present from Remus," said Harry, stoutly. It was hard to tell whether Snape was more surprised by the fact that it was Harry's birthday, that he'd got a present, or that he was on first-name terms with Lupin. It only showed on his face for a second though, and in true Snape form, he acted as though he couldn't care less. "Your birthday," he said, coolly. "Yes, I'm 16, said Harry. "The Dursleys might forget it, but not everybody does." "I thought it was the 5th of November, said Snape, frowning slightly. "No," Harry said in a very cold voice. "That's Malfoy." Everybody knew when Draco Malfoy's birthday was. It was generally the day that the Slytherin table collapsed under so many owls carrying presents and cards and cakes from his parents. Snape droned, not really bothered at all. The rest of their journey was in silence, which Harry wasn't sure whether he felt glad or awkward about. He had no real reason to despise Snape now. After all, not many people in the world would have conjured his godfather from the dead so that Harry could say goodbye. As they turned up Harry's street, the boy realized that maybe he hadn't apologized for his own actions clearly enough. "Professor," he said, jogging for a moment to keep up. "No, Potter, I won't slow down. We're late as it is, and—" "No, it's not that," said Harry, and the fact that he had interrupted so confidently seemed to make Snape take notice more than anything. I want to say sorry, for going into your pensieve and finding about all that. And then mocking you about it." Snape raised an eyebrow, looking down at him, and to Harry's relief his pace slowed slightly. "An apology from Harry Potter. Lupin must have hexed you." "No," said Harry, trying a weak smile, "I just wanted to sort of call a ceasefire. Potter, we were never at war." Snape picked up the pace again, and Harry hurried after him, sure he was going to fall over and break his nose if they kept this up much longer. "Fine, a peace offering. I just wanted to say sorry, because what my dad did wasn't exactly fair." "None of what he did was." He paused for a moment, and then said, "I found out about the thing." Snape gave him a very scornful look. "The thing, you say? Woe is me, Potter knows about the thing. How can I live, with the knowledge that Potter knows about the thing?" Harry fished around in his pocket for something, found one of Dudley's old marbles and said, "Catch," as he tossed it gently to Snape. Anybody could have caught it. It was such a gentle shot, it was impossible to miss. The professor instinctively shot out a hand to catch it. There was a loud noise like somebody sliding across a slippery floor, and the marble shot straight out of his grasp to the floor. Snape watched it roll away under a nearby car, tumble past the grate and fall with a graceful plop into the sewers below. Harry was too busy trying to sum up Snape's expression. "Who told you?" the professor said, quietly, after a moment. "I'm not going to say, but I want to apologize for the Butterfingers thing, as well." "There's no need to," Snape sighed. "Your father spent all of his 6th and 7th years keying up to me, trying to make me forgive him so he could make my life hell once more. I don't need his hormonal son doing the same." He started to walk again. "Potter, pick up the pace, for the love of Merlin." Harry hurried after him, and as they turned into the drive of number 4, Harry noticed Snape was rubbing his hands on the pockets of his trousers agitatedly, as though trying to remove a stain. The professor knocked loudly, 3 times, with his bony, long-fingered hand. There was some movement from inside, which to Harry's total horror included barking. The door opened, and Harry got a split-second's view of Uncle Vernon's angry purple face before he was knocked backwards by something flying from the house. Arg! Ripper wrestled him to the ground, barking and snarling, shaking his great head around, spit flying all over Harry's face and clothes. Aunt Marge's voice was laughing from the hall, and so was Dudley's. The Dursleys were all laughing. Harry could well imagine Snape smirking too, but to his surprise, Snape said calmly, "Potter, how old are you now?" 16, he choked, trying to pull back from those fangs. "Read the papers, Potter." "No, you're not helping." Harry choked, leaning back to get away from Ripper's jaws snapping at his face. Snape sighed, as one would with an awkward child. "Due to some events, and don't think I wouldn't love to see you torn to pieces by a bulldog, but the Ministry has decided to lower the age required to do magic by 1 year. Now, even you can't fail to work out that." Harry realized then, with a flush of relief and excitement. "I'm of age." He drew his wand from his sleeve, pointed it right at Ripper's slobbering jaw and announced, "Expello." Ripper was lifted up into the air, sailed through the air and knocked Harry's makeshift mended gnome to pieces. Harry looked up at everybody else in the garden. Aunt Marge stood in the hallway, gaping at him in horror, a new red leather handbag swinging from her podgy arm. The Dursleys were all clustered on the front door step, looking as though all their worst dreams had come true. Snape, however, was smirking. "An expelling charm. Couldn't you have thought of something a little more inventive, Potter?" Ripper whimpered, getting to his feet and running over to hide behind Aunt Marge, tail between his legs, the gnome's head stuck over one of his ears. Dash! Harry was on top of the world from that moment on. He could do magic. The Dursleys were like toys to him now. He had to admit, he showed off rather a bit after that by modifying Aunt Marge's memory, fixing the gnome, repainting his bedroom and turning Dudley into a redhead, at which his uncle demanded he put it back. Uncle Vernon spent 2 hours with a pair of rabbit ears until Harry had enjoyed himself enough, and reluctantly restored Dudley's hair color and Uncle Vernon's proper ears. Overall, Aunt Marge's memory was modified so many times that by 9 o'clock, she had no idea who she was or where she lived. They had to look it up in the phone book to make sure. Snape had left rather quickly after the incident with Ripper, possibly because he didn't want to spend any more time with an excited Harry, or because there was a very angry bulldog in the area, or because of Aunt Marge, or because he was sure the commotion in the house would bring Muggles running like moths to a flame. Whatever his reasons, he excused himself, and the last thing the professor saw before he apparated away was Harry running into the house and chasing Dudley, who was screaming and falling over furniture to escape. It's not a surprise that Snape wasn't eager to hang around for coffee. To Harry, having magic was like having a life again. The Dursleys certainly wouldn't be treating him like a South *Avenue or a ghost anymore. With all the excitement of demonstrating various hexes right under Dudley's nose, it wasn't until very late at night that Harry retreated back to his room and collapsed onto his bed, grinning. He could imagine the Dursleys all sneaking out of their various hiding places to check the coast was clear. Harry was so lost in his imaginings that it was a few moments before he realized he was lying on something hard and rectangular. He reached behind his back and pulled out Professor Lupin's package. How could he forget? Any other day, he'd have ripped it open the moment he got home, desperate to find out what was inside. For a moment, he felt a prickle of guilt at casting aside Professor Lupin's kindness so quickly once he had something new to focus on. He'd have to write him a thank you letter, for whatever it was. Carefully, he untied the strings and pulled apart the paper. It was a book, a large, very heavy, glossy-covered book with the title, Specialist Curses, Hexes and Jinxes, emblazoned across the front in silver lettering. Intrigued, Harry opened it at the first page, and found a hand-written note inside. Harry, the note read, I thought you'd find this interesting. Dumbledore told me all about the DA, and it sounds as though you did a good job. He's asked me whether you would be interested in making it into a proper club, with some help from me, though of course, I think you're becoming the expert here. Send me a letter with your owl if you think it's a good idea. Happy birthday, Remus. Harry smiled eagerly, turning the note over and taking out his trusty biro. He scribbled, thanks for the present, I'd love to, and was about to call Hedwig to take a letter. When something large, white and feathery suddenly seemed to completely cover his window. Harry leapt away, terrified that some sort of fluffy dragon was attacking the house, but he realized that it was just a cluster of owls, all carrying letters and packages. Suspiciously, he opened the window. They all rushed in, hooting loudly and dropping parcels and parchments on his head in what seemed to be a hailstorm of communication. Ow, stop that, come on, let's get some order. Get off my head. The owls settled in various places around the room, leaving Harry to rub his head and crouch down to the floor, sorting through the mountain of letters and boxes he suddenly had. There was an important, official-looking one in a clean white envelope that caught his eye. For a moment, he worried that he'd mistaken his birthday, that he was actually 15 and was expelled from Hogwarts for all the magic he'd done, but when he opened it, he grinned even more. Dear Mr. Potter, we are writing to notify you that the recently deceased Mr. Claus I. Brisk has left you several items of property in his will. Please reply to this letter with acknowledge you have read the following and accept the property. Property, 12 Grimmauld Place, London and all contents. Thank you. Andrelin Galvez, Ministry of Magic. Harry then noticed a hand-scribbled note on the end of the letter, in spiky, elegant black letters he remembered from somewhere, though couldn't quite picture exactly where. P.S. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement are watching you. They've noticed all the magic going on and they're just waiting for something to book you for, so tone it down, okay? Just between you and me. He took his biro again and added, confirmed, I accept the property, signed Harry Potter, to the bottom, then put it on the outgoing pile. Next letter, he thought. He recognized one of the owls smiling up at him from the cluster around his feet. It was Errol, the Weasley owl. Old, and slightly battered, Errol's feathers were mostly sticking the wrong way, but he looked rather proud at having survived another delivery. He had carried quite a large box as well. A present. Harry tore the spellotape off the top of the box excitedly, opened it up, and came across a large chocolate cake wrapped in cling film, a bundle of letters, and a bright yellow bag that caught Harry's eye instantly. He lifted it out carefully, and inspected it. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes proclaimed the bag, in lurid green and orange flashing letters. Harry grinned. Fred and George Weasley now owned their own joke shop business at 93 Diagon Alley. No doubt they'd sent him something dangerous. Brilliant. It took an hour to get through all the presents, send off replies and thank you letters. There were presents from Ron, Ginny, the twins and the rest of the Weasley family, Hermione, Hagrid and Luna Lovegood, along with the book Professor Lupin had given him earlier. Harry's bedroom floor was soon so covered in paper and wrapping that he could no longer see the carpet, and it was only as he started to tidy away all the debris that something caught his eye under the mess. There was an official-looking envelope, addressed to him, and it was stamped with the Hogwarts seal. Harry's stomach seemed to twist itself into an instant knot. Dropping the paper onto his bed, he hurried over and picked up the envelope. Could it be his OWL results? They were due now. He sat back on his bed, tore the letter carefully open and pulled out the paper inside. He did it gradually. Something painful was lodged in his throat. Harry suspected it could be his stomach. The first line of the letter appeared, announcing, "Your OWL examination results." Harry kept sliding the paper out, until the first paragraph was visible. Dear Mr. Potter, as you are aware, during your previous year you took your ordinary wizarding level examinations. Following are your results. Enclosed with this letter is a Newt slip, with spaces for the subjects you wish to continue at Newt level. Your teachers will have seen your OWL examination results and have added comments next to your grades, detailing your suitability in continuing their subject through your 6th and 7th years. If you have any questions, please contact M. McGonagall immediately. Your examination results are. Harry paused. He took a deep breath, then gave the paper a gentle tug, revealing his first result. Defense against the Dark Arts. Tutor. Remus J. Lupin. OWL examination result. Outstanding. 96%. Harry's heart leapt. Greatly encouraged, he turned his eyes onto Professor Lupin's comment and read, his smile widening with every word. Harry has amazing potential to perform outstandingly well at Newt level. I will be highly disappointed if he chooses not to continue the subject on. Our star candidate for his year. Now emboldened, he pulled out his next result and found exceeds expectations, 78% in charms. Professor Flitwick urged him to continue with charms at Newt level, and remarked that he performed the best summoning charms this side of the millennium. However, as Harry eased out his next grade, his stomach knotted itself again. He registered the word potions, and Severus A. L. Snape, then quickly looked away. Part of him desperately didn't want to know. If he hadn't got outstanding, then Snape would never accept him into the Newt class, and all his hopes of being an Auror were dashed. They weren't potions. Tutor. Severus A. L. Snape. OWL examination result. Outstanding. 86%. Teacher comments. Despite my insistence to the Wizarding Exam Board that Potter must have somehow cheated, they remain adamant that he could not have, and the topic still mystifies me. If I must, I will allow Potter one chance only to prove he is not a cheater and accept him into the Newt class. How long he lasts is another matter. Harry had the feeling that he could probably waive the Order of Merlin for potions under Snape's nose, and the man would still refuse to accept he had any talent whatsoever. For transfiguration and care of magical creatures, he had received exceeds expectations in both an encouragement to take the subject at Newt level. In astronomy, he had received AP, with a rather shocked note from Professor Sinistra as to how Harry had let himself down in the exam. In history of magic, he had also been graded P, but for some reason, Professor Binns had written that he had potential to perform exceptionally well at Newt level and it would be a shame for him to drop the subject. He had received an A for herbology, with recommendation that perhaps the subject wouldn't suit him, and in divination he had received a D. He didn't really mind, as he had no intention to carry on being told he was going to die for another 2 years. Once he had read through his marks again with pride, showed them to Hedwig and the cluster of owls still sitting politely on the end of his bed, he took out the Newt subject slip and found a pen. When he glanced at the parchment, he was surprised to find there was already something written on the top line, in Professor McGonagall's handwriting, compulsory subject for all students. Deciding it didn't really affect anything, Harry quickly filled in the little form, with, dark arts, charms potions, transfiguration, care of magical creatures. Then he paused, playing the tip of his quill over his chin. According to the note that came with Ron's present, he and Hermione were both taking history of magic. Ron had referred to it as the easy, soft option. Harry jotted it down, thinking it would be useful for his Auror training, even if he did have to put more work in. After tucking the parchment away into the envelope and fixing the letter back onto the owl's leg, he opened his window and sent the whole flock out into the night sky. And then, exhausted and buzzing from his results, he flopped back into bed and fell asleep, without bothering to get changed. As he slept, his dreams were full of jumbled ideas and glimpses of memories, Sirius and Snape and Lupin, Ron and Hermione, the leering face of Draco Malfoy, Professor McGonagall and Umbridge, and a whole host of other faces that simply blurred past. His 6th year at Hogwarts would prove to be the most eye-opening of his life so far. Danger, romance, mystery, action and new discoveries were ahead of him, though as he slept on the night of his birthday with a head full of sleeping chaos, Harry Potter had no idea of the events in store for him that year. It all began properly the next weekend, as a fluorescent yellow car pulled up outside number 4, Privet Drive, and its drivers jumped out from the front seat, wearing identical grins and leather jackets to match the car. If the Dursleys thought Mad-Eye Moody was a problem, they wouldn't know what hit them when Fred and George Weasley arrived. "This the place," said Fred, glancing up at the house, still grinning from ear to ear. "Looks like it. Different in the daylight, isn't it?" George looked up and down the street at the identical gardens and houses, chuckling. "Which door is it we're supposed to use?" "Front, I think," his twin replied. "Yeah, something about not using the back door." "I can't remember. We'll use the front anyway." They grinned. Both of them knew very well they weren't supposed to use the front door, but still, they raised their hands and knocked 3 times on the door each, ending with a pleasant little tune. The door swung wildly open, and Uncle Vernon's purple face stuck out. "Back door only," he hissed. "Oh, sorry, forgot," said Fred, grinning. "Likewise," said George, as Harry ready, catching Uncle Vernon staring in horror at the matching yellow leather suits and car, he winked. "It'll be the next fashion craze, matching your car with your suit. You saw it here first." Fred, George, Harry bounded down the stairs, beaming, throwing a bag over his shoulder. "Hey Harry, how are things?" Harry pushed past Uncle Vernon to get out onto the step. "Great, really great. Thanks for the presents, by the way." "No problem," Fred grinned. "I hope they were put to good use, Harry." "Oh, they were," said Harry. "Dudley's still a bit blue." Uncle Vernon cleared his throat loudly. Fred, George and Harry all gave him identically contemptuous looks. "Yes," said Fred. "I would appreciate you collecting the boy and then leaving," Harry's uncle said, stiffly, from under his quivering mustache. "The neighborhood." "Fine then. Time to take you somewhere you're welcome, Harry," said Fred, loudly, and both the twins put their arms around his shoulders, steering him down the path to the car. Something in George's hand caught Harry's eye, but by the time he'd glanced round at it, George had dropped it to the floor and Fred yelled, "Run!" Harry had no idea why, but they all tore down the garden path and leapt into the car as Uncle Vernon started bellowing at Petunia to shut the windows. George hammered a button on the dashboard and a roof and windows zoomed into place over the car. Harry had a split-second's view of what looked like a firework on the front door step and then, bang! The windows were showered in bright pink and green swirling paint. Harry jumped away, almost landing in Fred's knee. The twins were both choking with laughter. "What did you do?" said Harry, starting to laugh as well. "See for yourself," said George, and he pressed another button on the dashboard. Windscreen wipers clicked out from the side of the car and scraped the paint away from the windows, gave them a shine, and after Fred handed each one a canute, they zoomed away again. Harry stared out at the Dursleys' house, torn between total amazement and the desire to die laughing on the spot. The garden and the front of the house were splattered with the same green and pink swirling paint. It was all over the windows, all on the car, all on the plants. The gnomes were now wearing rather funky little disco outfits, and Ripper, who had been emptying his bladder on the side of Uncle Vernon's car, was frozen to the spot, legs still in the air, little more than a bright pink and green heap of paint. The funniest of the lot was Uncle Vernon in the hallway, still holding the front door. He looked like a very lurid snowman, and his face was set in the most horrified expression Harry had ever seen in his life. As they watched, a large drip of paint fell from his mustache onto the toe of his new work shoes. Fred started the car and it sped away down the street, Harry and the Weasleys laughing fit to burst at the sight of the fluorescent house on Private Drive. After a tap on the wheel from George, the car faded into invisibility and they took off into the sky. In minutes, the Dursleys' house was nothing but a glowing spot far below them as they coasted through the clouds. "That was brilliant," said Harry, grinning, as George removed the invisibility. "What was it?" "Super Splatter Decorator 2003, said Fred, turning around in his seat to look at Harry. "1 galleon each, just new. They come in blue and orange, yellow and purple, the green and pink as you saw back there, or a new one. Rainbow. That's getting pretty popular now. I might have to buy one of those to do the back garden," said Harry. "They want to match, don't they?" Fred and George both laughed. "They wear off in an hour or so without a ceiling charm," said George, driving the car up to emerge from the sea of clouds, into very top of the sky. "So we can't get done for breaking the secrecy code of conduct. That only applies for actual magic, or something that lasts for an hour or more. What happens to the paint? Does it just disappear? Turns invisible," said George. "We spent about a year developing that. You should see our bedroom back at home. Total mess." "So," said Fred, "happy birthday for last week, by the way. Of age now, are you?" "Yep," Harry grinned. "I gave Uncle Vernon rabbit ears, and I hexed my Aunt Marge's dog, and gave her a wart right on the end of her nose and everything." "That's the boy," Fred chortled. "Ron and Ginny have been dying to see you all summer. And Hermione too, she's at the Burrow now. Oh, and Mum says she got your letter, and yes, we can go and sort out your new bachelor pad tomorrow." Harry laughed. "It's not my bachelor pad, don't be stupid. How am I ever going to bring girls home to that when there's Sirius's mother in the hallway screaming if anybody rings the doorbell?" "Dunno, it'd be a talking point." They all laughed, and George took a bag of toffees from the glove compartment, which he offered round. Harry had experience of Fred and George's sweets and so had to decline with a polite, "but thank you anyway." They spent the rest of the journey talking happily about the weekend ahead, the summer behind them and the next year at Hogwarts. Fred and George had left during their 7th year in strike against Professor Umbridge and, they assured Harry, would not be coming back. "But she's left," said Harry, as they cruised over the village near the Burrow. "Peeves chased her away at the end of the year." Fred grinned. "Oh, did he? You know, that poltergeist's not so bad really. Have you heard the current news from Hogwarts?" George asked over his shoulder. "Apparently Peeves is being a complete pain. Even more than normal. Of course, it's just a rumor, but loads of people have said that he's almost torn the school apart." "He does that anyway," said Harry. "He threw a bundle of walking sticks at me on my first day. Percy had to threaten him with the Bloody Baron." "Shame Peeves didn't kill Percy," Fred muttered. Harry decided it was best not to press the subject, but luckily, the awkward silence didn't last very long, as the Burrow appeared below them a few moments later. "Hold on to your glasses," said Fred, putting his foot down on the accelerator. The bright yellow car descended from the clouds like a fluorescent meteor and screeched to a halt in the yard a few seconds later. Harry felt as though his insides had been turned upside down from the sudden drop. "Harry," he looked up at the shout from above, and saw Ron, Hermione and Ginny hanging out of an upstairs window, waving frantically at him. He grinned and waved back. "How you doing, mate?" Ron shouted. "Fine," Harry yelled back. "Better now I'm here. Come on, people, we haven't got all day now." Fred interrupted. "You three get down here, we're supposed to be there by now." "Where are we going?" said Harry eagerly. Fred and George grinned in the exact same way. "Just you wait," they both said at once. Harry was instantly intrigued. "Oh, tell me, please." "Latest project we've finished," said George. "And you four are the beta testers," said Fred. What is it?" said Harry, gripping the back of the seat. From the looks on Fred and George's faces, wherever they were going, it was going to be marvelous. "You'll see," said Fred, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Put it this way, it's untested, unentered before now, full of magic, and if you don't come out covered in paint or feathers or gunge, we'll be severely disappointed." He papped the horn loudly several times and turned back to the house. "Come on, time costs money, people." Ron, Hermione and Ginny came out of the front door and scrambled across the yard, laughing and racing each other. The second Ron pulled open the car door and hopped in beside him, Harry blurted, "Where are we going?" "Weasley's Wizard Wheez's House of Fun," Ron said, grinning from ear to ear, strapping up his seat belt. "Where?" said Harry. Ginny buckled herself in, slammed the car door, and Fred started up the engine again. In a few seconds, They had climbed up into the sky and were sailing over the clouds, the breeze blowing in their hair. "Weasley's Wizard Wheez's House of Fun," said Ron, again, still grinning. "Fred and George's new place. They won't tell us much about it, but it sounds amazing." Fred chuckled, handing around the toffees. "George and I were considering buying an old Muggle warehouse to base the House of Fun, but we decided we'd need much more space. So, we had a look at the building laws of Diagon Alley. And we found a rather interesting loophole. Building underground costs quite a lot of money and can be complicated, but there's nothing about building into the sky." Both twins grinned. Harry's eyes widened. "You've built a flying House of Fun." "Precisely," said George. "The most exciting wizarding place on Earth. Absolutely huge. It's taken us ages, and cost all the profit we've made so far. But once we're open to the public." "What sort of stuff is there?" asked Ron through a jawful of toffee. "Oh, everything beyond your wildest dreams, dear youngest brother," George chortled. "Magic, slides, hidden areas to discover, pools full of all sorts of horrible sticky stuff, paint bombs concealed behind every unimaginable place possible, and more gunge than you can shake a wand at." "Cool." Harry, Ginny and Ron breathed. Hermione looked a little worried. "How safe is it?" "It's perfectly fine," said George, smiling. "Trust us, Hermione. Any hexes or jinxes in there are first-year stuff. If you don't know the counter charm, we highly overestimated you." "But, Gunge," she said with a painful look on her face. "Cleaning charms on the way out," said Fred. He turned to peer at her through the gap in his chair. "Couldn't you have guessed?" "Well, of course, but I'm not so sure," she said. "Has it been tested for safety and so forth?" "Ah, it will have been, by the end of the day," said Fred. "You're the testers," said George. "Sounds good to me," said Ron, taking another toffee. "Come on, my own, it'll be fine. This is Harry's day off, right? It's gonna be great." He popped the toffee into his mouth, and leant forward. "Hey George, what about trick staircases?" "Way ahead of you, bro," said George. "Half the place is pressure pads to change something. The whole thing is a flying, magical headquarters for chaos." Harry, Ginny and Ron all grinned with excitement. Hermione bit her lip, but said nothing, reaching into a denim satchel she had on her lap and taking out a Muggle book. Harry was surprised when everybody in the car groaned with exasperation. "What's that?" he asked, tilting his head to look at the cover. "Incredible Facts You Never Knew." "Oh, it's brilliant," Hermione gushed, sitting up eagerly, suddenly very bright. "I found it in one of the Muggle London shops. It's the most boring pile of junk ever written," George finished. "What's it about?" asked Harry. 400 pages of useless facts about stuff that won't ever help you in any way," Fred groaned. "It is not," Hermione bristled. "It's really interesting, honestly. There's some really fascinating facts in here. For example," she flicked through the book, and then announced, "In Texas, it's illegal to graffiti on somebody else's cow. So if you ever go to Texas, make sure you graffiti your own cows and not some other poor person's," said Ron, rolling his eyes. "Hermione, that book's completely useless. I wish you'd just stop badgering us with annoying little facts all the time." "The world record for most children to one woman is 69, Hermione said, promptly, and "Zip it," said Ron, snatching the book off her. "Or the book goes out the window." Hermione spluttered, and opened her mouth to argue, but Ron waved the book threateningly over the car door and she shut up. They flew for about an hour or two solid, over forests and hills and fields, cities and towns, roads and motorways, even over the top of the small mountain somewhere, until London was just visible on the horizon. Fred pressed the descend pedal slowly and the car swooped downwards, making all the passengers groan as one, and then with a slight bump, they touched down on an empty road off the main streets. "Now, don't do anything that might make the Muggles notice us," said Fred. Harry stared at him. They were riding in a fluorescent yellow car. Both the drivers were barely legally allowed to drive it, and both of them were wearing matching leather yellow suits, not mentioning there were 4 people squashed in the back of the car, and Ron was wearing a jumper emblazoned with Chudley cannons. Fred didn't seem to notice, and pulled out into the main traffic smoothly. The ordinary shoppers turned to stare at the car, following it down the street with their wide-eyed gazes. Fred chuckled. "Oh, I love attention," he commented, glancing out of the window. 9 o'clock, George, give her a wolf whistle for me." Ron and Harry grinned at each other as George leant out of the window and whistled at A.B. owned in a skirt going past. Hermione tutted. "You wouldn't know what to do with her," she muttered. George grinned. "You're going to be really popular when you grow up, Hermione, at the local book club." Fred chuckled and steered the car into a backstreet, heading for one of the underground parking lots. Hermione frowned, buried her nose back in her book of useless facts, and didn't look up until a few minutes later when they all got out of the car. Fred went to pay for a ticket as George fussed with his hair in the wing mirror. "So can you tell us what it's like now?" said Ron. "Properly, not just vague hints about slime." George tweaked his quiff back into place. "You'll see when you get there. We've told you, Ron." "Well, there is one thing you have to choose. There are different rooms, see. Playhouse, jungle, labyrinth or magical catastrophe, or the ultimate room." Everybody shivered when he said it, as though the words themselves were an incantation to a spell. "What's in there?" said Ginny. George smiled, glancing over his shoulder at her. "Something for everyone. Imagine this. Take your normal, Muggle play center. Like for kids. Then make it about 1,000 times bigger, with nets and ropes and slides and ball pools and ladders and tunnels and hidden rooms and everything. Then add gunge, slime, paint, feathers, confetti, glitter, a few magical creatures, puzzles to solve, codes to crack, and a whole lot of magic." Everybody watched the sparks flare in his eyes, and a universal flush of excitement went through every heart. "I want that one," said Ron. Ginny and Harry nodded frantically. Hermione mumbled something about whether they had a library or non-gunge room. "I don't know, you're all going to have to decide," said George. Unanimous vote. If Hermione doesn't want the ultimate room. Harry, Ron and Ginny all leapt on Hermione, pleading with her and talking so fast and so loud that she couldn't hear them, eventually shouting, all right, I'll go in the ultimate room if you're that bothered." They all cheered. George chuckled, as Fred came back with the ticket and stuck it to the windscreen of the car. "Well, the sooner we get there, the more time you'll have. Let's go." Whistling, the twins led their 4 beta testers out of the underground car park and up into the hustle, bustle and bright dry sunshine of London. Cars of every color and make, save, perhaps, bright yellow that matched the drivers' suits, zoomed past on the street below like a great rainbow snake, and buildings rose to the sky in the distance. A sort of timeline was visible over the skyline of the city, with the modern, brand-new silver skyscrapers with gleaming windows and working lifts, to the carved stone from the Victorian ages, a few Tudor-style decorations on the outside of houses to the west, and red brick chic of the 1950s to the east. "Which way to the Leaky Cauldron?" asked Fred. "It's just down this street, then through an alley over there, past the chocolate shop and the library, and then there it is. You can sort of see the roof," said George, "if you lean over like this." Hermione grabbed the back of his jacket to stop him plummeting 50 feet over the side of the building they were on, but George just laughed, swatting her off. "I'm joking. Come on you lot. Hold on to the railing, downfall and kill yourselves, Mum'll never forgive us." He set off down the steep track, descending right into Muggle London. They all followed, Fred first, followed by George, Ginny, Ron, Harry and then Hermione at the back, muttering to herself. "What's wrong?" asked Harry, holding back to talk to her. "I'm not sure I approve of all this," she said. "It all sounds very risky to me." "It'll be fine," said Harry. "Don't worry. Fred and George wouldn't do anything that dangerous. I mean, I know they're a little wild sometimes, but they wouldn't hurt us." She said, unconvinced. Harry's feet met the stone slabs of the path, and he turned to offer Hermione a hand down, but she was already down beside him and tying her hair back into a neat half ponytail on the top of her head. "Have we got everyone?" said Fred, doing a quick check. "Right, let's go. Stay close together. We don't want you wandering off into Muggle London. And watch the cars, Muggles are terrible drivers." Harry thought this was a little rich coming from somebody who had parked his car lengthways across 3 spaces, but said nothing, following after Fred and George as they made their way over the zebra crossing. Ginny and Hermione started to talk about owls, and Harry wasn't surprised to hear Hermione had got all the top marks she had expected. "What did you get, Harry?" "Pretty good," he said. "The letter came last night. I got enough to be an Auror." "You mean you passed potions?" said Ron. Harry nodded. "Whoa, that's great. You see, it was all Snape's fault that you got bottom marks in class." "I suppose," said Harry. "What did you get?" "I did all right, I guess," said Ron. "Not as good as Bill or Percy, but not bad really." "Yeah, and we're glad you didn't get as much as Percy," said Fred, butting into the conversation with a reprimanding tone that Harry had rarely heard from him before. "He isn't a part of this family anymore, remember." "So, the fight's still going on?" asked Harry, tentatively. Ron nodded, and when Fred was caught up checking a map again, he said in an undertone to Harry, "Even though the Ministry have, well, accepted the whole Voldemort thing, Percy still thinks Dad should have been with the Ministry all along. They had an argument through the Flow network a few days ago, and they've only been talking through howlers ever since. We get woken up every moment by Percy bellowing at Dad about loyalty to the authorities. As if he's got any right to talk about loyalty. I just wish they'd stop fighting," said Ginny, with a slight sigh. "As Dumbledore said, we should stick together as families at a time like this. I've heard that he's planning to call off the House Cup this year, to stop rivalry between houses, and there'll be more lessons together." "I hope we're with Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff," said Hermione, brightly. "It's really nice getting to know some of them." "As long as we're not with Slytherin," Ron muttered. "I'm so sick of all of them now. Especially Malfoy. You know, some people are a bit evil sometimes, but nice the rest of the time, and you forgive them, but he's just evil. There's no other word for him. You know what, Harry? He's been on the side of everybody against you. You know who, Umbridge, if they don't like you, he's their best friend." "He's just jealous, Ron," said Hermione. "Harry's popular, famous, a hero, he's the opposite of all of that." "Malfoy just wishes he was half of what you are," said Ron spitefully. "Have you heard about all of that Malfoy stuff?" asked Hermione, but before Harry had an opportunity to find out about the Malfoy stuff, Fred and George led them inside the Leaky Cauldron pub. "Anybody want drinks before we get to the House of Fun?" said George. "No food or drink allowed in there except what you find, remember." "No, come on, we want to see what it's like," said Ron. "We'll get something to eat later, come on." All right, keep your hair on," said Fred. "Follow us then, and stay close together, Diagon Alley's always packed on a Saturday." He drew his wand, conjured identical yellow leather fedoras, handed one to George and jammed the other on his head where it clashed horribly with his hair. "Just passing through, Tom," he added to the innkeeper. Tom smiled toothily at them, beckoning them outside to the yard. Fred opened up the gateway to Diagon Alley, led them through, and Harry instantly had a rush of being home at last. The winding cobbled street was full of the sound of people talking, gold clanking. Somewhere there was a pipe playing a gentle tune to the morning sun, and the smell of cooking and magical smoke filled the air. Every shop sold ancient magical objects, or potions, ingredients, spell books, cauldrons, wands, robes, magical creatures, all sorts of fascinating things that sent shivers of excitement up any wizard's spine. "Which way is your shop?" asked Harry, looking expectantly up the air for a floating building. Fred chuckled. "It's made invisible, Harry. Muggle-repelling charms too. We forgot those at first, and then a Muggle helicopter sort of found the house. What a mess that was. Took us months to repair the damage," George nodded. They strolled down the packed Wizard Street, past the shops and the shoppers and shopkeepers, under archways and down steps and down alleyways and up steps, until finally, the brightest building in the entire street caught Harry's eye around the corner. It was painted fluorescent orange, with bright pink and green spots, with the familiar logo Weasley's Wizard Wheezes emblazoned above the main window. "Nice color scheme," said Harry, grinning, as Fred took a large iron key from his pocket and fitted it in the lock. "Nice sarcasm," Fred replied with an equally wicked grin. He opened the door, and the most curious smell came floating out like water from an open container. It was like smoke and fruit and sugar and sunshine, all at once. It was the scent of pure mischief. "Mind that," said George, absent-mindedly, gesturing to a machine lying under a nearby shelf that was belching great green bubbles into the air. Hermione stepped to the side to avoid a particularly large and sticky-looking bubble, but to her surprise, it floated after her. "Welcome to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes," said Fred, holding out his arms, grinning at them all. "The modern headquarters of magical mischief." "Where's the funhouse?" said Ron, eagerly. Fred and George swapped grins, and then ducked down behind the counter, unfolding several panels. Everybody crowded around to watch, except Hermione, who was still being pursued by the obsessed green bubble. Harry watched over the twins' shoulders as they opened up the last panel, and a large, red button was revealed. "Hold on to your hats," said Fred, winking at him, slapping the button. Harry's only possible likening of that experience was of to being inside a blender with no blades, but full of paint that didn't stain and water that could be breathed. He felt himself being tossed around and whisked back and forth, shooting up and up into the air, flapping frantically to keep himself afloat, and then quite suddenly, he hit something hard above him and fell with a thud to the floor. He was entangled with Ron in a crumpled heap, in a room that had no walls or ceiling or floor, just bright blue everywhere, stretching away for miles on end. "Where are we?" said Ron, groaning, sitting up and rubbing his head. "The House of Fun," suggested Harry. "Where are Hermione and Ginny? And Fred and George? You don't think something's gone wrong, do you?" said Ron in a worried voice. "We're probably just in teams or something," said Harry, shrugging. He got eagerly to his feet, as a bright yellow door suddenly flickered into visibility on the horizon. "Come on." They both ran towards it, and as they burst through the door, heading towards the most fun Harry had ever had, he realized just how glad he was that he was friends with somebody related to Fred and George. An hour and a half later, Fred and George were in the laboratory of the WWW shop, testing a new range of fake, inflatable mice that could expand and fly away on command, the perfect distraction to any grueling lesson. "Pass us some more of that dye," said Fred, nodding at a large bubbling purple pot on the top shelf. George had just reached out to grab it when there was 4 loud thumps and splats from the main room. Leaving Fred to carry on with the fake mice, George dusted off his hands and went into the next room. He was greeted, to his great surprise, by the sight of Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny all lying in a heap on the floor covered in bright blue gunge. "What on earth happened to you lot?" he said. "There was a statue that exploded," said Ron, panting, wiping slime off his face. "There was a huge chocolate frog on his head, so I leant out to grab it and it sort of exploded." George wrinkled his freckled nose. "Ooh, tough call. The exploding statue is an automatic game over. Any other problems apart from that?" "We ended up in Hogwarts and Hermione wouldn't come out of the library," said Harry. Hermione had received the least of the slime, but was checking her precious book of stupid facts frantically. "Oh no, all the back's gone blue." "Scourgify," said George, with a raised eyebrow, pointing his wand at Hermione's book. The slime shivered, and with a hiss, it dissolved into plumes of blue smoke that spelled out "You've been gunged" for a moment, then vanished. George smiled to Hermione. "Easy, wasn't it?" To Harry's surprise, she smiled back. "I suppose so. So apart from the exploding statue and the library, that got the thumbs up, huh?" said George, grinning. "Yeah," they all chorused. George chuckled. "Brilliant. We'll open to the public on Monday then." "Hey, Fred." "What?" his twin called from the other room. "Get the car keys, we've got to drive this sticky lot home." George eyed them for a moment, and then added, "Maybe a good cleaning charm would be in order first though." "Close your eyes, you lot." Harry shut his eyes tight, and held out his arms as Fred instructed him to. A moment later, Fred's cleaning charm shot up his legs like a shiver and all the gunge was hissing an evaporation away, filling the room with the smell of blueberries. "All right, open your eyes," said Fred. Harry opened his eyes, thankful he felt clean and gunge-free once more. He took off his glasses to polish them on his sleeve, but everybody else started to laugh. "What?" he said, looking around at them all. Hermione took a mirror from her back and handed it with a sheepish grin. He snapped it open, and started to laugh as well at his reflection. There were two perfect circles of blue gunge around his eyes where his glasses had been. Nice look, Harry, Fred grinned. Suits your eyes. Shut up, Harry chuckled, looking up at Fred like a really mad blue panda. Oh, Fred, George, where have you been? Supper time was hours ago and, oh, hello Harry dear, how are you? Mrs. Weasley came over from the sink as they stepped into the kitchen, giving him a tight, affectionate hug as he smiled and said, "Fine, thanks, Mrs. Weasley." "Good," she said, fondly, and then her expression turned serious again. "Now, where on earth have you all been?" "The House of Fun," they all chimed at once. She groaned. "Oh Fred, George, I told you not to." Everybody listened half-heartedly, sinking into chairs around the kitchen table as she lightly admonished the twins, busy taking plates of food from the side and sliding them onto the stove. "Really," she said, lighting the stove with a flick of her wand. "You shouldn't test things like that on children." "Mum, they're hardly ickly dinkies anymore," said Fred, grinning at them all. "Of age and everything. Let's see some magic, Harry." "No, let's not," said Mrs. Weasley, promptly. She started to look through cupboards for pumpkin juice and a jug, as another person strolled into the kitchen, her bright pink hair gleaming in the sunlight. "Tonks," said Harry, grinning, getting up. She winked. "Watch her, Harry. Nice to see you, mate." "What are you doing here?" he asked. Tonks sat down in the empty chair at the table, ruffling her spiky pink hair with one hand. "Doing my service degree for Auror training. Should get me promoted." "A service degree," Ron chuckled. "She's basically our South Avenue but she doesn't like doing Avery, so she calls it service." At the reprimanding smirk from Tonks, he said, "I call it Avery, but there you go." "Yeah, it's like having a bright pink, really tall house elf," George sniggered. Tonks grinned again. "Yeah, well, you'd better all give me a good recommendation for the Avery I've been doing for you." Mrs. Weasley bustled over, setting down plates of chicken and chips in front of everybody and placing a large pitcher of pumpkin juice in the middle of the table. "I think you're doing a marvelous job, dear," she said, smiling to Tonks. "Just ignore the boys. They don't appreciate a woman's work." Fred and George snorted at exactly the same moment. "So you're staying the night, Harry?" said Tonks, helping herself to juice. "Yep," said Harry happily. He went to pick up his knife and fork, but at a horrified look from Ron, he grinned sheepishly and used his fingers instead. "We're sorting out his pad tomorrow," said Fred, smirking. "So it's okay for Cho Darling to come around on weekends." Harry's face muscles seemingly vanished in an instant. He stared up at Fred's grinning face in horror. "How do you? I mean, that's..." Fred nipped Ron's nose with a chuckle. "You might wanna get Ronnie boy to sellotape his mouth together when he sleeps." "You sleep talk," said Harry, looking outraged. Ron blushed darkly. "I didn't know," he mumbled. Tonks grinned and cuffed Harry on the arm. "You old dog, Harry. Have you heard anything else from her?" Fred asked, casually, swiping the pumpkin juice and draining the last remains. Harry made a choking noise that his love life was being discussed so freely over dinner. This isn't exactly." "Leave him alone, boys," said Mrs. Weasley, frowning at her sons. "He doesn't want to talk about that horrid girl, and if he does, some of us don't want to hear it." "Fred, don't drink straight from that jug. You can wash that now. You know where the glasses are, they're just behind you." "I'll do it," said Tonks, brightly, jumping up and snatching the jug off Fred. Next second, there was an ear-splitting crash that made everybody jump. Tonks cringed at the broken glass around her feet. "Sorry," she said, sheepishly. "That's quite all right, dear," Mrs. Weasley sighed. "Here, take the dustpan and clear it up, and we won't mention it on your report." "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley." She bent down, cleaning the shards up very carefully, and then glancing up at the teenagers with a grin. "By the way, I met your new teacher yesterday." "Phew, wait until you see him." "Professor Lupin." Harry smiled. Lupin wasn't exactly the world's best-looking man. His robes were generally in varying states of shabbiness, and his brown hair was turning gray, despite being fairly young. "Nah, The other one, she said. She carried the mess carefully to the bin and tipped it in, making sure none fell out onto the floor. The new guy. Why, has somebody quit? Said Ginny, curiously. Ron clasped in hands together in prayer. Please let it be Snape. Oh, I'll give anything. Harry remembered what he had learnt from Professor Lupin last week, about the slippery fingers hex, and for a moment, he considered telling the others, but then he realized he definitely didn't want to. The knowledge that his father had done that to Snape still made him feel rather guilty. Professor Snape does a lot of work for the Order, Ron, said Hermione, frowning. You should appreciate that. Should, he said, but I don't, and I probably never will. Pass us some more juice, Mum. You've had quite enough, Ron, and I think it's about time for bed now. We're up early tomorrow and we want a good start at cleaning Harry's house. Merlin knows how dirty it's got since last summer. Mrs. Weasley took their plates from the table, sliding them into the sink and shooing them all towards the stairs and bed. Chop chop. They all hurried up the stairs, and Fred, George and Tonks bounded after them like a little troop of excitable puppies around lots of kids. Ginny and Hermione disappeared into Ginny's room with smiles of night, and Ron led Harry up one last flight of stairs to the landing his bedroom was on. The plaque that was usually rather plain and old was now a bright shade of orange, and his door seemed to be covered in splatters of the paint from one of the decorating fireworks. Ron noticed Harry looking at the splodges, and said, people who agreed were let off with less splattering. You should see what they did to the shed. Harry smiled. I don't think I want to. Laughing, Ron opened the door and led Harry in. There was a sleeping bag already laid out for him ready, a pillow lovingly tucked inside, and Ron grinned, excellent, as he spotted the 2 large bags of Bertie Bott's his mother had left them. He jumped onto his bed, grabbed one of the bags and tore it open. Bean, Harry. Harry took one carefully. It was orange, which was generally a safe color, and so he popped it into his mouth. Ron picked up a brown one and smirked. Do you dare me? He said. Harry grinned. Yeah, you're a carrot. Ron laughed at his screwed-up face, then slipped the bean in his mouth and chewed carefully. Harry could see a lot of hope in his face that the bean wasn't something unsanitary. Wahee, chocolate, he said after a minute. Harry grinned and sat on the bed with him, taking a few beans and sorting through them. I've got an idea for a game. We pick a bean. The door opened and Tonks shot in, laughing, flushed in the face. You've gotta hide me, she said, wiping her forehead and still grinning wickedly. Why, what have you done? Said Ron. You haven't knocked one of the walls over or something, have you? No, I put an everlasting whoopee cushion in Fred's bed, she laughed, shaking her bright pink hair. The noises are going to keep going until they can find a way to destroy it. They're trying to flush it down the toilet. Evidently, they had succeeded, as next second a prolonged, high note of flatulence zoomed down the pipes from ceiling to floor, leaving a ringing echo. The pipe had quite good acoustics really. Ron, Harry and Tonks all laughed as there was strangled cheering from Fred and George on the floor above. Do you want a Bertie Bott's, Tonks? Said Harry, offering her the packet. She sat cross-legged on the floor on Harry's sleeping bag, taking a yellow one and throwing it into the air, catching it with her mouth. She looked thoughtful for a minute, then said, weird. Dunno what flavor that was. Maybe pineapple flavored something. Ginny got a strawberry flavored ice cream flavored one once, said Ron, digging his hand into the bag. What were you saying about a game, Harry? We each have to choose a bean for each other, then guess if it's going to be nice or nasty, Harry explained. And I'll start. He handed Tonks a bright blue bean. Nasty. Ooh, unfair Harry, said Tonks, grinning, taking the bean. No food's a true blue color, you know. Blueberries are actually purple, so if it's blue, it's normally a cleansing product or some nasty plant that grows in a jungle somewhere. Oh well, she flicked it into her mouth, and chewed. After a moment a smile curled her face. Toothpaste. Very strong toothpaste I might add. You're a nasty. She took a red bean from the bag and gave it to Ron. Nice, I bet. This continued for about an hour, with everybody getting different degrees of nasty or nice taste, until Tonks said she'd better go and unblock the whoopee cushion from the toilet. Harry and Ron took turns outside whilst the other got changed, then Harry wriggled into his sleeping bag, Ron got in bed, and they both listened to Fred and George tattling to Mrs. Weasley about Tonks for a while before Ron spoke. "Hey, Harry." Harry sat up to peer at Ron over the edge of the tangerine-colored bedspread. "What? Have you heard from Cho yet?" Ron asked, curiously. Harry frowned. "No, I haven't, and I'm glad." Ron smiled slightly, crawling to the end of his bed to get a better look at Harry on the floor. "So you're saying that's all definitely over with you and her?" "Definitely," Harry said stoutly. "Anyway, she was going out with Ginny's ex-boyfriend, wasn't she?" It was Ron's turn to frown. Hey, we don't mention that boy under this roof. There's a list of unmentionable people spellotaped to the kitchen door now. You know who, Cornelius Fudge, Percy," he spat, as though swearing, "and that boy. Whatever his name was, and Dean Thomas, traitor, going after my little sister." Harry chuckled. "So possessive, Ron. Well, you get all offensive when I say the name. Cho." Ron grinned at Harry's reprimanding scowl. "Cha-ca-ca-ca-ca-co." Harry beat him over the head with a pillow until he stopped, and after a good bout of laughing, they both squirmed back under the blankets in their beds. All was quiet, and Harry thought Ron was asleep until, "Hey, Harry." "Yes, Ron. Listen, how are you feeling about, you know?" Harry shrugged. "Not bad, I suppose. Professor Lupin and Professor Snape talked to me about it." "Snape," said Ron, wrinkling his nose. "What would you want to talk to Snape for?" "I didn't really want to," said Harry. He told Ron all about the meeting with Snape, Lupin coming in after the Legilimens' attack, then Sirius's ghost rising from the cauldron to say goodbye. Still, he didn't tell Ron about the Butterfingers hex. He couldn't quite put his finger on why though. Ron listened to all this quietly, and then nodded with a half-smile at the end. "Nice of Lupin, really." "And Snape," said Harry, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah, well, I bet it was all Lupin's idea." Ron closed his eyes, rolling himself back up in the blankets and tucking his face deep into the pillow, so all Harry could see of him was a tuft of bright red hair. "Night, Harry." "Night, Ron." As the door swung open, revealing the dusty, darkened hallway, Harry caught the stench of decay and time gone stale. Grimmauld Place was just as old and messy as he remembered. Except now, it was home to an extinct family line. The noble and ancient House of Black was gone, and Harry couldn't help but remember this as he followed the Weasleys through into the dust-infested hallway. Everything was quiet, and with good reason, because even though her son was gone, Mrs. Black slept behind the thick drapes and waking her wouldn't be the smartest move in the world. "Shish," Mr. Weasley said, quickly, as there was a dangerously loud creak from the back of the group. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, then grabbed Tonks by the arms, just in case. "Okay. We'll get up to the second floor, then we'll sort out who's cleaning what," said Mrs. Weasley in a whisper. "Be very, very careful. Tonks, watch that umbrella stand." Harry ducked and caught it just in time to stop it crashing down. Everybody let out a soft sigh of relief. They made their way carefully up the creaky staircase, wincing on every single step, sure that the whines of the ancient boards were going to have Mrs. Black awake and kicking at any second. Though thankfully, they managed to get onto the second floor without any majorly worrying moments. Mrs. Weasley shooed them all into an old, dusty room with some large, moth-eaten chairs and sighed thankfully as the door shut. "Well, that went well," she said. "Yeah, no thanks to Tonks," said Ron, glancing sideways at her. She grabbed him and scrubbed the top of his head with her knuckles until he wriggled free, red in the face. "Don't do that. Both of you stop fighting," said Mrs. Weasley, firmly. "Arthur, have you still got the box?" Mr. Weasley nodded. "It's all here, Molly." "Good. Now, we need to split up." She took out mops, brooms, several tins of Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover, dusters and polish, and to Harry's surprise, a large net. "Ron and I will do the ground floor and try to, rehome Mrs. Black. Tonks and Ginny, you can do the second floor. Arthur, you take Hermione and Harry up into the attic to try and clear some of the old furniture out. We didn't manage it at all last summer. Now, where did I put those fireworks?" "Fireworks," said Harry. Fred and George kindly made a cream-colored firework for us, so we can easily paint the hall when we've gotten rid of Sirius's mother," said Mrs. Weasley, promptly, taking out one of the Super Splatter Decorator 2003 rockets, labeled with a big red stamp of Boring version 1.0, also available in Old Pants White. Mr. Weasley took some cleaning products out of the box, handed Harry the net, and then the three of them headed out into the landing, up several flights of stairs and then up a ladder into the attic. It was very dark, far colder than the rest of the house, and the scent of old parchment and grime lingered in the air. It smelt suspiciously like Professor Binns' classroom, full of documents and manuscripts lying about in old dirty cupboards, not opened for years. "Dear me, we'll need some light in here. Have you both got your wands?" said Mr. Weasley's voice from behind Harry, just climbing up after Harry and Hermione. Harry took his wand from up his sleeve, and murmured, "Lumos." The tip came alight, creating a puddle of light about half a meter around his wand. Mr. Weasley did the same, and Hermione drew her wand out and murmured something, conjuring a ball of what looked like molten gold, shining a sinister amber 2 meters in either direction. "Now," said Mr. Weasley, rolling up his sleeves, "Molly wants us to just clear out some of this old furniture and find the window. We can see that there definitely is one, but where, we're not sure." He glanced around at the spread of junk cluttering the place up to the gills. "There's rather a lot, so we could be here for some time. Well, there's no time to start like the present. Harry, you're the lightest, you can probably climb over all this to look for the window. Hermione, could you start making a path through all this? Don't move anything too heavy, we don't want you injured, do we?" She smiled. "Okay, Mr. Weasley, do you need any help with levitating anything down the ladder?" "Perhaps a little in a while," he said, returning the smile, taking off his glasses to polish them on the sleeve and get rid of the dust. "Now, Harry, watch where you go. I don't want to have to carry you down to Molly with a broken leg." Harry grinned and clambered up onto an old table, testing the weight before carrying on. "I'll be okay, Mr. Weasley. I'm not Tonks." Mr. Weasley chuckled. They all got to work, Harry climbing over boxes and crates, running his hand over walls looking for curtains concealing a window, Hermione sorting through everything. Mr. Weasley lifted things gradually down the ladder. After an hour or so, they weren't even nearly half done, and so they had a break. Mr. Weasley conjured sandwiches and crisps, and they all sat down on an old sofa to eat. "Any luck yet, Harry?" Mr. Weasley asked, through a mouthful of tuna sandwich. "Not yet," Harry replied, "but there's only 2 more walls to cover, so I'll get it soon." "Good boy." Mr. Weasley swallowed, took another bite and glanced down through the trapdoor hole. "I've shifted quite a lot of the lighter stuff. Now we've got this sofa, some cupboards, a few trunks over there. Could you two go and clean them out whilst I just finish my lunch?" "Sure," said Harry, and he and Hermione scrambled over some boxes to a great pile of trunks in the corner. She sat down, curling her legs delicately underneath her and grasping one end of a smaller one. Harry took the other, and together, they heaved it out. "Wonder what's in this one," she said, curiously, slipping her fingers under the lid. "I don't know, but shield your eyes in case it bites." They both leaned back, and she prized it open. A great cloud of dust bloomed up into the air, but apart from that, the trunk was already empty. Harry pushed it aside carefully. "All right, next one." They crawled forward to the next one. It was large, about 2 meters by 3/4, expertly carved out of oak. It looked suspiciously like a coffin. "I don't think we should look in this one," Hermione said, nervously, "just in case." Harry just had to check. He gently eased up the lid, peeped underneath, and caught sight of something graying and grizzled, with arms and legs. He shut the lid. "Yeah, might be a bad idea." They pushed that one conveniently to the back, with a vague, "Maybe that one can stay up here," from Harry, and then the next one. It was quite heavy, and carved across the top were a few words. Hermione Manuev read her sphere of light over them, and the shadows of the members of magic washed over the top. "Ooh," said Hermione, intrigued. "I wonder what's in here. Wait, it might be another dead something disguised as something interesting." "Stay back." They both backed off a little, and Harry raised his wand. He gave it a flick, and the lid swung back with a groan and a clatter. Hermione glanced over the rim. "It's just paper." Harry crawled over. It was full to the brim with scrolls of parchment, all tied with different colors and lengths of ribbon. He took one out, carefully undid the ribbon and unrolled it. Hermione glanced over his shoulder. At first glance, it appeared to just be a lot of straight lines and tiny ink letters, but when Harry squinted, he realized it was a family tree. Curled handwriting at the top read, "The blood of Dotteridge," and the page was almost filled with writing and lines. As Harry watched, an invisible hand added another line down from a couple at the foot of the page, and jotted in a name, then today's date. "Somebody was born," said Hermione, with raised eyebrows. She reached into the trunk, and took out a second scroll, unrolling it. "The Duke family," she read. "Harry, I think this box has every single wizarding family tree. This could be worth a fortune." Harry wasn't listening. He had just taken another scroll from the box and was reading it with a frown. "Harry," she said, turning round to look at him. Harry's expression was slightly confused as he read. "I think I've found something." "Why, what is it?" She crawled over and glanced over his shoulder. "It's just another tree, Harry." "What's so?" Then she saw what he had seen, and she gasped. There at the bottom of the tree was a face they recognized very well, grinning from the parchment. Though it wasn't somebody whose family they had ever considered. In truth, they'd never even considered his life, just his death. It was Peeves. At the very bottom of the tree were a row of children, born to Emily and Kevin Peelish. From youngest to oldest, 6 in all, starting with a tiny baby girl called Lucy, a boy of perhaps 5 called Robert, twin girls named Amy and Jessica, a teenage girl with jet black hair called Jilly, and then a boy. 20 years old maybe less, maybe more. He was grinning from the parchment, his black hair smoothed down over a wide, beaming face with dark eyes. There was a dicky bow tie tucked around his neck, and the name inscribed underneath read, Peter Peelish. Harry and Hermione sat in silence, gazing into the face of the poltergeist who now haunted Hogwarts. He was so young. He still had that wicked sneering smirk, and his eyes still glittered with malice, but he was so real. "There's a note on the back," said Hermione, noticing something pinned to the back of the parchment. Harry pulled it off gently, careful not to damage the tree, and found it was a newspaper cutting from almost half a century before, entitled, "Tragedy at Village Carnival." Harry and Hermione began to read with bated breath. Tragedy at Village Carnival. Disaster yesterday struck the annual village carnival in a small town to the north of England when the big top accidentally caught light during the show and fell, killing 20 people, 16 of them children. The popular circus act comes to the village once a year for an annual festival and has always attracted great crowds of eager townsfolk, who come to watch the carnival's famous clown acts. The cause of the tragedy is currently uncertain, but Ministry wizards believe that there was a problem with the magic holding the tent up and something in the material caught fire. Among the dead is a whole family from the village, the Peelish family. Emily, Kevin and their 6 children were all found dead in their front row seats, and from what the Ministry can tell, the eldest boy Peter, 18, had tried to shield his younger brothers and sisters from the descending fireball. Unfortunately for this brave young man, his efforts were in vain. A special ceremony will be held today to remember the 20 people killed in this awful catastrophe. Harry finished reading, and felt a horribly hollow sensation deep down in his stomach somewhere. Peter Peelish, an 18-year-old boy whose last living act was to try and save his little brothers and sisters. A fun night out at the carnival, and then Peter was destined to spend the rest of his life alone, haunting a school somewhere. Harry suddenly forgave Peeves for everything he'd ever done, no matter how bad. "He died to save them," said Harry, quietly. "I never thought he'd have a family. I mean, it's Peeves. He hates kids." Hermione wiped her eyes with a tissue. "Poor Peeves. His sister was the same age as us," said Harry. "Look, Jilly Peelish, 16, in the list of deaths. Makes Peeves seem an awful lot more human, doesn't it?" said Hermione, quietly. Harry nodded. "Maybe that's why he hates students, bitter." "Maybe," said Hermione. Harry rolled the scroll back up, tucking the parchment safely inside and slipping it into his backpack. Keep that for later, just in case. Come on, let's keep looking. We might be able to find something that proves Malfoy is related to trolls. Harry rolled the scroll back up, tucking the parchment safely inside and slipping it into his backpack. Keep that for later, just in case. Come on, let's keep looking. We might be able to find something that proves Malfoy is related to trolls. They both dipped back into the trunk, sorting through the scrolls carefully. Hermione started to arrange them in delicate piles of different nationalities or descent, but Harry just opened each one eagerly. The revelations about Peeves had given him quite a thirst for the family trees. To his delight, he found one that proved the arrogant Hufflepuff boy Zacharias Smith was descended from squibs and petty criminals, though Hermione didn't share his happiness, too absorbed in her sorting. Once or twice, she gave a gasp of awe at finding the tree of some ancient warlock that nobody in the world had heard of apart from her, and Harry tried his best to sound interested when she gave him a lecture on the famous wizards of 5th century Russia, though it was rather boring to say the least. She was just taking him through the finer points of wizard descent when Mr. Weasley came clambering over the crates nearby, wiping a handkerchief over his shiny head. "Now then," he said. "How are things going over here?" "We found a dead something over there," said Harry, gesturing vaguely to the coffin, "but we also found this." "It's all the wizarding family trees," Hermione explained promptly. "Some of this is fascinating stuff, really interesting. Here, this is the bloodline of the Russian minister for magic, and over there is the tree of Ablaris Kex. He was one of the human traitors during the Goblin riots. Ooh, and look. This is a really special one, you see there. That was the cousin of Balrat Mulrin. You know who he is, right?" Mr. Weasley stared at her for a moment, and then said, "I can't say I do, Hermione." "Ooh, he was fascinating. He started up the Society for Werewolf Protection after his brother became one," she gushed, the words bubbling from her mouth as though fighting to get out as fast as possible. "Something like 50 years before he died in a werewolf attack himself. It's in all the major history books, the meaning of irony, I think. But he was a marvelous man. He did so much for werewolf rights. He wrote a book, you know. I can't remember the exact title, but it really pioneered." "Hermione," Harry groaned, "you're giving me a headache." Mr. Weasley smiled and reached down into the trunk, taking out a few scrolls and unrolling them on his lap as he sat down on a crate. "Ah, Julius Jones, he works in the experimental charms department. My, I never knew he was half-blood." He opened the next one, and glanced down. His eyes widened behind his spectacles. "Good Lord. What? Who is it?" said Harry, eagerly. "Is it Malfoy? Is he a troll?" No, said Mr. Weasley. "It's one of the Death Eaters. Augustus Rookwood. He worked in the ministry some time ago." Harry and Hermione both glanced up and down the parchment open on Mr. Weasley's knee. Hermione raised her eyebrows. "All his family are pureblood. Slightly odd names though. Beagle. Who calls their firstborn son Beagle? I bet that poor boy got teased. And look, Rookwood's cousin was called Romeo. That's rather a cliché, don't you think? If I have children, I'm going to find some original names for them. Something like Tiger Lily. I've always liked Tiger Lily. Molly and I decided that if we had another girl we'd use Jessie," said Mr. Weasley, polishing his glasses on his sleeve. "Though with 7 children already, I think we've got quite enough to deal with." He chuckled, put the scrolls back in the box and took a few more out to read through. "Ah, Hermione, I think you'll be interested in this one." "Who is it?" she asked, leaning around to look. She gasped with delight. "Merlin. You found Merlin." He offered her it, and she practically ravaged it, carrying her prize off to her piles to read with wide eyes. Harry chuckled and sat back, scanning the scroll he'd just taken out. His eyes were drawn to a name at the bottom of the page, in black curled ink, Minerva McGonagall. Intrigued, he followed her family back through the ages, finding countless Scottish wizards and witches and warlocks, finding to his surprise that it branched off into the Pomfrey family, and the two women were very distantly related through an old grandfather several centuries ago. "Hermione, look at this." She reluctantly tore her eyes away from Merlin's descendants, to peer over his shoulder at the tree. Her face brightened instantly. "Oh, wow, Professor McGonagall, I always wondered who she was descended from. A lot of Scottish, but I knew that. Oh look, Madame Pomfrey. Wow, this is really interesting, Harry. I'll swap you Harry. Both of them stopped talking and looked up at Mr. Weasley. He was on his feet, a little way out of the circle of amber light, holding a family tree in his hand. What's wrong? Harry asked, worriedly. Mr. Weasley looked rather pale. There was a confused expression on his face that Harry had never seen before. For a moment, he didn't answer. What is it? Harry said. He stood up. Mr. Weasley bit his lip, still looking at the parchment. I think we need to get Molly and Ron rather quickly. Harry stepped forward, his eyes wide, wondering what on earth it could be to get Mr. Weasley in such a confused state. Why, what have you found? Mr. Weasley held out the tree he held. Something rather important, he said quietly. Harry took it. He found his fingers were shaking as he scanned the page up and down, looking for something relevant. It was the Weasley family tree. All red-haired, all freckled, all with large numbers of children on each stem. He couldn't see anything odd at all. And then he noticed a corner of the parchment was different to the rest. A dark-haired line had crept in from the side, and there was something else that made his jaw drop. Right there, in the bottom corner, was a face he knew very well. He'd seen it every day of his life. Every day. When he woke up, and got out of his cupboard, went down the hall, and looked in the mirror over the telephone. Harry Potter. His eyes flicked upwards. Lily Potter née Evans. And then up again, to a grandfather he'd never known, Joseph Evans, and then, he looked across, down a line to a second cousin, Molly Weasley. Something flashed suddenly deep within his memories. His first day, on the Hogwarts Express, sitting on the train with Ron. Swapping sweets like brothers. Are all your family wizards? He remembered Ron's reply so well. Mum's got a second cousin who's an accountant, but we don't talk about him. He then glanced at his mother's picture. Dark red hair, a mix of her father's, and her mother's dark brown. Lily Evans's hair was a deep, blood red, while her sister looked far more like their mother. Petunia Dursley, née Evans, was dark-haired and horse-faced. His shocked eyes then traveled to the face underneath Lily's. His own, smiling pleasantly, as though welcoming him to the rest of his life. Mr. Weasley's hand pulled the parchment down slowly, and the two of them locked eyes, both of them equally as hollow and shocked as the other. Harry then realized that Mr. Weasley was related to him. Family. Uncle Arthur. Was it uncle? Did it matter? Why didn't you tell me? He said, in a choked voice he didn't recognize. I had no idea, Mr. Weasley whispered. None at all. Molly never said. Well, I know about her second cousin, but I didn't know that you, and Merlin, what are we standing around here for? Come on, we have to tell them. Hermione, put down that family tree, we can study Paracelsus's dynasty later, this is important. He grabbed Harry by the arm, though he hardly had to drag him to the ladder at all. Harry was quivering with shock by this point. What would Ron say? He barely even registered the fact that Hermione was running after them, asking, What could be more interesting than Paracelsus? And Mr. Weasley was saying something about getting it checked out at the ministry, something about Muggle DNA tests. Harry was just numb. He had family. He didn't know whether he dared to believe it. He had cousins now. Mrs. Weasley was, second cousin. Twice removed. And Ron, third cousin once removed. Ron and Ginny, and Fred and George, third cousins once removed. I've got family, he said, numbly, not sure who he was saying it to at all. The Flow Powder Network that day was rather busy, all thanks to somebody on the records as Mrs. M. Weasley, who made numerous visits and calls. She talked to Dumbledore, and then Lupin. She visited Fred and George. She used the Muggle phone in the kitchen and spent quite a lot of money ringing Charlie in Romania and Bill in Egypt. She then visited her mother. She called on Dumbledore again. She sent an owl to Hagrid. She tried to ring the Dursleys who wouldn't answer the phone. For some reason she then called Snape who didn't sound very interested at all. She spent a few minutes convincing Moody to let her contact him, and then he suggested she get the family tree verified before getting excited and telling anybody. But it was rather late then, so she rung several thousand more people, and only then did she leave the old Muggle phone in the dining room and go through to the kitchen. Ron had flatly refused to believe it at first, until the owl came from the Ministry of Magic to confirm that the tree was authentic. Harry was related to the Weasleys. Yes, it just came, just now, I'm holding it right now. Oh, Dumbledore, it's great news, really great. Oh, of course, as soon as things are ready, just go ahead, yes. I will. Harry listened idly to Mrs. Weasley's third conversation with Dumbledore, absent-mindedly eating a jam sandwich he'd made himself. It wasn't very good, and the jam was running down onto his fingers. Mrs. Weasley spotted this and wiped it off absent-mindedly, then knelt back down by the fireplace to talk to Dumbledore. Of course, so he's expected to arrive soon. Ron had been staring at Harry for about half an hour now, absent-mindedly eating grapes from the bowl in the middle of the old table. The news didn't seem to have sunk in yet. As Harry glanced at him, Ron looked up again and handed him a grape. "You're my cousin. Third cousin once removed," said Hermione's voice from down the table. Harry took the grape blankly, put it in his mouth and chewed vaguely. "I didn't know we were related." "Me neither," said Ron. He blinked into the fruit basket. "I can't believe Mum didn't tell us." "Oh, one moment, Albus," Mrs. Weasley said, turning away from the fireplace. "I had no idea either. I didn't think Joe started a family or everything, but," she turned back to the fire, and continued her conversation with Dumbledore. Ron took another grape. "I still don't believe it. I think it's a wind-up." "Ron," said Hermione, putting down her book of useless facts and watching him with a raised eyebrow. "That trunk is enchanted. It can't be cheated or lied to." "But, we don't look anything like each other," said Ron, vaguely, as though he didn't really believe his own excuse. "Harry looks like his father," said Mr. Weasley, coming into the paper with a newspaper and a cup of tea in an old chipped saucer. "Though there are some vague similarities. If you look at the back of Harry's neck, there's a mole just there. If you find a mirror, you'll see you've got one in just the same place, Ron. Bill's got one, I think, the twins don't, Ginny has, and so has." He fell silent, and with a short, rather disdainful sniff, he sat down in a chair and started to read his paper as though the discussion had never happened at all. Harry toyed with a grape. He wanted to ask an awful lot of questions he knew he really shouldn't. He glanced up at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and Ron, and tried to imagine them as family. It was so easy enough to give him the courage to talk, and the words came out of his mouth before he'd thought too much into it. "What's happening with Percy at the moment?" Mr. Weasley glanced at him over the top of his paper, surprised by the sudden question. He looked as though nobody had dared mention that name to him in a long time. "I don't know. Have you spoken to him?" Harry asked. Well, not in friendly tones," said Mr. Weasley, who still looked as though he'd been dunked repeatedly in a bucket of water. "Does he want to make up?" Harry took another grape, trying to keep his tone casual. He had the feeling that if he could get this to sound like the innocent questions of a frightened child, he might be able to help things. "Just a little." "No," said Mr. Weasley, with a flicker of sadness in his eyes. "And I have the feeling he never will." "Why, does he still think you were a traitor to Fudge?" Mr. Weasley nodded. Everybody else was watching them talk as though they were fighting to the death, except Hermione, who was eating a biscuit and reading her useless facts book with an expression that suggested she'd uncovered the meaning of life. "Percy values his career more than his family," Mr. Weasley continued with a sigh. "He also forgets that had he not been head boy, he most likely wouldn't be where he is now. His family was his first loyalty. Then Dumbledore. And now Fudge." He rubbed his balding head wearily. "I hate to think where he's going to end up next." "When did you last speak to him?" "About a week," Mr. Weasley replied. He took the tea his wife gave him gratefully. "I have a good mind not to try and contact him again." "There's no point, Harry." "Could I talk to him?" asked Harry. Mr. Weasley looked up from his paper, surprised. "I don't think you really should, Harry. I'm sure he'd be far less than delighted to know the boy he blames for causing uproar in the modern magical world as his third cousin." "Once removed," Hermione said from behind her book. Harry nodded. He decided not to push the subject, but maybe some other time he'd try again. He didn't want to have a divided family, even if he was rather new to it. Mrs. Weasley stood up from the fireplace, brushing ash from her knees. That was Dumbledore. He says that the Order can use the house for a headquarters again, and so a few members will be here fairly soon. They're flying, and Harry can also spend the rest of the summer here, with us, if his aunt and uncle allow it. Oh, can I? Said Harry, eagerly, his enthusiasm returned in an instant. Please, Mrs. Weasley, I'll do anything. She smiled. I thought you'd say that. I've already told Dumbledore. He's checking with your aunt and uncle now, though I have a feeling they'll say yes. Harry beamed. He turned to Ron, about to say something, but Ron was getting to his feet. He circled the table slowly to Harry's side, and paused, looking very strained. Can I have a hug? He said, after a moment, as though pained by the request. Harry grinned, stood up, and the two of them embraced like brothers. Ron was beaming into Harry's shoulder, and then Hermione, Ginny, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley joined in too. Harry could feel himself squashed in between everybody. Somebody was patting his back, his glasses were slipping down, and then somebody pushed them up. His face widened in the biggest smile to cross his face in an awful long time. I hate to break the moment, said Hermione's voice, sounding muffled, but we've left Tonks upstairs and there was just a loud bang. I think she's broken something. Sure enough, a few seconds later there was a sheepish call of, Mrs. Weasley, was this vase expensive? One moment, Mrs. Weasley shouted back, in an exasperated tone. You'll all have to make your own tea while I sort this out. Arthur, there's food in most of the cupboards and you can conjure. Yes, just a minute Tonks, anything you want. Don't make a mess. She hurried out of the kitchen as Tonks started to mow in about broken ceramics all over the floor. Mr. Weasley smiled at them all. Well, what shall we have? Chips, said Ron, quick as lightning. I'd prefer something healthier, said Hermione. Have we got any pizza? Asked Harry. Chicken nuggets, said Ginny. We can't have all that on the same plate, said Mr. Weasley, smiling. Your mother would tell you all of. No she wouldn't, said Ginny, she'd just tell you off. Mr. Weasley chuckled. I'll do pizza and chips. Yes, and some nuggets, Ginny, and pasta for Hermione, but you'll all have to help. I'm not a very good cook. They all looked rather excited at cooking their own food, especially Ron, who asked if they could maybe have burgers as well, but Mr. Weasley drew the line. Hermione was put in charge of salads, and was the only one who went about the Muggle way of doing things apart from a little conjuring work. Everybody else chose magic, and it went terribly. Harry's pizza somehow managed to spread itself up the walls, and ended up with more cheese on the floor than on the dough. Ginny's transfiguration charm went terribly wrong, trying to turn apples into chicken. In all fairness, she did conjure chicken. Unfortunately, it was a live one. Everybody ran around the kitchen for 5 minutes trying to capture the escaped, plucked and roasted chicken, eventually managed to corner it. Ron beat it with a frying pan as Harry tried to transfigure it back into an apple. For some reason, it exploded. So with the kitchen covered in cheese, tomato, bits of apple, cuttings from Ron's chips, ketchup and the spaghetti hoops that Ginny had attempted, they all sat down to eat. Only Hermione was clean. Everybody else was wearing most of their dinner. That went well, Ron concurred, taking one of his burnt chips from the plate and eating it. Hermione raised an eyebrow at the ketchup splodges all over his forehead, absent-mindedly toying with a piece of pasta on her fork. I don't know what you count as went well, but I've seen monkeys do a better job of feeding themselves. Rubbish, said Ron. I think we did fine. For a first attempt. Harry picked up a slice of pizza to eat, but the toppings just slid off onto the plate with a loud slop, some of it splattering up onto his already mucky jumper. Oops, he said. Oh, it's no harm done, Mr. Weasley said cheerily. He'd made a sandwich, but he'd tried to do it the Muggle way like Hermione, just for the fun, and his fingers were now covered in plasters and Marmite. A few good strong cleaning charms and we'll be right as rain. There was a series of very quiet knocks on the door. I'll get it, said Harry, standing up and leaving his pile of pizza ingredients. Carefully, He left the kitchen and crept down the hall, desperately trying not to wake Mrs. Black. Cringing at the loud creak the door made as he twisted the handle, he eased it open. Professor Dumbledore stood on the front step, his long white beard shimmering in the evening glow, a pleasant smile on his face. "Good evening, Harry," he said, quietly. Harry smiled, trying not to remember the time when he had smashed up Dumbledore's office in his rage about Sirius. "Evening, Professor." He stepped back, opening the door carefully for Dumbledore to come in. "I must apologize, Harry," said Dumbledore, as Harry closed the door behind him. "For my poor research 16 years ago. I, like the rest of us it seems, had no idea that, why is there melted cheese in your eyebrows?" Harry smiled. "We were making pizza." "Ah, I understand completely," Dumbledore murmured, returning the pleasant smile, his eyes twinkling. Harry led him through to the kitchen, where everybody else greeted Dumbledore happily. Mr. Weasley jumped up, wiped some of the marmite off his fingers onto a tea towel and then shook hands with a sheepish, "I must apologize for the mess. We were making dinner and Molly normally does the cooking." Dumbledore chuckled. "That's quite all right, Arthur, a little mess never did me any harm." He sat down on the only clean chair next to Hermione, stole a chip from Ron with a smile and then said, "Well, a new, and I'm sure welcomed, member to the Weasley family." Harry grinned. "Didn't you know, Professor?" "I had no idea," Dumbledore admitted, his blue eyes sparkling even if the mild darkness of the kitchen. "It did come as a shock when Molly Weasley's head appeared in my fireplace. I was folding my socks at the time and lost my place, though for such good news, I'm sure we can overlook that little problem." Harry then realized that Dumbledore was wearing one stripy red and yellow sock and a spotty green sock on the other foot. Arthur smiled, handing Dumbledore a plate of burnt chips. "I found the parchment, and it was quite a shock. I don't think any of us believed it at first, until we had it verified. But good news now, very good." "Has the rest of the family been told?" asked Dumbledore as he took a chip, nipped off the burnt bit and popped it into his mouth. "Yes, those who would want to know," said Arthur, smiling, though when he turned his back to get a glass of orange juice from the cupboard, Harry saw that he looked rather sad behind his glasses. There was a further knock at the door which distracted them all. Harry jumped up again and crept to open it, and when he did, he found Professor Lupin in. "Oh, you're here," said Harry. Snape rolled his eyes, and then turned his exasperated glare on Harry again. "The headmaster wishes to see me, Potter. However, you can rest assured I'm going to leave as fast as I possibly can." "Shish, keep your voice down," said Harry, frowning. "You'll wake Sirius's mum. Come in." The two wizards stepped in, and Harry shut the door, leading them through to the kitchen. Snape sneered as he saw the spaghetti hoops splattered all up the walls, but Lupin didn't seem to mind, sinking into a chair. He had to perch right on the edge of his to avoid sitting in a small heap of beans. "Do sit down, Severus," said Dumbledore, pleasantly, gesturing to the empty chair. Snape cast a contemptuous eye over the ketchup-covered chair, sighed, and then drew his wand from his sleeve. "Scourgify," he drawled. Nothing happened. It was the first time Harry had ever seen Snape worried. The expression on his face was unnerving. There was the look of cold realization in his eyes, as though he'd been waiting for this to happen for a long time and dreading it all the same, but next second, he had forced his face into a grimace and pushed the wand back up his sleeve. "This house is disgustingly repressive on dragon heartstring wands," he sneered. "Somebody else do it." Hermione took out her wand, and was about to do the charm, but Lupin beat her to it, the charm cleaning the chair completely in a few seconds. As Snape sat down on it, Lupin shrugged mildly. "Odd. Mine's dragon heartstring and it seems to work fine." Snape glared at him across the table, a look of deepest loathing on his face. "Don't look too pleased, werewolf," he hissed. "Severus," said Dumbledore warningly. Snape fell quiet, and still glaring at Lupin, he sat back in his chair. Harry and Ron swapped meaningful looks. As Dumbledore leant forward to inquire how everybody's holidays were going, Ron muttered sideways to Harry, "Did you see?" "Yeah," Harry said quietly. "What do you think happened?" "I dunno," said Ron, talking under the pretext of a long drink of orange juice. "Lupin's worked." I know. Harry took one of Ron's chips. What can stop a wand working? Ron was about to reply, but Dumbledore was talking to all of them, and so they both turned to listen. Thank you, said Dumbledore. Now, you are all aware of today's marvelous discovery. Because of this, some new opportunities are open to us, mostly concerning Harry's. But once again, he was broken off as there was a series of knocks at the door. Harry got up and headed wearily for the door, considering just leaving it open so that anybody could come and go as they pleased. He grasped the handle, pulled it open and said, "Just come in, don't bother wiping your F," and then he stopped abruptly, his face dropping in shock. "I got him," said Mundungus Fletcher, grinning up at him from the front step. "I had to use a bit of force with these two though, but I reckons they'll be fine." Harry's shocked eyes traveled to the two people tied up, gagged and levitating on Mundungus's left. Percy Weasley and Uncle Vernon both glared at him furiously, and it was hard to say who looked angriest. Fred, George, Charlie and Bill Weasley all stood behind Percy, grinning from ear to ear. Why have you tied up my uncle?" Harry said, still in shock. "Dumbledore's orders," Mundungus beamed. Mundungus, I mentioned nothing about tying them up," said Dumbledore's voice from behind Harry. "I told you to request they come here, on their own free will." "Well, yeah, but I got some, didn't I?" Dumbledore rubbed his forehead wearily. "If the Ministry hears of this, Mundungus, they are not going to be happy." Mundungus chuckled. "Yeah, but I'm guessing that these two aren't that happy either. Get him inside, lads, and watch you don't hurt him." Fred and George stepped forward, each taking the rigid Percy by an arm. "Oh, we will," they said together, grinning. The drawing room was the cleanest and least dangerous place in the house, and so when the initial greetings were over, everybody proceeded to their. Percy was released from his binds under the agreement that he wouldn't try to run or be uncooperative, and he had stalked ahead of them all up the stairs, his nose in the air, barging roughly past his father. Uncle Vernon on the other hand had been deemed dangerous, and they all agreed that it wasn't safe to let him out of the binds, so he was practically dragged up the stairs by Fred and George, who delighted in complaining loudly about having to haul the fat muggle. Harry now sat in the middle of the room on a chair, with everybody arranged rather neatly around him. The Weasleys minus Percy were to his right. Uncle Vernon was tied to a chair by the window, where he could do no harm. Professors Lupin, Dumbledore and Snape were standing in various places around the room. Mundungus Fletcher was sitting by the fireplace pretending not to admire the silver. Tonks stood with Lupin, and Percy was as far away from his father, arms folded, hunched by the door. "Now then," said Professor Dumbledore, pleasantly. "You are all here to help determine Harry's future residence." "Ahem," said Percy, contemptuously. "I do not need to be here." "You are a member of the Weasley family," said Dumbledore. "And therefore, you do need to be here, as much as you may not like it. And my presence is required because," Snape said, silkily. "That's coming in a moment," said Dumbledore. "Now, as we know, for 16 years Harry has lived with you, my good sir." He smiled to Uncle Vernon. Uncle Vernon glared back at him spitefully. "Unfortunately," he said in a gruff voice after a moment. Dumbledore pretended not to have heard him. "Of course, at first I thought that you and your family were his only living relatives. That is why I sent him to live with you, for the blood protection of your wife, and so that he wasn't in the constant glare of spotlights from the wizarding world. However, because of recent developments, we have found that Harry does indeed have living relatives, the Weasley family." Harry had the feeling he was the guest on a talk show. Dumbledore was the host, introducing all the different characters in a tale of confusion, revelations and a young boy with a family he never knew he had. "So what needs to be decided," said Dumbledore, "is where Harry is to spend the rest of his childhood. Of course, we can't expect him to live with his family all his life, but for as long as possible I think. They can have him," Uncle Vernon said quickly, though in a clear tone, as though Dumbledore didn't speak much English. "Agreed," said Fred. "Well, that's all sorted, now who's for Coco?" Dumbledore chuckled. "I'm afraid it's not quite that simple, Mr. Dursley, Mr. Weasley, we have several things to consider. Firstly, the relationship between Harry and the Weasley children as third cousins, once removed. My worst fear would be for this particular blood protection to not be strong enough. There was an ominous pause, where Mrs. Weasley and Hermione looked worried. Mundungus didn't seem to understand and Snape shrugged slightly. Then George said, loudly, well, this will have to be tested. Does anybody have anything sharp and fatally pointy? I can get you, began Mundungus, but Bill cut across him. How can we tell if it's strong enough, Dumbledore? Of course, the only way we can know for sure is to have a Death Eater or Voldemort. There was a general flinch throughout the room. Attack Harry. Before anybody suggests, said Snape, darkly, no. You, Severus, are loyal to our side, said Dumbledore. Therefore, if you should attack Harry, which I must insist you do not, it would not constitute as a Voldemort attack. He sat down in one of the old armchairs, resting his elbows on the arms and watching Harry closely over steepled fingers. Harry, we have two choices. I could give the relationship between you and the Weasleys the benefit of the doubt, and leave you here to stay at Grimmauld Place for the rest of the summer. Of course, if we are wrong, and the protection is not strong enough, Lord Voldemort may strike. Dumbledore peered at Harry over the top of his half-moon spectacles. Or you can remain in the certified protection of your aunt and uncle. Harry looked down at his hands. He knew what he really wanted. He'd give anything to stay with Ron and his family, though if the protection wasn't strong enough, and that prophecy. The world wasn't big enough for both him and Voldemort. The best time to attack him would be when that blood protection wasn't around. He looked up and saw all the Weasleys watching him with a hopeful, comforting expression. Ron's eyes seemed to be burning desperately into him. Harry then glanced at Dumbledore, into that piercing blue stare, and he smiled slightly. I want to go with the Weasleys. The headmaster's face split into a smile too. In that case, Remus, Severus, come here please. They both approached Dumbledore, Remus standing behind Harry with one hand on his right shoulder. Snape languished vaguely between Harry and the headmaster, arms crossed, not looking impressed at being here. I'm putting all the Weasley children on Harry Potter protection duty, he said. And I want you both to just keep an eye over things. I dare say Alrister can help when he arrives too, and the other professors. However, I'm putting you both in charge. Will this be okay? Perfectly, said Lupin. He smiled, gripping Harry's shoulder. Severus, asked Dumbledore. Snape fought to keep his face straight, staring at a place on the mantelpiece as though it was taking every ounce of his restraint to not kill something. That sounds fine, he said after a minute, exasperatedly. Dumbledore smiled pleasantly. Excellent. Now, I believe somebody mentioned Coco. I'll make it, said Tonks, brightly, shooting out of the room. Mrs. Weasley looked worried for a minute then rushed after her, but Dumbledore said, Ah, Molly, I'd like you to stay please. Remus, could you possibly supervise Miss Tonks with the cocoa? Can I please leave? Snape said, frowning. And make sure you put extra sugar in Severus's, Dumbledore added as Lupin left. Snape groaned and rubbed his eyes. The headmaster turned to Mundungus. Mr. Fletcher, could you possibly escort Mr. Dursley back home? Severus, I want you to take Hermione and Harry somewhere else. I wish to talk to the Weasley family. All of them, he added, pointedly, as Percy moved to go. You're staying where you are. Percy, sit down, said Dumbledore, so firmly that Percy didn't question the order and sat down promptly. Snape beckoned vaguely to Harry and Hermione, then swept from the room in a flurry of black robes and swift footsteps. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder as he left. All the Weasleys looked rather worried. Snape led them across the landing, down the creaky old staircase and then silently through the hall, down another staircase and into the kitchen. He cast a glare around at the messy walls, and reached for his wand to clean it. Mid-movement, he stopped, and acted as though he hadn't noticed any of the muck. Harry glanced at Hermione, though she hadn't noticed, sitting down on a chair and getting out her annoying book. He tried to catch her eye, but Snape was looking at him suspiciously, so he gave up and slumped forward on his elbows instead, bored. His mind drifted to Ron, stuck up there with an irritated Percy, the rest of his family and Dumbledore. The rest of my family, Harry reminded himself. Why do I have to stay here? He thought aloud. I'm part of that family too. They know Percy better than you, said Hermione gently. Let them talk, and you can see them again. Don't worry. Harry sighed, bored, starting to drum his fingertips on the table before him, tapping out a rhythm to think to. Snape watched him closely. Harry looked up. What? Desist. What? I said desist, Potter, it means stop. That pathetic tapping noise. Stop it. Harry rolled his eyes and looked away, though stopped with the drumming. Snape's face darkened in a frown. Do not give me that sulky expression, Potter. Harry started to draw an idle pattern in the spaghetti stain on the tabletop with his fingertip. Sorry, he muttered vaguely. There were a few minutes of more silence, where Harry watched Hermione read and Snape just sat with his arms folded, glaring at a jar of some black leaves on the cupboard top. Every tick of the clock seemed to come hours apart. Harry laid his head on his arms. Why was Snape so incredibly strict and boring, even out of school? Something seriously bad must have happened to him to make him so uptight and bitter. Potter, are there any glasses in here? Snape drawled. Harry glanced over his shoulder, and gestured vaguely to one of the high cupboards above the sink. Yeah, there I think. Watch the spilled tomato puree, he added, as Snape nearly went skidding. Thank you, Potter, I have my own eyes, the professor murmured, stiffly, crossing over to the cabinet and curling his fingers around the handle. I know that it takes some reminding you, but... There was an almighty crash, louder than anything Harry had ever heard in his life as every single glass in the cupboard came raining down on Snape's head. Hermione screamed at the noise and Harry jumped a foot in the air, and as the last glass fell, Snape was on the floor, swearing under his breath and clutching his right wrist. It was bleeding badly, slashed by a flying shard. Hermione hurried over, drawing her wand, but before she could reach him to heal it, Mrs. Black started shrieking in the hall. Harry clamped his hands over his ears and bellowed, I'll sort her out, you stay here with him. And ran out from the kitchen. She was screaming and screaming at him, her eyes rolling, shaking with the force of her fury. Professor Lupin came tearing down the stairs at the same time, followed by Tonks who was clutching a broken-off handle of a mug. The three of them struggled to cover up the portrait, and as they shut it, her screams fell quiet with a ringing silence. What was the crash, Harry? Lupin panted. The glasses in one of the cupboards must have been stacked wrongly, they fell on Snape, said Harry. He's cut his wrist. Lupin and Tonks hurried into the kitchen, followed by Harry. Snape was still crouched on the floor, doing his best to stay away from Hermione, and as he flicked his head with a snarl of, Get off me, Miss Granger, they saw that there was a nasty cut on his head too. The sleeve of his robes was now soaking with blood. Lupin knelt down by him, grabbing his wrist quite forcefully and holding it out with a calm expression. There's still some glass embedded in it, honestly, Severus, we can't leave you alone for 1 minute. Shut up, Lupin, Snape muttered under his breath, though Harry caught it. Lupin drew out his wand, swept it over Snape's wound and murmured a healing charm. The blood dried over instantly, the slash seemed to seal up like a zipper and all that was left in a few moments was a scar. Snape stood up to go, but Lupin pushed him back down. Head wound. Sit still, this might feel a little strange. Snape rolled his eyes as Lupin performed another healing charm, being slower with this one, tongue between his teeth. Hurry up, Lupin, Snape snarled. Do you want a great scar across your forehead, Severus? Because if you do, just keep wriggling around and telling me to hurry up. Snape sighed impatiently, and the moment Lupin sealed the charm with a flick of his wand he got up off the floor, crossed to the sink and filled his hands with a small pool of water. They all watched in surprise as he buried his face in it, splashing it all over his skin. Harry handed him a tea towel with a blank, rather worried expression. Snape snatched it off him and dried his face. Possibly to disguise the awkward silence, Lupin said, the cocoa's ready. I dare say you could all need a drink after today. Harry nodded, and as they all left the room, he hung to the back of the group, watching Snape from behind with a frown. Something strange was going on with him. The glasses in the cupboard couldn't have all fallen directly on top of him, even if they had been stacked in a strange way, and from what Harry had seen before they toppled, they were done fine, in neat rows. He hardly heard a word of Hermione and Lupin's conversation about Mackled Malaclaws, and he wasn't even watching when Tonks lengthened her face and made her eyes shrink to vaguely resemble one. All the time, he was listening, hoping that Ron and his family would be done arguing soon. Snape wasn't very talkative either. He sat apart from the group by the window, looking out over the grubby suburbs with a frown on his face, sipping his cocoa through pursed lips. He hadn't been this clumsy the week before at his house. Well, clumsy wasn't the word. Tonks was clumsy, cheery and friendly but a little too eager, and so she knocked things over. Snape hadn't done anything to make those glasses fall. As disturbing as it sounded, when Harry had seen them start to fall, he was sure they had all surged forward as one to attack him. Was it something to do with being in the Black House? Was Sirius, perhaps, making his presence felt and suggesting Snape should leave? No. There was something in his face when his magic had broken that told Harry all too plainly Snape had been dreading that happening for some time. It was very dark outside by the time the Weasleys came downstairs into the lounge. Mr. Weasley looked stressed, and collapsed instantly into a chair, grasping a mug of cocoa and draining it without saying anything, though he was the only one who didn't look happy. Bill and Charlie sat with Tonks and Lupin, talking casually to them about the order. Ginny and Mrs. Weasley were both smiling in a relieved way. Percy was listening to Fred and George talk about all their business plans, occasionally butting in with an anecdote about the Ministry, and Ron came right over to Harry, grinning. Dumbledore sorted it all out, he said. We're a family again. Great, said Harry, vaguely. Look, I've got something to tell you. What is it? Ron asked, sitting in an armchair and reaching for cocoa. Harry didn't answer. Dumbledore had just walked in, and Lupin had excused himself from the group, going over to murmur something in his ear. Both of them looked at Snape, who stared back defiantly. After a moment, Dumbledore nodded, beckoned to Snape, and the two of them swept from the room. Harry, said Ron, curiously. We've got to follow them, said Harry. I want to know what's going on with Snape. We were in the kitchen, and he just opened one of the cupboards, and all the glasses just rained down on his head, but it didn't look like an accident. I think something's going on. Maybe he's had a bad luck hex put on him, Ron suggested, shrugging. Does it really matter? Yes, said Harry, stoutly. Come on, it might be something important. He put down his cocoa, told everyone that he and Ron were going to get more sugar, and they both hurried from the room quickly, just in time to hear a door shut a few floors below. Quietly as they could, they crept down the stairs, sticking close to the walls so the creaks were as quiet as possible. Harry saw the door that the two professors must be in, and he pointed, signaling Ron over. They both sneaked down the stairs, across the hall and in front of the door. Ron grabbed Harry's arm, and Harry saw he was gesturing to the next room, where they could hide properly. Harry nodded, and without a sound, they both hurried in. They sat on the floor next to the wall, pressing their ears right up to it to listen. Harry could hear the creak of a chair as somebody sat in it, and Snape sighed. Well, Lupin told you what happened, I suppose. He did, Severus, said Dumbledore's voice calmly. Though he didn't say exactly how it happened. All he knew was what Harry told him, that the glasses fell on you. The headmaster paused for a moment and then said, seriously, did they actually fall, Severus, or were they pushed? Harry and Ron glanced at each other worriedly. Snape was heard to sigh quietly, and then say, they were pushed, to use your terms, Albus. Severus, I know, said Snape wearily. And you of course saw the failure of my wand, earlier. That I did. Tell me, Severus, and I do not require details, just an honest answer. Dumbledore sounded very serious. Has something happened? There was a long, rather grim pause. Yes, came Snape's reply after a moment. Dumbledore sighed softly, like a parent disappointed with a child. I warned you about the dangers of intruding in. Shish, said Snape, carefully. I know you did, you don't have to tell me again. The whole world around me is reminding me of that little fact more and more every day that goes by. What things are happening? Asked Dumbledore, calmly, and there was another creak as he sat down in a chair. Harry could almost see him peering at Snape in that way he was so good at, the way that made you feel as though if you lied, you had failed yourself. Things going missing, came the vague reply. Bad luck. You know me rather well, Albus. I've known you for 25 years now, and would you say I'm the sort of person to have frequent accidents? Not at all, said Dumbledore's voice. Well, I am. At least I am now. Snape sighed exasperatedly. I've obviously been trying to ignore the signs up until now, tell myself that they're coincidences. I've been trying to fool myself. And I can't any longer. My magic broke for the first time today, and it still isn't back. How long will it take? A day or two, Dumbledore mused quietly. Depending on the severity of the cause. Was it? No, said Snape quickly, and then calmer. No, Albus, no. I have my limits. It was just confessing. Ron frowned, totally confused by what was going on, and Harry had to admit he didn't have any ideas either. It sounded like Snape had done something that was causing him to have a lot of unexplainable accidents and bad luck. Harry wondered whether it was something to do with Voldemort. A Death Eater ritual. It didn't make sense. I know this is probably the advice you least want to hear, said Dumbledore, calmly. But it's the advice which is best for you. I know what you're going to say, said Snape. And you're completely correct, Albus. I do not want to hear it. I shall tell you anyway. Dumbledore's serious tones were back. Do not let yourself wallow any deeper in this business, Severus. Ancient magic is the most powerful and vengeful kind there is, and at the moment, you may as well travel down to Wales and jab a sleeping dragon in the eye with a sharp stick. It would do you just as much good as if you continued with. Shish, said Snape again. Dumbledore lowered his voice a notch, and Harry struggled to hear what he said, barely managing to pick up the sounds. Severus, I say this as a very important warning. You may think you have all the right in the world, but if you do not realize that you're dabbling with danger, you will, and that is will, not might, lose more than just your foolish pride. Snape was quiet for a moment, then said, to give up now would be to admit my weakness and inability to fight for the things I want. And that I will not do. Sometimes we have to forget the things we want for the things we need, said Dumbledore seriously. At the moment, you need your life and your magic. I implore you now to back out while there is still time to do so, or the next thing that comes raining from a cupboard on your head may well be a great deal more dangerous than glasses. Harry caught Ron's eye. They stared at each other as Snape paused again, thinking of what to say. I'll try, Headmaster. Good. There was a squeak from chairs as they both stood up. There were footsteps towards the door, which opened with a quiet creak, and then Dumbledore's voice added, and one more thing. Yes, Headmaster. Stay away from the cutlery drawers in the kitchen. It may be for your own good. What am I to do? Eat with my fingers? Dumbledore said, slowly, that or die, Severus. The dramatic effect of this statement was incredible. Both Harry and Ron's eyes widened in shock. Die, whispered Ron. What's? Harry pushed him to be quiet as Snape and Dumbledore's footsteps swept away up the stairs, neither of them saying another word. When they heard the door above shut, Ron sat back, looking still very shocked. What do you think he's been doing? Something with you-know-who. That's what I thought, said Harry. He bit his lip. I don't like the sound of this. It's scary. Yeah, maybe Snape's blown it big time. What if he's accidentally given you-know-who some important information? No, I don't think so. Harry thought for a moment. It sounds like he's getting into something bad. Maybe it's got dangerous with the Death Eaters and Dumbledore wants him to back out. No, it can't be. Why's his magic failed? And what's with all the accidents? You don't get stuff like that just for being a Death Eater, do you? Harry shook his head. I don't get it. I reckon he's up to something, said Ron, suspiciously. Something really bad. Maybe you-know-who wants him to swear allegiance. And he's testing his loyalty by giving him all this bad luck. Hey, here's an idea. Maybe you-know-who is tempting him to use black magic by taking away his own. Maybe, said Harry. Come on, we'd better get that sugar and go back upstairs before Snape gets suspicious. They retrieved the sugar, and hurried back upstairs in time to see Percy hugging his teary-eyed mother. In all the happiness and reunion, nobody noticed them slide casually back into the room as though they'd ever left, though as Percy and Mrs. Weasley broke apart, Harry saw Snape's eyes trained on him through the crowd. He looked away before Snape could get into his thoughts. Even if he didn't know much, he had the feeling that Snape still wouldn't want him to know even that. Snape was up to something, and Harry for once intended to find out what it was. The remaining few weeks passed very quickly to Harry. He spent his days with Ron and Ginny, just hanging around the house and trying to eavesdrop in on-order meetings, or Mr. Weasley would take them for a walk down Diagon Alley. Harry noticed that Mr. Weasley and Ron stayed close on either side of him during these walks, so he was fully covered by Weasley protection. But having people always around him was marvelous to Harry. Normally, his summer holidays were the meaning of loneliness. He used to sit at the Dursleys in the garden or in his room, and just dream of Hogwarts and his friends for hours on end until they were almost real, but then he'd be ordered out to cook or clean, and the dream would be gone and he'd be completely alone again. At the time, the Dursleys were the only family he'd had, and they hardly cared about his existence at all. The Weasleys were everything Harry had ever dreamed of. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley fussed over him and spoilt him somewhat, making sure he always had enough to eat, making sure he never got bored. They even asked him to call them Uncle and Auntie. "Auntie Molly has such a nice ring to it," Mrs. Weasley said, beaming, her eyes very glossy before she planted a huge key on his cheek, gave him a plate of pizza and told him to come straight back for more when he was done. He and Ron still weren't allowed into meetings about the Order, and probably with good reason, as nearly every member turned up once every 2 days for some huge conference. Mundungus generally brought some news from the criminal underworld that he was all too happy to share with Ron and Harry, but most other people wouldn't talk. Tonks and Lupin were staying at Grimmauld Place with the Weasleys, and Tonks was put in charge of keeping Ron and Harry out of the meetings, though more often than not, she was at the door with them listening. Snape attended the meetings too, and Ron and Harry were always hanging over the staircase banister when he arrived, though he had no major accidents, which made Harry think that perhaps Dumbledore had got through to Snape somehow. He stumbled on the doorstep a few times, and once a bird had flown down and attacked him as he stepped through the front door, which both Ron and Harry had found extremely funny until Snape threatened to gouge their eyes out with a spoon. Once or twice, Harry, Ginny and Ron were allowed to have friends over. Neville Longbottom found Grimmauld Place a bit unnerving at first, though Hermione soon calmed his nerves, and Luna Lovegood said the place smelt of nigh-dung, though what exactly a nigh was, nobody really knew. With all the fun he was having, time seemed to pass speedily by, and in what seemed like the blink of an eye, it was growing dark on the night before their journey back to Hogwarts. For the first time, Harry knew he would miss the summer holidays and quite wanted them to go on longer, but then he thought of Hogwarts and all the things he loved about the castle, and he was soon as eager to get back. He, Ron, Ginny and Luna, who had come for the day, were sitting at the top of the stairs overlooking the entrance hall, all trying to make a model of Hogwarts Castle out of the mashed potato and chicken they were supposed to be eating for tea. It was around 7 o'clock, and the Order would soon be here for the customary meeting. "Luna, what's that?" asked Ron, squinting at an odd lump Luna had stuck on the end of the defense against the dark arts corridor. "No, I didn't think you'd know what that was," she said, softly, shaping it carefully with her spoon. Ron clearly decided he'd rather not know, and carried on with Hagrid's cabin. "Can I have that carrot for a chimney, Harry?" "Sure, here you go," Harry said, handing Ron the carrot. He stuck it neatly in the middle of the mound of mush that was Hagrid's hut and smiled, pleased with himself. "I think it looks pretty lifelike, actually. Except being made out of potato," said Ginny. "Yeah, well, the potato speaks for itself," said Ron. "Obviously, I mean, oops." His elbow had knocked the plate as he turned to speak to Ginny, and the whole plate had gone through the broken railings, sailing gracefully through the air. Even worse, somebody gave a startled cry and there was a squishing noise as the potato Hogwarts ambushed from above. "Oh no, who did we hit?" said Ginny, peering down. Mr. Weasley lay sprawled on the floor, the plate of potato squashed over his head so his face was hidden by a fluffy white mass, a little like a snowman hit by a steamroller. "Dad," said Ron, "we're sorry, we didn't know you were down there." Mr. Weasley heaved himself off the floor, blinking potato out of his eyes. "What on earth are you all doing up there?" He pulled the carrot from out of his nose with a loud sneeze. And why are you throwing it at me? We were making models out of potato, said Ginny. We're really sorry, Dad. That's quite all right, said Mr. Weasley vaguely, wiping potato off his face. You'll all have to go to the bedrooms, I'm afraid. We've got an important meeting tonight that you're not allowed to hear. He blinked and wiped more mush off his face, extracting a large piece of chicken from his top pocket. And no more eating on the stairs. Sorry, Uncle Arthur, said Harry. We'll be more careful. Mr. Weasley smiled at being called uncle. That's all right. Now go on. Off with you, and no trying to listen. They all scrambled away up the rest of the stairs into the bedroom. Ron voiced all their feelings quite well with a relieved, well, it could have been worse. It could have been Snape or McGonagall. Or Dumbledore, said Harry. Actually, Dumbledore would probably have laughed and thrown it back at us. I think Snape would have been the worst, said Ginny, opening the door and leading them all in. Luna nodded in agreement, though Harry and Ron said nothing, glancing at each other. They hadn't told anybody what they had heard between Snape and Dumbledore, except Hermione, and she couldn't make any sense of it either. Professor Snape is rather harsh, isn't it? Said Luna, dreamily, as though she quite liked the fact that he was harsh. Yeah, said Ginny. He hated Fred and George most of all our family. Well, he doesn't like you, Harry, does he? So I guess you're probably his least favorite. The only person he does like is Malfoy, said Ron, bitterly. Stupid arrogant prat. He's not even that good at potions, it's just because he's a Slytherin. Hey, listen, I can hear people arriving, said Ginny. They all fell quiet and heard people coming into the hall, greeting each other in murmurs so as not to wake Mrs. Black. Ron and Mrs. Weasley had done a good job with silencing charms, so it would take much more noise than before to wake her, but there was always the chance. I want to know what's happening, said Ron. He got up off his bed. Quiet, come on and we'll go to the hearing hole. The hearing hole wasn't really a hole, more of a pipe that led from the boiler room into the meeting room. The Order hadn't realized it was there at all, and so all of them could crowd around it to listen in. It was hard to hear anything properly with 3 other people squashed around a pipe with the diameter of an orange, but it was better than nothing. What if your father catches us? Said Luna, in her dreamy tone, with wide eyes. We'll throw more food at him, said Ron, opening the door and padding out. Come on, hurry up and be quiet. He crept out of the door and gave a loud shout of surprise as he came face to face with a purple-haired Tonks, standing blocked their way with hands on her hips. And where are you all going? Nowhere, said Ron. A likely story, said Tonks. You're all sneaking off to listen in on the secret meetings, aren't you? No, Harry tried, weakly. She sighed, taking a bowl of popcorn from behind her back. Then gee, who am I going to share this with while I'm listening in? Oh well, more for me. No, wait, said Ron. We like popcorn, and listening in. She grinned. Come on then, and watch the creaky steps. They all hurried downstairs into the boiler room, slipping inside. Tonks shut the door carefully and they all crowded around the pipe with the popcorn in the middle. Ron took out a massive handful. Tonks frowned and took half off him, eating it herself with a grin. Who's nearest the pipe? Harry whispered. Tonks peered down it carefully. I dunno, I see a lot of black hair. Snape, Ron groaned. Shish, she said. He'll hear us. You don't want us discovered, do you? And stop eating all the popcorn, this has got to last us hours. Hours, said Ginny. How long is this meeting going on for? Put it this way, said Tonks, your mum set out about 20 jugs of pumpkin juice and snacks. Pillows everywhere for people to sit on. I think it's something big. I saw Dumbledore earlier and he looks kinda worried. Probably heard what we did to Dad, said Ron, with raised eyebrows. I don't think so, said Tonks, smiling. By the way, you're helping me fix that plate later, it's broken in 2. But it didn't break when it fell, said Ron. Yeah, but on the way to the kitchen I slipped in the potato and broke it. Tonks took a handful of popcorn and grinned at the look on Ron's face. What? Shish, they're starting, said Ginny, leaning closer to the pipe. Harry leant in too and all 5 of them listened hard as Dumbledore's voice came out of the pipe, ringing slightly because of the echoes. "I have called you all here for a reason tonight," he said, solemnly. "And the nature of the reason is not a cause for celebration, I am afraid. This meeting could take some time, so if anybody wants to contact their families to tell them they may be here all night if they have to, Molly has a sack of flow powder ready for you." "Nobody. Then there's no time like the present. We have reason to believe that Voldemort is beginning his rise back to power. Up until now, the casualties have been terrible but mercifully few. Thanks to our spies, we have learnt of his collection of more Death Eaters and steadily recruiting more and more dark creatures to his services. The Dementors are now fully in his power, and we are of course already working on means of reflecting them. However, it seems that Voldemort has managed to contact a group of creatures we never thought would become an issue in this fight." Dumbledore sounded very worried indeed, and just the tones in his voice made Harry's spine prickle with fear. "I am referring to the Heliopaths. I know that a lot of you," but his words were drowned out by the mumbling of many people in the room, all of them expressing fear and worry, some of them calling out questions. Harry took the opportunity to look around at the other people in the boiler room. "What's a heliopath?" "Fire spirits," muttered Ron. He was very pale. "Nobody knows where they live or how you can get there, but they're supposed to be really dangerous. They have a brand of magic that no human can conjure up." "If you know who's got the heliopaths," said Tonks, nervously, but Dumbledore was talking again. Please," he said, loudly. "There is no need for alarm. We need to think logically and calmly to come up with possible defenses and solutions to this problem. Severus, could you tell us what exactly you have found out?" The shadow at the end of the pipe moved as Snape stood up, his voice ringing down the pipe as though into a microphone. "The Dark Lord, by means I am not yet sure of, has managed to contact the Heliopaths. He is confident of their loyalty, very confident, and he plans to showcase their power to the wizarding world before the year is out. At the moment, it seems likely that he will attack one of the major magical locations in the world. All wizarding schools are on the target list: St. Mungo's Hospital, Diagon Alley, all Ministry of Magic buildings, Hogsmeade, any Quidditch locations and of course any settlements with a high population of wizards." "Dumbledore, has the Ministry been told?" asked a woman's voice that Harry didn't recognize. "No, not yet," said Dumbledore. "That is in fact one of the issues I wish to discuss. Cornelius Fudge and the rest of the Ministry, no matter how accepting they are of Voldemort's return, are not taking the stance we need to wipe out the dark forces once and for all. Every time I send him a report on Voldemort's activities, he warns me not to send a copy to the Prophet. His priority is the heaven he has created, and not the hell he could well cause if he doesn't listen to us." There was more mumbling throughout the crowd, most of it agreeing with Dumbledore's words. He waited for silence to fall again, and then continued seriously. "I believe that we can act as a far more effective force if we talk to the wizarding world without Cornelius's interference and filtering. We need people in higher places, most of all, a source where we can contact everybody in this world at once. The Daily Prophet is too controlled by the Ministry and ultimately, the Minister. How about we start our own?" somebody suggested. "Precisely my thoughts. We need writers, photographers. Could I have some nominations for an editor?" Back in the boiler room, Tonks raised a hand and whispered, "Me." There were a few mutters from the meeting room, and it seemed like people were being picked out. Dumbledore said, "Thank you all. If you could work something out between you, that would be much appreciated. Second item on the list is defense. Protection for the places most under threat. Obviously, in foreign countries, all we can do is warn them and let them suffer the consequences if they do not heed that caution. Here in Britain, we can do something. The places most at risk: Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, St. Mungo's and Hogwarts. We need people stationed in or around each place at all times to protect them, and to be able to alert the rest of the order should need for concern arise. Firstly, Hogsmeade. Mundungus, I believe you spend a lot of time around the village." There was a grunting noise as Mundungus woke up with a start. "Yeah, I agree with whoever spoke last." Dumbledore chuckled. "Hogsmeade, Mundungus, you spend a lot of time there, yes?" "Yeah," said Mundungus, who sounded as though he was worried it was a trick question. I want you to. Oh, never mind. Does anybody else spend a lot of time around Hogsmeade? Tonks turned away from the pipe, taking a handful of popcorn and munching it in a rather thoughtful way. So Voldemort's got the heliopaths. We've got a problem on our hands now. Father's been alerting the wizarding world of their presence for years, said Luna. Such a shame that nobody took notice until now. Ron took some popcorn from the bowl. I reckon he'll attack St. Mungo's. The Metawizards are famed for being great at healing but no good at dueling. It'll fall like a mashed potato Hogwarts on Dad's head. I don't know. Hogsmeade isn't exactly full of powerful wizards, is it? Said Ginny. Shish, Harry hissed. They all fell quiet and listened. Now that we've sorted out that, could somebody please go to the boiler room and bring Nymphadora Tonks and the 4 children, who are listening to every word and might as well join in the discussions. Oops, said Tonks. Dumbledore chuckled. Thank you, Arthur. A few seconds later, the door opened and Mr. Weasley smiled down at them all. Tonks, he said, pretending to tut. You're no better than a child yourself. She smiled, her mouth full of popcorn. They made me. We did not, Ron said, outraged. Mr. Weasley chuckled. Come along. Dumbledore wants you in the meeting. Though stay quiet and don't interrupt anybody. They followed him out of the boiler room, down the hall and into the meeting hall. They were a lot more people than there usually were, most of them Harry didn't recognize, a few he did. He didn't stop to look over every face packed into the hall, and instead followed Ron over to the Weasleys and Professor Lupin, sitting cross-legged on one of the pillows and looking up at Dumbledore. He smiled down at them all, the way he did at the Hogwarts welcoming feast. I trust you all know that any information you hear tonight is a complete secret. They all nodded silently, and Dumbledore turned back to his audience in general, looking a little more relieved than at the start of the meeting. The last place we need to discuss which is in danger is Hogwarts. The castle is, of course, heavily protected already, though against heliopaths, those defenses can and will fall. This year, I intend to take extra precautions. Firstly, as some of you may know, Harry here, Dumbledore smiled to Harry before continuing, set up and successfully ran a defense against the Dark Arts Club, all after school and all in secret, and he remains the only 16-year-old wizard I am aware of who can produce a corporeal Patronus. It is my intention for him to continue his good work, and with the help of our defense against the Dark Arts Master Professor Lupin, the students will be given extra defense lessons this year. Harry, do you think you can do this for me? Harry nodded numbly, aware that every eye in the room was fixed on him. I'll try, he said. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled behind his glasses. Thank you, Harry. Secondly, throughout the summer holidays I have had a highly able person try his best to find the problems with my castle defenses, and he has certainly found quite a few. Ron leant across to Harry and murmured, Peeves. Fred and George said he'd been wrecking the castle. Harry nodded, and then glanced back to Dumbledore. These have been patched up and tested vigorously. I am confident that no spirit, beast or being can get into my castle if they are not wanted. The headmaster smiled, took a sip of water from the glass on the table before him, and then continued. Also, I have introduced a new subject this year which will be taken by all students. I hope that this new knowledge will teach them to defend themselves better when the time of war comes. Harry wasn't exactly comforted by Dumbledore's use of the word, when. And finally, said Dumbledore, something not quite related just to Hogwarts but to young wizards in general throughout this country. The age required to do magic has been lowered by a year, so that the younger members in our fight against Voldemort can learn to defend themselves far earlier and have sufficient practice. The Ministry has also been very hard on children performing underage magic, and my deepest regret would be for a child in danger to not dare defend themselves, in fear of the consequences. He looked around at them all seriously. We are no longer safe. For the past 16 years, we have been able to walk the streets freely and be confident in our laws. We have let our children out to play with no doubt that they will come back safe and sound. We have gone about our normal business with no worries in our head. But the time has come for action to be taken. Lord Voldemort is very much alive, greater and more powerful than he was before. There is no need to be afraid of staying safe. It is my belief that every child in this world should be just as useful as their parents and the adults around them. He looked down to the 4 children sitting on the floor in front of the Weasleys, all looking up at him with hope in their eyes. I have been headmaster of Hogwarts for quite some time now, and my students still amaze and surprise me every single day. There are many problems in this world at the moment, and even if the wizards of my generation are more than likely going to end their lives surrounded by death and darkness. But if there's one thing I want to be sure of when I can fight no longer, it's that our grandchildren will grow up in a world free of hatred and violence. Muggle children, wizard children, children whose parents died before Lord Voldemort, children whose parents died for Lord Voldemort, they should all be able to join hands and stand tall, and be able to look out at the world and know that they are safe. If we can accomplish this, then there will be no such thing as the forces of darkness any longer. Everybody cheered and clapped wildly, shouting and whistling as Dumbledore smiled gratefully, picked up his water glass and drank deeply. Harry found himself clapping so hard his hands hurt. When the applause finally died down, and it was at least a minute, Dumbledore put down his glass and turned to them all. "Are there any questions?" Harry put his hand up after a moment, glancing around nervously. "Yes, Harry, I was wondering," he said. "Why are the heliopaths so dangerous?" Dumbledore smiled weakly. "The heliopaths are spirits of fire, Harry. They have no true bodies, and so physically attacking them is likely to damage you far more than it will them. Nobody is quite sure how they can exist. With no body, there is surely no heart or brain, or therefore life itself seems impossible, though they do. The thing which conjures the greatest fear of heliopaths is most probably how little we know about them. Where they live, how they live, speech capabilities, anything. What we do know is that they are immensely powerful. Being fire spirits, they of course control fire, conjure it, live in it, and can exist only inside it. For this reason they are tremendously difficult to subdue or kill, and the fire must be quenched before the spirit can be tackled. "Well, wouldn't a hosepipe?" Harry began, and the crowd chuckled. "Yes, hosepipes have been found effective," said Dumbledore, thoughtfully. "Of course, it takes a lot of water to quench a fire so large, and the oxygen in the air around us feeds them to become more powerful. The heliopaths are dangerous creatures, Harry, probably more deadly than any of us can imagine." Harry nodded, sitting back, and Mrs. Weasley spoke up. "Albus, the children are due to be at school tomorrow, they really need to go to bed." Dumbledore nodded. "Of course, Molly, I usually find that warm milk and chocolate biscuits speeds me into the land of Nod, so they have my hearty recommendation. Good night, Harry, Ron, Ginny, Luna." "Night," said Harry, smiling, as Mrs. Weasley led them all out into the corridor. Mr. Weasley followed them out, pulling on his jacket. "I'll take Luna home, shall I?" "Yes, I think you should. Into bed, you 3, and I don't want to hear a peep out of you until tomorrow morning. Are you all packed?" Harry and Ron nodded. She keyed them all good night and shooed them into their rooms, Ron protesting. "Professor Dumbledore said we could have biscuits." "You can have biscuits tomorrow," she said. "Good night, dears. Sleep well." Harry and Ron changed, then got into their beds and settled down under the covers. Ron yawned widely, and then said, "Harry. Yeah, let's not tell Hermione about that new subject," he said, sleepily. "So she won't bore us both to death with wondering aloud about it all the way to Hogwarts tomorrow." Harry smiled into his pillow. "Good idea. Night, Ron." "Night, Harry." Ron reached out, gave a tug on the chain, and the light went out with a chink. Harry was fast asleep within minutes, his dreams lingering on great balls of fire flying across Scotland to a mashed potato Hogwarts, crashing plates, popcorn, and Snape falling from the astronomy tower, Dumbledore standing above him and shaking his head with a murmured, "I warned you, Severus," but when he woke up in the morning, he didn't remember a thing. "Ron, have you seen my socks?" "No, have you seen my cloak?" "I think I saw it last night near the door." "Yeah, here it is. Now we've got to find my socks, I can't go to Hogwarts without my socks." "You've got loads of socks." "Yeah, but they're my favorites." "Oh, stop laughing." Harry grinned and beat Ron over the head with his pillow. Ron grabbed his own and ran after Harry, both of them were laughing and clouting each other with the pillows, until Mrs. Weasley opened the door and frowned in. "What on earth are you both doing? Come on, you've still got to have breakfast and get your trunks ready, and you're here fighting." "He won't give me my socks," said Harry, laughing and beating Ron around the head while his back was turned. Ron hit him back. "I don't have your socks. Come on, stop fighting," Mrs. Weasley chided gently, confiscating the pillows. "Harry, get some socks out of your trunk. Ron, you take your things down to the hall and don't wake Mrs. Black." Harry sat down on the end of his bed, opened his trunk and rooted around for some more socks as Ron started hauling trunks downstairs, banging around and muttering about unfair treatment. He only went quiet when he entered the Mrs. Black danger zone. Mrs. Weasley had managed to do something to the painting, some sort of complex muffling charm, which meant Mrs. Black couldn't hear much outside a large chalked circle on the floor. Somebody had written, "Mrs. B. Zone, shut up," in the middle, to remind Tonks, who kept forgetting and strolling through it singing loudly to the latest Weird Sisters hit. "Harry," Ron yelled, and he was quickly attacked by several loud hisses of, "Shish." Sorry, Harry," he called in a strangled whisper. Harry, don't make me stand here all day and croak up the stairs at you." Harry smiled, got off his bed and pattered out onto the landing, hopping as he tried to get another sock on. "What? Where's Hedwig?" "I don't know, she went out hunting last night," said Harry. "She knows we're going to Hogwarts though, we won't need to find her." "All right, throw the cage down as quietly as you can," said Ron. Harry retrieved it, made sure there were no owl droppings left at the bottom, and then held the cage over the banister. Ron stood underneath, stretched up, swatting at it vaguely. "No, I can't reach it," he said. "Drop it, and gently, don't chuck it at me." "All right, on 3, said Harry. 1, 2, Ron, come and get your toast." "What?" There was a crash as the bird cage hit Ron on the top of the head and he swore as quietly as he possibly could, doubled over, rubbing his scalp vigorously and checking Mrs. Black's portrait worriedly. "Ron, watch your language," said Mrs. Weasley in a loud whisper, coming up the stairs from the kitchen and picking up the cage. "And will you both stop throwing things up and down stairs? You're worse than Fred and George." "I warned him," Harry said, grinning. "You were in for such a beating the moment I find a decent-sized pillow, Harry Poe." "Stop fighting, and get out of the Mrs. Black zone, she'll wake up," said Mrs. Weasley, frowning. "And Ginny's been ready for an hour at least." Ginny didn't have Harry moaning at her about his favorite socks, Ron grinned. "I'm not going to Hogwarts without my best socks," said Harry, pretending to be offended. "Those socks are very special to me, they're old and don't quite match properly, they're treasured." Ron and Harry both doubled up laughing. Mrs. Weasley scowled. "Well, if you'd rather stand here and laugh at each other, fine with me, I don't think you really need breakfast." All right, we're coming," said Ron. "What is it?" "Toast. Anything you want," his mother said, as the two boys followed her down to the kitchen and sat at the creaky table. Since the disastrous episode of making their own lunch, Mrs. Weasley had chosen just to cook whatever they asked for, as though terrified that if she didn't, they would take matters into their own hands again. After breakfast of bacon and eggs, Harry and Ron both helped haul the rest of their trunks downstairs and sat on them by the front door, waiting with bored looks on their faces. Both of them were itching to get back to Hogwarts, and both were so lost in thought that it was a couple of minutes before either spoke. "Harry," said Ron. "Yes, I wonder," Ron replied. Harry glanced at him. "Wonder what?" "About Hogwarts," said Ron. "It sounds like loads of stuff has changed. All those new defenses. And Peeves had been trying to wreck the place all summer. I bet Gryffindor Tower's fallen down or something. Then there's that new subject we're doing. Wonder if we're going to have to take it at Newt." "Probably." "What did you choose?" Harry asked, sitting back on his trunk, getting out a brightly colored packet and offering Ron one. Ron looked reproachful. "What are they?" "Jelly beans," said Harry. "Oh, Bertie Bott's. What's with the new packet?" "No, they're just ordinary," said Harry, as Ron took an orange one and looked at it closely. "So there's no weird flavors?" Ron snorted, chewing the bean. "Where's the fun in that?" Anyway, I've taken Defense Against the Dark Arts, Charms, History of Magic, Transfiguration and Care of Magical Creatures. What about you? Defense Against the Dark Arts, Charms, Transfiguration, Care of Magical Creatures, History of Magic and Potions, said Harry. Ron took on a revolted expression. Potions. You're willingly carrying on with potions. I need it to become an Auror, said Harry, shrugging. What do you think this new subject's going to be? It's probably going to be curses or something, said Ron. He took another jelly bean and chewed it thoughtfully. It must be important, something that'll help us against Voldemort. Maybe they're going to teach us to fight like muggles with those guns and stuff. No, I somehow don't think we'll be having firearms lessons, Harry said, smiling. Maybe it's like stealth lessons, teaching us how to sneak around undetected. That sounds all right, said Ron. He took another jelly bean. Wonder what Hermione's taking. Harry laughed. I don't know. How many subjects are there? I don't know, said Ron. We'll just ask how many she's taking, and seeing as though she'll be doing all of them, I guess that'll be how many subjects there are. There's something else I've been wondering, said Harry. What's that? How are we going to get to King's Cross? Your dad hasn't got a car, has he? Are we walking? Ron snorted. Carrying all of this? No, course we're not walking. Fred and George are going to drive us there. He checked the battered old watch on his wrist. They should be here by now though. Maybe there's been another traffic jam. Muggle traffic is so slow, you wouldn't believe. They took me to Diagon Alley to get my new school things a few weeks ago. We were stuck behind a tractor for an hour. Fred had a nap, and he was driving. Just then, there was a screech of brakes on the gravel path outside and a great yellow mass blossomed in the yard, shimmering in the frosted glass panes around the door. Harry opened the door. Fred and George sat in their luminous yellow car, wearing lurid green velvet suits today and matching black sunglasses that were more like visors. Morning, Harry, Fred grinned from the driver's seat. Like the new suits? Yeah, really, unique, said Harry, trying not to laugh. Ron didn't mince his words quite as much. With a disgusted look, he said, "What are you wearing?" The twins swept coolly out of the car, snapping off their sunglasses and tucking them into their top pockets. Their suits were now revealed to have rather large, floppy legs that looked like the trousers of people at circuses who walked on stilts. "Watch this," said George, grinning, and both of them tugged on two pieces of string hanging from the bottom of their jackets. The suits faded to a luminous pink, through to orange, and then back to lime green. "Cool," said Harry, grinning. "How did you make it?" "Charms work," Fred replied. "That and some dye that cost quite a packet, let me tell you." "Well, get your luggage in the back, and watch the leather, just had it cleaned." Ron, Harry, Fred and George all heaved the heavy trunks into the boot of the car, magically expanded like a great cavern. Even then, Fred had to jump up and down on the boot to get it to close, leaving footprints all over it. By the time they were all packed up, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were standing hesitantly on the step. Mrs. Weasley was dabbing her eyes with a tissue. "And do drive carefully, boys," said Mr. Weasley, putting an arm around his wife. "We will," said Fred, swinging his legs into the car, and turning to Harry, Ron and Ginny. "Well, say goodbye, it's going to be a year before you see them." Mrs. Weasley grabbed the three of them in a tight hug, smiling even though Harry could tell she hated to see them go. "Have a good year, all of you. And work hard." Mr. Weasley crouched down to join in the hug, patted Harry on the back and said, "And try to stay out of trouble." Harry smiled. "I can't promise anything." Mr. Weasley looked worried, but seeing the playful expression on Harry's face, he chuckled. "Good boy. Go on, you don't want to be late." Harry opened the bright yellow door of the car, slipped in alongside Ron and did up his seat belt. With a last call of goodbye, Fred started the car and pulled away through the scruffy estate, out into the roads beyond. Harry turned around to wave, but Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were already inside. He felt sad to see the house go, and he knew he'd miss listening in on the order meetings, playing hide and seek in the many rooms of the old house, sitting up for hours and eating sweets with Ron. He sighed softly. "Harry, you okay?" said George, turning round to look concerned at the solemn look on Harry's face. "Yeah, I'm just going to miss it," said Harry sadly. "This has been the best holiday I've had in ages." Hey, no sulky faces in the car," said George. He smiled and cuffed Harry jovially on the shoulder. "Come on, don't be sad. You've got a lot to look forward to, huh? New subjects, more work, Newt's coursework, you lucky thing." He grinned. "Fred and me missed ours. But hey, who needs Newt's when we've got flashy suits and a car that scares small children?" Harry, Ginny and Ron all laughed, and Harry, feeling a bit better, happily turned in his seat to watch London flashing past around them. People were already out and doing some early morning shopping, or strolling briskly down the road, briefcases swinging back and forth and smart hats pulled over their heads. A lot of muggles turned to stare as the lurid car zipped past, like a great meteor flying through the center of London, and when they stopped for George to climb out of the car and go to buy some chewing gum from the Muggle newspaper kiosk, a crowd of curious Londoners formed across the street, all whispering and giving the car disapproving looks. Harry quite liked all the attention, and so did Fred and George, who took every opportunity to cruise past any good-looking girls, smirking. They arrived at King's Cross Station with plenty of time to go, and after finding trolleys for all their luggage, Fred and George took Harry, Ginny and Ron to a cafe for something to eat. There were quite a few Hogwarts students already in there, and when Fred and George strolled in, quite a few people waved and called to them. A table of Gryffindor fifth-year girls near the counter cheered. Fred winked at them cheekily, found a table and went to order. George sat back in the seat, took off his glasses and lapped up the attention. Ginny grinned. "You're famous, you know," she said, proudly. "Yeah, I know," said George, smirking, shrugging off his jacket to reveal a white t-shirt emblazoned with huge yellow letters reading, "Gorge George." "Nice t-shirt," Harry chuckled. George grinned. "It's funny because it's true, right?" "Oh, I don't know, you're not my type," Harry said, and Ron laughed loudly. Fred arrived with drinks and handed them out, sliding into the seat with George, removing his own jacket, Fab Fred. They sipped their drinks leisurely, whiling away the half an hour until the train was expected to arrive. Fred and George said they wished they could rejoin the school again, and Ginny said they'd be welcome, but George said with a sigh, "The wizarding world of pranksters needs us, Ginny, dearest." Finally, it was 10 minutes to 11, and Fred announced that the train would have pulled into platform 9 3/4 by now, so with cheery goodbyes, Harry, Ginny and Ron wheeled their trolleys out into the station, through the magical barrier, and sure enough, the Hogwarts Express stood by the platform, its doors open for students to embark. They found an empty compartment easily, and after getting their luggage into the overhead racks, they all sat back to await the rest of their friends. Luna was first, breezing in like an overgrown fairy, perching on the edge of her seat and getting out a copy of the Quibbler, starting to read and not speaking much. Next was Neville, with his pet cactus and his toad Trevor, and finally Hermione found her way into their carriage. Ron's eyes widened at the sight of the 4 trolleys full of bags straining with books that she was dragging. "Hermione, how have you managed to get all that here?" She smiled brightly. "Dad's new company car has a lot of room in the boot, so it wasn't that hard really." "Hello Luna, how are you?" Luna didn't look up from her upside-down copy of the Quibbler, immersed deeply in some new article. "I am well," she said, softly. "And how are you?" "I'm fine." "Oh, thanks Harry," she said, as Harry helped her carry the first trolley carefully into the compartment. "I hope that it's not going to be too hot today." All the Muggle railways were going through turmoil over the summer, the tracks kept buckling in the heat and all the trains were delayed. "That's Muggle traffic for you," Ron grunted, struggling with a particularly heavy wickerwork basket, trying to heave whatever was inside up the steps. "Hermione, what on earth have you got in here that weighs so much?" "Crookshanks," said Hermione, promptly. "Oh, well, that explains it," Ron muttered darkly, dumping the basket in the corner of the compartment. "You didn't tell me you'd transfigured him into an elephant over the summer." Hermione frowned. "Don't be so silly, Ron." Just then, a magical voice resounded out down the train. "May I have your attention please? May I have your attention please?" Passengers are requested not to leave their luggage on the train but take it with them to the castle. Also, luggage must not be levitated from the train to the school, as if anybody has an accident there are no professors to help along the way. Thank you. The voice cut off. Ron groaned. I don't believe we have to haul all this lot up to the castle, it was bad enough getting it on the train in the first place. Harry looked around at the bulging bags of books now crowding the compartment, and he had to admit, Ron had a point. Colon dot 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 colon. The train pulled into Hogsmeade station with a long note from the whistle and a screech of brakes. One long journey later, as late evening was descending on the little village. Steam bloomed up from the wheels as they ground to a halt and the doors along the train slid magically open. The students poured from the carriages, all chattering eagerly. Luggage and boxes and trunks and cages were unloaded gradually and the darkened platform was filled with the sound of many owls hooting and the constant babble of the people. Harry hopped out of the compartment, looking up at the sky. Dark storm clouds were swirling in across the horizon. Come on, he said, as Ron jumped down and handed him Hedwig's cage. Looks like it's going to rain. They took their luggage carefully from the overhead storage racks, carried it out onto the platform and loaded it carefully into one of the thestral-drawn carriages waiting just outside the station. Ron jumped in without a second thought, and Hermione made to follow him, but Harry had seen something odd further back along the line of awaiting carriages. Draco Malfoy stood next to one of the thestrals, and he was stroking its neck gently, watching its magnificent face, but it certainly wasn't the Draco Malfoy that Harry remembered from last year. He appeared to have diminished greatly over the summer. He was usually slim, elegant and tall, but now he was dangerously thin and a great deal shorter than when Harry last saw him. Perhaps it was due to the lack of his designer black and silver clothes. Gone were the tailored trousers and satin shirts, replaced by a rather old gray jumper and scruffy jeans under school robes several inches too short. His hair, once so sleek, was greasy and splayed vaguely around his sagging shoulders. Even though he had been pale before, he now just looked weak, severely underfed and ill. Harry found himself alarmed by the forlorn expression in his weary gray eyes. Harry, said Ron, curiously, come on, get in. What are you looking at? Malfoy, said Harry, quietly. Look at him. Ron leant out of the carriage window and cast a contemptuous eye over Malfoy's startling new appearance. Oh, poor thing, he said, unconvincingly, and then raising his voice, he yelled down the line. Oi, Malfoy. Malfoy looked up, his hand falling still on the thestral's neck. He stayed silent, as though he was too tired to even speak any more. Which muggle did you torture to death to be able to see that horse, Ron yelled, and a knot of Gryffindors nearby laughed loudly. Hermione, however, was not impressed at all. Ron, she said, don't. Why shouldn't I? Ron said, turning on her. The great bullying git deserves it. Didn't you hear what happened to Malfoy over the summer? She said, raising an eyebrow. No, Ron snapped. Harry climbed into the carriage, slammed the door and it began to move away up the long path through Hogsmeade. Why, what happened? He asked, sitting opposite Ron and Hermione. It was all over the Daily Prophet, said Hermione, in hushed tones. I can't believe you haven't heard about it. Are you actually going to tell us, or just build up the excitement for a few more hours? Ron asked, frowning. I'm getting there, Hermione snapped. Well, you know that Lucius Malfoy went to Azkaban. Everybody expected him to get out pretty soon though. There wasn't enough evidence, and Fudge was quoted in the Prophet as saying that Lucius was only in there as a precaution. But then they found evidence against him, and he was tried before the Wizengamot. He got sentenced to life for consorting with the Dark Lord. So, said Ron, deserved it, didn't he? I'm not finished, Ron, let me talk, she said. Fudge tried to get him a lighter sentence. He wouldn't believe the charges, and he said that Lucius was a good man with a family. So Dumbledore agreed Malfoy could have on day out a month to see Draco and Narcissa, as long as he cooperated. Lucius had given the Ministry some useful information about Voldemort while he was being tried, and he was behaving so well they planned to move him to a lower security prison. Then he got his first day out, and he never went back to Azkaban. "He escaped," said Harry, with wide eyes. Hermione shook her head. "No, he was just at Malfoy Manor with Draco. They only managed to get the true story of what happened when Draco was given a massive dose of Veritaserum. One of the Death Eaters that Malfoy gave information about managed to get into the house." Rookwood. She looked up at Harry. "Lucius was murdered right before Draco's eyes." Harry's jaw fell. Hermione nodded, her eyebrows raised. "That's not the worst yet," she said grimly. "After he was announced dead, Malfoy Manor was seized by the Ministry. I know that in usual cases, it would have gone to Narcissa and Draco, but Lucius was a Death Eater and none of the Ministry had any sympathy for his family, except Fudge, but the rest of the Ministry overruled him. They dug up some old law that said they could choose to seize his property rather than pass it on to next of kin. All the manor and lands were taken, with all the contents too. Narcissa and Draco were turned out of their home and didn't get a penny. They spent the summer in a hidden location somewhere out of the country, and there's a rumor that Crabbe and Goyle have been moved to Durmstrang too, so Draco's not had much of a holiday." There was silence for a few moments after she finished, finally broken by Ron's snort. "So Malfoy gets a taste of what his dad's been inflicting on the rest of the world for years. Big deal." "Of course it's a big deal," said Hermione, frowning. "Draco's lost everything. Ron, his father, his house, his things, his friends." "Malfoy's not the only person to lose somebody," said Ron. "Look at Harry, he's lost his parents and his godfather, and they were good people. Lucius Malfoy was just a scumbag. Does that mean that it's right that Draco had his life ruined?" Hermione snapped. "Draco might not have been in with Voldemort at all, Ron, just because his father was." "Oh right," Ron sneered. "And what is that supposed to mean?" Hermione asked, coldly. "Stop arguing," said Harry, frowning. "Why do you both always have to fight about everything?" They fell silent, though Hermione was still scowling into her lap and Ron looked as though he wanted to keep arguing, playing with his fingers, a dark look on his face. Harry folded his arms, sat back and spoke in a casual tone that suggested any more quarreling would not be tolerated. "It's sad that Malfoy's now poor and doesn't have a dad, but Lucius Malfoy got what he deserved. Nobody could feel sorry for him. Ron's right, Hermione, there have been loads of casualties so far, and Lucius Malfoy, well, he got what was coming to him. Even though it's sad about Draco," he added, seeing her angry expression. "And I'll probably never say this again, but I feel sorry for him. There, now just stopping fighting all the time." Ron and Hermione nodded silently, and nobody spoke much at all for the remainder of the journey. As Harry clambered out of the carriage on the edge of the grounds, he couldn't help but notice that Malfoy had just a battered old suitcase for his belongings, and nobody was helping him get it down from the carriage's luggage rack. "I don't believe how much books can weigh," Ron groaned 5 minutes later, as he and Harry helped haul the 6 carrier bags full of Hermione's books across the grounds to the castle. "Me neither," Harry panted. His arms seemed to have stretched at least 4 inches in the last 30 seconds, straining under the weight of all the books. Suddenly, offering to help her carry some of them up to the castle hadn't seemed like such a good idea after all. "How many books do you need, Hermione? Mine all fit in a single bag." "I'm taking more Newt classes than you though, aren't?" she said, promptly, strolling behind them with her suitcase, 2 more carrier bags and Crookshank's basket balanced on top of the suitcase. The ginger cat scampered after her, his bottlebrush tail in the air as he pranced quite smugly, pleased at not having to carry anything. "Why?" Ron groaned, stumbling as one of the bag straps gave way. You don't even know what you're going to do as a career yet. Yes I do, she snapped. What then? I'm going to be a professor. What of? Everything. Don't be silly. Well, what? I haven't decided. So you're just going to learn everything there is to learn? Ron said, incredulously. Pretty much, she replied. Ron goggled at her as she clipped smartly ahead of them, her hair swaying gently in the wind. I don't know how she does it, he said more to himself than Harry, as they started to drag their luggage up the steps, grumbling every step of the way. Harry's arms were stretching almost down to the ground, aching with protest against the weight dragging them down. The thought that they'd now have to drag them up the marble staircase, all the way through the school, down 6 more staircases, along about 20 corridors and then all the way up Gryffindor Tower, was not comforting really. Hermione heaved the doors apart and held them open for Harry and Ron to stagger in, gasping, and drop the bags to the floor with loud groans from both of them. She giggled. Honestly, boys. Ron glared at her from under the red hair sticking to his sweating brow, though said nothing, not trusting himself to speak. You can just leave the bags over there on that pile, she said, gesturing to a small mountain of luggage that had grown from nowhere in the middle of the hall. Careful with them though, they're important. Ron groaned, dragging the bags roughly across the floor and leaving them at the edge of the pile. I've got a humped back now, Hermione, he groaned, massaging his arms. Harry carefully positioned the bags at the foot of the mountain so that they wouldn't fall over, then straightened up and rubbed his lower back. He was about to head over to the Great Hall and find somewhere to sit down, when somebody emerged from behind the pile and nearly knocked him over as they ran. He jumped out of the way and caught a split-second's view of a woman with long, feathery black hair and pale skin, dressed from head to foot in the darkest blue, before she rushed past him, her cloak sweeping along the floor. She looked to be in a great hurry, and Harry had the strangest feeling he'd seen her somewhere before, though he couldn't think where at all. Next second, he realized why she'd been in a hurry as a face popped suddenly from around the edge of the pile with a loud shout of, "Boo!" He jumped a foot in the air, stumbling backwards away from the luggage. Peeves the poltergeist grinned leeringly at him between 2 suitcases, squeezing out and laughing. Scared you, Potty, he cackled, wickedly, floating up into the air and turning slowly upside down. No, Harry said, irritably, pulling his robes back in place. Peeves chuckled. Ooh, lies, Potty. You're getting as bad as Sneaky Snape, you are. He laughed wickedly, and started to spin round and round in a circle as he sung in a childish voice, Sneaky Snape, the first years he scares, clogs up the showers with his greasy black hairs. Ahahaha. Go away, Peeves, Harry said, trying to move past him into the hall. Go bother somebody else. Ooh, tough talk, Potty, Peeves cackled. Should teach you a lesson, I should. Let's make it fun, shall we? If the Great Hall you wish to see, answer me these questions 3. No, Harry snapped. Get out of my way. Peeves bobbed up and down, laughing, his dark eyes full of wicked amusement, still refusing to move. I'll get the Baron, Harry warned, angrily. I'm serious, Peeves, let me past. Peeves shot forward, grabbed his head and ruffled his hair vigorously for a few seconds before he disappeared with a loud pop, his laughter still ringing the entrance hall. Harry stalked through the door, annoyed, sinking into a seat at the Gryffindor table with Ron, Hermione, Neville and Ginny. Where've you been? Said Ron, curiously. Peeves got me, said Harry, trying to sort out his hair. You know, I don't think I'll feel sorry for him anymore. He's just an annoying. But at the staff table, Dumbledore was standing up and waving for quiet. Harry looked up at him, falling quiet, wanting to know what he was going to say for once. There was quite a lot to find out. The new subject, for one. Harry then noticed that there were 2 spare chairs at the staff table, one next to Snape, and one on Dumbledore's right-hand side. Where's Professor Lupin? Said Ron, frowning, scanning the table. Harry shrugged. Don't know, as Dumbledore opened his mouth to start. Welcome to Hogwarts, he said, smiling graciously, his arms held out as though blessing them all. And may I add how nice it is to see you all happy and healthy, though a trifle windswept, perhaps. I hope you have all had a good summer, and have returned ready to learn. The first-year students who are to be sorted shall be through in a few moments after Professor McGonagall has welcomed them properly to the school, but until then, I'm afraid I shall have to bore you all silly with a few start-of-term notices. Some I am no doubt you will be delighted by, and some that I know a lot of you would rather I not tell you about. One such thing is the most important, and I wish to be completely serious when I tell you this, so I implore you all to listen well. Lord Voldemort. A shiver spread through the school at this, and Dumbledore paused to let people settle once more, then continued. You are all now fully aware of his return. To my knowledge, there have been 5 deaths in wizard kind, the latest only this summer. Harry glanced across the hall at the Slytherin table. Malfoy sat apart from everyone else, huddled over the table with his shoulders up, as though terribly cold. Harry felt a shiver as he realized he could see every button on the other boy's spine through his cloak, such was the extent of his weight loss. A lot more people were turning to look at Malfoy too, but he made no sign to acknowledge he was aware of them watching him, and continued to trace a finger around the rim of his goblet, a weary, hollow look in his eyes. Dumbledore coughed once to draw their attention away, and began to speak once more. It would be foolish of me to tell you there shall be no more lives lost, for there will, and as much as some of you will not want to hear this, it could be any one of us sitting right now in this hall. Voldemort is very much alive, and as dangerous as he ever was. For this reason, new defenses are being brought into Hogwarts. They have been rigorously tested, several times, and I think that now would be a good time to go through the safety drills with you all. He smiled, clapped his hands twice, stretched out his fingers, flicked his hands and then. Everybody yelped and clapped their hands over their ears as the most horrible, high-pitched wailing noise filled the hall. Harry cringed as it continued, whining right inside his head, wavering up and down like the air raid sirens of World War II. This, Dumbledore bellowed over the noise, as the siren which will sound the moment any possible danger becomes apparent. All teachers and prefects can conjure this sound in the way I just demonstrated, but I must stress that if anybody abuses this power I will be extremely angry. The noise died, and everybody sighed with relief, rubbing their foreheads painfully. If you hear this noise, then try your best to get to your house common room, said Dumbledore. If not, any professor's office or this hall will do, except if danger is in any of these places. Do not run into trouble if you can avoid it. Precisely 30 seconds after this noise has been initiated. Bang! Everybody jumped and a few people screamed as massive iron gates slid down covering every single possible entrance to the hall. The doors, the windows, the stormy ceiling being pattered with rain overhead, holes in the walls, portraits, everything was barred with the heavy black iron poles. Dumbledore smiled. That happens. Please, please do not linger in doorways after you hear the siren. I do not need to explain what will happen if you do. He clicked his fingers, and the metal gates slid back into whatever places they were hiding. Everybody was very on edge now, clearly wondering what dangerous defenses Dumbledore would conjure next. Also, he said, panic buttons have been placed in every classroom, common room, office, dormitory, and at regular intervals down corridors. To activate one properly, it must be pressed 3 times. This, I hope, will stop any accidental setting offs of the panic button. Pressing one of the buttons will initiate the siren and also alert every teacher to where you are and that you are in severe trouble. These buttons are to be used only in the most dire situations, where the castle is under attack and you need help very quickly. Above them, a flash of lightning struck across the sky and filled the hall with a white flood for a moment. Everybody nodded silently, all wide-eyed and still worried about anything else he might spring on them. There are some other defenses in place, he admitted, though I do not wish to reveal every single one of my secrets to you just yet. If the time arises when they must be used, you shall find out everything, though hopefully that day will never come. Moving on to slightly lighter notes, I am pleased to inform you that due to the removal of Dolores Umbridge from my school, all rules she made have been destroyed completely. I want to see as many people as possible reading the Quibbler, starting up clubs and enjoying yourselves. Speaking of after-school activities, it has come to my attention that during last year, Mr. Harry Potter took matters of defense against the dark arts into his own hands and started a secret organization which quite some number of you were involved in. He smiled pleasantly at Harry over the top of his half-moon spectacles. Harry has kindly agreed, with the help of various staff members, to carry on his good work. Dumbledore's army is now every Friday after school, and I hope to see as many of you there as possible. Harry smiled back at Professor Dumbledore, even grinning around at a few people in the crowd watching him, before the headmaster started to talk again, drawing their attention. Also, I am sorry to tell you that our caretaker of several decades, Argus Filch, has left the school due to, personal reasons. Everybody burst into applause, and Dumbledore chuckled merrily. Now, I'm sure the loss of Mr. Filch isn't quite as much a call for celebration as that, he said, though he was smiling as much as everybody else. All the teachers were. Harry could swear there was even the slightest, tiniest upturn of the corners of Snape's lips. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as the last few claps died out. Thank you. However, this does not mean that you are allowed to bring any banned objects into school. I do not wish to see any maces, or battle axes or longswords, thank you very much. On to the next notice, and I know that my waffling has gone out a bit today, I must apologize, but these things are important. As you all know, the age required to do magic has been lowered by a year. This means that students in the 6th and 7th year are allowed to perform sorcery out of school, though I must remind you not to overdo it and alert Muggle attention other than your family, for those of you who are Muggle-born. This has been done to give you all sufficient practice at magic in the real world, for practicing sorcery inside school is one thing, and performing out there for real is quite another. He smiled around at all of them, then said, next item I wish to draw to your attention, the Quidditch Cup this year has been cancelled. Harry's face fell. Again, he had been looking forward to playing Quidditch all summer. He wasn't the only student who chorused, "Why?" up at Dumbledore. But, he said, and there is a but. The cup has been cancelled but Quidditch will continue. A new system for Hogwarts Quidditch matches has been introduced, so please, do not throw any cutlery at me until I am completely finished. To strengthen alliance between the houses, I've decided that a Quidditch League will be in place. Teams are of the usual 7 members, and matches are as normal, except that a team can consist of players from any house, mixed together, and there are an unlimited number of teams. The more teams we have, the more games, and I'm sure that everyone will want to join in the fun with their friends. If we get more than 20 teams, I will be delighted to organize a staff versus students game. Ron's eyes lit up. We have to get a team, he said to Harry. Absolutely have to. Imagine it, we could both play beaters for once and chase Snape around the pitch. Harry smiled weakly, the butterfingers hex creeping into his head again. Snape seemed to have been reminded of this as well. He had looked away from Dumbledore and was pretending to study his goblet, though Harry could see the bitterness in his face. Dumbledore called for quiet, and when everybody had settled down, he said, "Thank you all for your enthusiasm and your attention throughout this old man's blathering, and I promise I shall never bore you like this again." In a few moments, the doors of the Great Hall opened at that moment, cutting him off in mid-sentence. The wind and rain roared outside, and another flash of lightning tore through the hall, illuminating 2 figures in the doorway, before the doors slammed shut again, taking the howling wind with it. 2 men stood before them in the torchlight. One was Professor Lupin, looking rather bedraggled and disheveled in a tattered gray cloak. He held his briefcase with the familiar peeling gold letters, and overall, he looked quite a state with his graying hair all over his face, windswept and ruffled. But the man behind him, who's that? Parvati Patil whispered down the Gryffindor table, her eyes wide, seemingly transfixed. A lot of people in the hall were whispering the same question, watching this new visitor with wonder in their faces. At first glance, he looked to have fallen right out of a story about the smooth, slick smugglers of olden times, sailing the high seas and burying treasure on desert islands somewhere on the horizon. He was young, less than 30, and tall, strikingly so, well-built, clothed in black riding trousers, a red wine-colored tunic and the black boots normally associated with pirates. Compared to Professor Lupin, he looked like the definition of attractive and sophisticated. Several of the girls were craning their necks to get a better look. "Ah, gentlemen," Dumbledore said, with a gracious smile. "So glad you could join us." Lupin brushed his hair out of his eyes. "Apologies, Headmaster, there was a problem with our carriage. That's quite all right, Remus. Please sit down, make yourself comfortable. Dumbledore smiled pleasantly as Lupin and this mystery man made their way up to the high table. Everybody was interested now. When he turned his back, his dark brown hair was revealed to be swept gently into a sleek ponytail, tied with a black ribbon. He looked completely untouched despite the raging storms that had turned Lupin pale and scruffy. Lupin took the seat on Dumbledore's right, sinking into it as though he was about to faint. The other man sat graciously next to Professor Snape, who shot him a rather contemptuous sideways sneer. "May I introduce our defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Lupin," Dumbledore addressed the students, pulling their attention away from the other man. "Some of our older students will remember that he taught the subject here a few years ago, and it is my great pleasure to welcome him back with open arms." Lupin gave a weak smile and murmur of thanks, and then Dumbledore leant forward to smile down the table at the new man. "And some of you may be curious as to who our new guest is," he said to the school, who were watching attentively. He smiled. "This year at Hogwarts, a new subject shall be taught within these walls, one which I have no doubt will be of great use to you in further years. It is my pleasure to introduce our new pure arts teacher, Professor Alrister." Professor Alrister smiled with the corner of his mouth, a very roguish, slick sort of smile. A lot of the girls sighed softly. "You may well be wondering exactly what the pure arts are," said Dumbledore. "Indeed, I spent most of my life practicing the subject without even knowing what it was called." "Ah, Professor Alrister, would you care to explain to the students just what wonderful work you do?" Alrister smiled again, and stood up gracefully, his palms resting flat on the table as he looked around at them all. Harry had the strangest feeling that Alrister was looking directly at him. Then again, the rest of the hall seemed to think so too. The Gryffindor sixth-year girls were all gazing at him as though they'd never seen a man before. "Thank you, Headmaster," he said, in a deep sort of voice, then addressing the hall, he smiled slightly again. "My subject is the pure arts, sometimes commonly known as raw magic, sorcery without a wand. Of course, a lot of you may presume that pure arts is merely charms but minus the wand, but my subject is far more complex than that. I presume you all had to test several wands before you found the right one." Everybody nodded, as though they were having a conversation one-on-one with the new professor. He smiled, and continued. "That is because, as you know, the right person has to match the right wand. A faulty wand, or one that does not like you, will not perform as well as your one true match. Without the correct wand, the magical power inside you is not focused well enough to produce controlled magic. Often, an angry or upset wizard will perform violent, tempered bursts of magic even without a wand, because it is uncontrolled." Harry knew exactly what the professor was talking about. Up until the age of 11, when he'd started his education at Hogwarts, whenever he was distressed, he'd become a magnet for accidents. Indeed, just before his third year, he'd inflated his Aunt Marge after she drove him insane with her complaints about his parents. "My job is to teach you how to control that unfocused magic," Professor Alrister continued, in his calm, level voice. "I have no doubt that with practice most of you here will be able to perform vital magic without your wands, of course, only when necessary. It takes many years of work to achieve the level where you can discard your wand. It will be a pleasure to teach you all, and if you're willing to try, we'll get on marvelously, I think." Dumbledore smiled, and started to clap politely. The school burst into applause. Several of the seventh-year Hufflepuff girls whistled. Professor Alrister smiled graciously and sat back in his chair. Through clapping mildly, Harry glanced at the other professors' reactions to this speech. Professor Snape was not amused, tracing a pale finger idly around the rim of his goblet as though in a particularly boring lesson. Professor Sprout, Madame Pomfrey and Madame Hooch were all clapping particularly hard and grinning at each other. "Thank you, Professor Alrister," said Dumbledore, nodding graciously. "Now, I believe." The siren suddenly went off and everybody screamed, ducking and grabbing their ears. Dumbledore filled his lungs and bellowed, "Ah, that must be Professor McGonagall showing the first years the new safety precautions. Turn it off, just let them get abducted by dark wizards." Ron yelled. though his voice was lost completely in the siren's wailing. My ears are going to explode. The horrible whining stopped, and everybody sighed, rubbing their heads again. Why does it have to hurt so much? Ron groaned from next to Harry. Harry was blinking, trying to get his vision to focus again, though across the table Hermione was still very blurry. She stared at him. What? The sirens just turned everything fuzzy. Give it a minute, he said, going cross-eyed. Bang! The gates came down with a loud crash, and everybody screamed again. Snape jumped so much his goblet clattered to the floor, and he scooped it up, looking angry. Harry noticed that Lupin's face was turned towards Snape, and Snape shot him an absolutely vile look as he slammed the goblet back on the table. Dumbledore snapped his fingers, grinding the gates back into place, smiling. I believe that's quite enough of that. Now, we have some new students who need to be sorted and join our school. The door opened, and the first years all filed in, looking around nervously. Clearly, having iron gates zooming from the walls wasn't a good first impression of the school for them. Professor McGonagall shook out her long roll of parchment, and read, Aster, Kimberly. All the way through the sorting, Ron sat next to Harry muttering darkly. Every now and then, Harry caught a phrase like, I am so hungry. Or, oh, come on, just put them all in Hufflepuff. Or, now that's a Slytherin, just look at that ratty face. However, it seemed that Ron was the only one watching the sorting at all apart from the professors. All the older students were grumbling to their neighbors about how hungry they were, and all the girls were watching Professor Allister fixedly, even though he was just observing the sorting. Harry couldn't help but catch the scathing looks Snape kept throwing at Allister, the way he sat leaning as far away from the new teacher as possible, as though worried of developing some terrifying disease. Oh come on, Ron groaned, as the last student came forward and plonked the hat pleasantly on her head. Hurry up, he put a hand over his mouth and muttered, in a low voice that fooled nobody, Hufflepuff. Now let's eat. Hermione gave him a reproving look as the hat announced, Ravenclaw, and the girl skipped off, the Ravenclaw table applauding her and welcoming her. Ron was cheering too. Yeah, great, she's a Ravenclaw, feed us, he called. Dumbledore heard him and chuckled. Yes, as Mr. Weasley says, I think it's about time to eat. He looked around at all of them with his twinkling eyes, lifted his hands and clapped twice. The dishes and plates and bowls up and down the long house tables all filled instantly with food, succulent meat, crisp vegetables and salads arranged in delicate patterns, great boats of rich gravy, trays of chips and chicken nuggets, hamburgers, buttered potatoes. It all looked marvelous. Harry loaded up his plate hungrily, his stomach growling. Ron wasn't bothering with cutlery and was tucking into a large slice of gooey cheese pizza, his eyes closed, as though all his dreams had come true. I needed that, he sighed. Hermione delicately started to cut into her chicken, frowning as Ron wiped his fingers on the tablecloth. Not one for manners today, are we? I'm hungry, it's not my fault. Pass us one of those hamburgers, Harry. Harry handed it over, absent-mindedly glancing up the table to where Professor Allister sat. He was talking to Madame Pants, toying with a piece of pasta on the end of his fork, more interested in what she was saying. Madame Pants looked rather pink in the face and kept missing her soup with the spoon. What do you think of that new professor? Harry asked, as he poured himself a goblet of pumpkin juice. He certainly looks good, said Hermione. She stammered, and said, I mean, looks to be a good professor. Oh Ron, don't look at me like that, you know what I meant. What do you think, Harry? Said Ron through a mouthful of hamburger, grinning. Lockhart too, return of the good-looking Pratt. I don't know, said Harry. He seems to know his stuff. Oh, don't tell me you fancy him as well, said Ron. Hermione snapped, I do not fancy him, Ron. Ron smirked. I never said you did, my own. Hermione blushed and looked down into her chicken, though as she ate, Harry caught her sneaking glances at the dashing Professor Allister every few moments. In a way, the professor's good looks and obvious charm did remind Harry of Professor Lockhart, though there was something else there. Something a little darker, wiser, humbler. Plus, the way he was talking to Madame Pants. All the female professors had hated Lockhart's guts. He was arrogant, Cocky and big-headed, convinced he was God's gift to women, but Madame Pants was now blushing to the tips of her fingers and he was talking to her politely, letting her reply. And he looked interested in what she was stammering from behind her hands, oblivious to the fact she was ladling soup onto her plate for no reason. Harry then spotted Snape, and never had he seen Snape looking so utterly bored. He had one hand supporting his head, gazing out into space with a hollow-cheeked expression as he picked vaguely at a bread roll. Harry noticed that there was no cutlery anywhere near Snape, and all the hot dishes were conveniently at the other end of the table. As much as he loathed Snape, he couldn't help but feel slightly sorry for him. After all, the rest of the teachers had steak, chips, fresh meat, noodles, pretty much everything the students had, and Snape had a bread roll. And even then, there was no butter on it because he didn't have a knife. "Harry, will you stop staring at that new guy?" said Ron. "You're like Hermione, honestly." Hermione choked on a piece of chicken. "Ron, will you stop being so childish?" Harry chuckled into his food, quickly covering it by putting a chip in his mouth, so Hermione couldn't accuse him of laughing. When their plates were all cleared, the platters and bowls up and down the tables refilled with dessert. Ice creams, trifles, eclairs, rice pudding, chocolates, sticky toffee pudding, pavlova, shortcake, sponge cake, fruitcake, chocolate cake, fondant fancies, fairy cakes, sundaes, brandy snap. The list went on and on. The house elves had really outdone themselves this year. Harry eagerly helped himself to hot chocolate cake and ice cream, while Ron tucked into pretty much everything. Hermione took a slice of apple tart and lathered it in whipped cream. She didn't even tell Ron off for slopping ice cream all down his front, and she joined in happily with the discussions about pure arts flitting up and down the table. "I've heard that it can be quite dangerous stuff," said Lavender Brown, taking another spoonful of her cherry sundae. "I hope he knows what he's doing." "I think he will," said Seamus. "What's the worst that could happen?" Ron savaged a bite from his donut, licking all around his mouth to remove the sugar. "Somebody might blow something up or something. They'll probably have some sort of precaution though. I mean, he won't just let us loose and tell us to do magic, will he?" "I hope not," said Hermione. "That would be very irresponsible of him." "Yeah, and also pointless," said Harry. "He's going to teach us how to control it, like he said." "I dunno how you're supposed to control stuff like that," said Ron, shrugging vaguely. "It just comes naturally, doesn't it? And only when we're scared or angry or something, is he going to annoy us just so we can participate in class." "It's not necessarily bad emotions," said Hermione, promptly, spooning some tart into her mouth and then continuing. "It can be good memories. That's what makes the Patronus work. It's raw magic, channeled into the wand and released." "Who cares?" said Ron. "It's learning how to blow stuff up lessons, I bet you." Harry smiled and helped himself to another curl of brandy snap, breaking it into bits and crunching a piece absent-mindedly. "As long as he doesn't give us too much homework." "Yeah," said Ron, nodding vigorously, nearly splattering custard all over the tabletop. "I mean, especially for you, you're running the DA after school too." "Hey, I've got my prefect duties. I can't be doing homework when there are first years to be helped, can I?" "Every other prefect manages, Ron," said Hermione, frowning. "I was joking," said Ron, a smile crossing his face. "Honestly, Hermione, couldn't you tell?" "Excuse me." They all looked up. Professor Alrister stood nearby, smiling down at them all, his height even more impressive from this angle. "Are you done with the cream? We've run out at the staff table," he said, in that deep voice. Hermione went, and after a moment, she gabbled, "Yes, thank you. I mean, yes, we have, you can have it." He smiled gratefully. "Thanks." Leaning forward, he picked the jug up by the handle. Ron raised his eyebrows at the black velvet hawking gloves that the new professor wore, emblazoned with a gold family crest on the back of the palm, but before any of them could register the crest properly, Alrister had taken the jug away to the staff table, his boots clinking on every step. Hermione was still crimson in the face, apparently struck dumb. Lavender Brown was goggling at her as though she'd just been given the treat of a lifetime. "He talked to you," she whispered. Ron snorted. "Big deal. How cool is he?" Lavender gushed, pretending not to have heard Ron. He's not like a teacher. Did you hear the way he said, thanks? He sounds more like one of my big brother's friends. He is so cool. He's just some good-looking prat, said Ron, scowling. A good-looking prat who has now stolen our cream, I might add. Thanks so much, Hermione. Haven't you had enough? She said, raising an eyebrow. You've had about half a plate of everything now. You'll be sick. No, I won't, Ron said, doggedly, taking another shovel of plum pudding and turning round to steal the Hufflepuff's cream. I warned him, she said, coolly, cutting out another slice of her apple tart. And he can't say I didn't. The plates were slowly cleaned, and by the time every last morsel was gone, it was very dark outside. Everyone was sleepy and full of food, and when Dumbledore announced that it was time for bed, the benches all creaked as the students stood up. Hermione shot up and said, "First years. First years over here." Ron sighed and followed her dejectedly, dragging his feet, leaving Harry to make his way up to Gryffindor Tower alone. Really, he was glad of the peace for a while, as he strolled leisurely across the entrance hall and up the great marble staircase. The various witches and wizards in the portraits waved merrily at the students they recognized, and greeted the first years, wishing them welcome to Hogwarts. Harry found himself walking behind a group of new Hufflepuffs, who were chattering happily about the day they expected tomorrow. Their prefect called at them to hurry up, and they rushed off, disappearing down a side passage, leaving Harry on his own. He wondered about the day tomorrow. New classes were starting, and he knew they were different to his lessons of the past 5 years. Apparently, there were no set classes of Gryffindors, or just Hufflepuffs, but a mixture of all 4 houses. He hoped he wouldn't end up with a pack of Slytherins doing potions, and he had the feeling that if he did, he'd forget being an Auror and just join the Ministry or something equally pointless. When he got into Gryffindor Tower, Ron, Hermione and the other Gryffindor prefects were giving the welcoming talk to a knot of curious first years huddled by the fire. Harry smiled, leaning against one of the armchairs to watch as Ron hiccuped his way through what to do if there was a fire. His various puddings were taking toll on him, and Harry couldn't help but laugh inwardly as he realized the first years didn't understand a word he was saying as he slurred vaguely about windows and water charms. How do we do water charms? One of the first years asked, tentatively. Ron put a hand to his head and thought for a minute, clearly getting nowhere, then saying, "Look, just fetch an older student and tell them to do it for you." Hermione frowned disapprovingly, and took out her wand. The first years all watched, spellbound, as she demonstrated how to do a water charm properly, and then set about teaching them. She would make a good professor, Harry thought, as she managed to show the first years their very first bits of magic. They all smiled gratefully, looking at her as though she was a grand sorceress, as she praised them all, pointed out the dormitories and sent them to bed. Harry clapped from the back of the room. Hermione grinned. "Was that okay?" "Great," he said, smiling. "Ron, you sound a bit drunk." "Sure up," said Ron, grinning bemusedly. "I'm full of sugar, I'm allowed to sound a bit drunk." "Where've you been anyway? You missed the bit where I belched in the middle of the welcome speech." "Hilarious," said Harry. He yawned widely, stretching. "I'm tired, and we've got lessons first thing tomorrow." "Hit the hay, I think," said Ron. "Night, Hermione." "Night," she said, disappearing up the girls' staircase. Harry and Ron went up to their own dormitory. Neville, Seamus and Dean were already in there, sitting up in bed and debating the new defenses. Harry smiled as he saw Ron shoot a nasty look at Dean, pulling the curtains around his bed to get changed. "Hey, Harry," Seamus called. "What?" Harry called from inside the hangings of his 4-poster. "You're still running the DA, right?" "Yeah," said Harry. "Why?" "Just checking. And, is Professor Lupin helping?" Harry pulled the hangings apart, just doing up the last button of his pajama jacket. "Of course." "Great," said Seamus, smiling. "At least we're going to have proper defense against the dark arts this year." "What do you think of that Allister guy?" "I don't know," Harry shrugged. "He's all right, I suppose." "No, he's not," said Ron. "He's a prat. You just have to look at him. What's with all the pirate-style stuff?" "I think he looks really cool," said Neville, enthusiastically. His face then fell as he continued, I'm just not very good at producing any raw magic, except when I'm in real danger. Hey, don't worry, said Dean. Nobody can just do it straight off. But I'm really rubbish at it, said Neville sadly. I only managed to conjure any when my great-uncle dropped me out of an upstairs window and I nearly died. Harry got under the covers and laid down in bed, listening to them talk idly, closing his eyes. There was just something about the whole room that made him feel safe and sleepy. The last thing he thought before he drifted off to sleep was how glad he was to be back, then sleep settled over him like a blanket. Dean's alarm clock went off the next morning at 8 a.m. sharp, jolting Harry harshly from his peaceful slumber. He groaned and pulled the covers tighter over his head, not wanting to get up just yet, but Ron and Neville, who were already up and dressed, threw socks at him until he got out of bed. He dressed vaguely, pulled on his robes and slumped down to breakfast with Ron, bleary-eyed and tired from the previous late night. Hermione was already at the Gryffindor table, eating a slice of toast and jam, reading her new timetable. They sat down on either side of her, and Harry pulled a bowl of porridge wearily towards him as she handed them their own timetables with a pleasant "Morning." "Morning," said Harry. He glanced up and down the column for the day while adding sugar to his porridge. First thing was Defense Against the Dark Arts, followed by Charms, First Break, Transfiguration, Lunch, and then 2 hours of Pure Arts in the afternoon. It could be worse, he thought. It could be Potions. Hey, said Ron, frowning at his timetable. How come you're doing 2 hours of Pure Arts and I've got an hour of Magical Creatures instead? Harry shrugged. You took 5 hours of Magical Creatures a week, I only took 3. Oh no, Hermione said, sadly, checking all 3 of their timetables. I'm doing runes instead of Pure Arts today. My first Pure Art lessons is on Wednesday. Ron grinned. Don't cry. I'm not crying, she snapped. I'm just disappointed. Harry's the lucky one. He gets to do Pure Arts first before any of us. Yeah, said Ron. Lucky you. I'm going to be chasing animals around the grounds while you're blowing stuff up and Hermione's staring at weird scribbles. Look at tomorrow morning though, said Harry, showing Ron his schedule. You get to chase animals while I'm stuck in a dungeon with Snape for 2 hours. Ron tried hard not to grin too much. Hey, look, we've got 3 hours of dark arts on Friday, all of us. No, said Hermione, smiling shyly. One of mine is Pure Arts. Ooh, well, good for you, Ron said, sarcastically. On Wednesday all 3 of us are doing Pure Arts all afternoon, Harry said. And Transfiguration between breaks. Hang on. Oh no. What is it? Said Ron. On Thursday I'm on my own in Potions, Harry groaned. What am I going to do? Snape's going to make my life hell. Ron shrugged. Should have dropped it like me, shouldn't you? Still, me and Hermione are doing double History of Magic then, so at least you're not going to die of boredom. There was an increase in noise from the Hufflepuff girls as the doors behind the staff table opened, and Professor Alrister came in, looking resplendent in a copper-colored tunic and dark brown trousers. His hands were missing their black velvet gloves of yesterday, replaced by fingerless ones with gold trim around the knuckles. Ron snorted. What does he think he looks like with those gloves on? Captain Hut. That's Captain Hook, said Harry. Whatever, said Ron, vaguely, turning away and stabbing a sausage with his fork so viciously that it gave a soft bang as air was expelled from it. He didn't seem to be in a good mood anymore. Come on, cheer up, said Harry. Dark Arts next, and Charms. Ron huffed, jabbing at the sausage some more until it was little more than a mangled pile of meat strands on his plate. I hate Mondays. Look on the bright side, said Harry. No more potions for you ever again. And we get to see what a prat Alrister is this afternoon. Really, Harry didn't think Alrister was as bad as Ron though, and thought he looked like quite a good teacher, but he didn't like seeing Ron so annoyed. Ron smiled slightly. I'm glad we're third cousins, you know. Once removed, Hermione's voice said from behind the massive volume on runes that she was reading. We know, Harry and Ron both said at once, and they then grinned. Come on, let's go get our books, said Harry. I'm not hungry anymore. Me neither, said Ron. See you in Dark Arts, my own. Don't drool all over you book if Allister comes over to borrow the milk. Hermione frowned but said nothing, turning her page with a contemptuous look on her face as Harry and Ron hurried back up to Gryffindor Tower, fetched their books and got down to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom with good time until the bell. They were the only ones in the corridor at all for a few minutes, and they stood chatting about nothing in particular, until another figure appeared in the corridor. Malfoy looked just as diminished as yesterday as he walked slowly down the corridor, looking at the floor, hands in his pockets, not even noticing Harry and Ron. He passed them and languished quite far from them, head still down, as though he didn't deserve to look at them. Ron rolled his eyes to Harry. Harry smiled weakly as Ron muttered under his breath, "It's a good job Hermione isn't here or she'd be boring us both to death with her Malfoy the trapped soul speech again." Harry nodded, though really, he thought Hermione did have a point. He wasn't going to say this in front of Ron though. Luckily, Professor Lupin came out of the classroom at that moment, spotted them and smiled, coming over. "Hello Harry, Ron, you're not busy, are you?" "No, not at all," said Harry. "What are we doing today, Professor?" "I could use some help setting it all up, actually," said Lupin. "Care to help?" "Sure," said Harry, and Ron nodded. Lupin smiled and held the door open for them as they stepped into the classroom, but before he shut it, he spotted Malfoy and said, "Ah, Draco, you can help as well. Come on in." Malfoy didn't argue. Harry doubted whether he had the strength to do so. When the Slytherin stepped into the light of the dark arts classroom, Harry noticed that he did have something of value. There was a silver chain hanging loosely around his neck, with a pendant shaped like the club from a pack of cards, but before Harry could take a closer look, Malfoy saw him looking and clasped his fist around the locket, tucking it inside his robes, meeting Harry's stare with as much hatred as he could muster. "Now then," said Professor Lupin, drawing Harry's attention away. "We're doing some work on curses today, so everybody will need." He dragged a huge box out from under his desk. "One of these books." He handed them a stack each to give out. "Perhaps some parchment." He placed a few rolls of parchment on top of each stack of books. "And chocolate, but I'll give that out at the end if anybody needs it." "Thank you, boys, just put a book and a roll of parchment in each place." They got to work, handing the equipment out as instructed, while Professor Lupin copied some things from a book onto the board. When his chalk broke for the third time, he sighed, "It's times like this I wish I had Allister's skills." "Why?" Harry asked, curiously, unrolling a scroll of parchment and setting it down on a nearby desk. Lupin smiled. "He can just snap his fingers and the chalk sets to work itself. Of course, there are charms that do that, but I don't trust them anymore. The chalk writes what you're thinking at that precise moment, and unless you keep your thoughts clear then it can all go horribly wrong." "So, pure arts is basically magic without a wand," said Ron. No, it's much more complicated," said Lupin. "Actual spells aren't used, so he can't snap his fingers and perform a hex or a jinx, but wizards skilled in raw magic can do some wondrous things. Just using raw magical energy, I've seen a few things they can do, but it takes a lot of mental and emotional strength to be able to perform the pure arts well." "My mum can cook using raw magic," said Ron, remembering something. "Ah, yes, now that's technically the pure arts," said Lupin, smiling. "Even though Molly's cooking is marvelous, I admit. That's something a little different. I'm sure that Allister will explain it all to you later." The class was now all lined up outside, peering through the glass interestedly to see what was going on. Lupin opened the door to let them in and they filed in quietly, taking desks and looking curiously at the books before them. Harry sat at the front of the class with Ron and Hermione, and when everybody was sitting down, Professor Lupin smiled around at them all. "2 years since I last saw you all," he said, pensively. "How has your defense against the dark arts been since then?" "Terrible," said Ron, without a second thought. Lupin chuckled. "Now, I'm sure it wasn't quite that bad." "It was," said Harry. Lavender Brown nodded vigorously. "Professor Moody, well, he wasn't actually Professor Moody, was he? But he terrified us, and Umbridge, well. Yes, I heard about her," said Lupin, smiling, and there was a cruel look in his eyes that Harry hadn't seen there before. I was also at school with her and she truly was hopeless at defense against the dark arts. I'm sorry you all had to endure her for a year. Everybody was delighted at this, and they all sat up in their seats, watching Professor Lupin closely. Even some of the Slytherins were smiling. Pansy Parkinson was languished at the back of the room with her gang, not taking any notice of what Lupin said, and Malfoy was in a corner on his own. Harry was surprised he wasn't with Pansy. "We're doing curse deflection today," said Lupin, picking up his register, "but first, the register." Lavender brown. After the register, Lupin instructed them to scan through the first chapter and make notes on anything that looked important, and that this was going to be an overall test of their abilities, so to take this seriously. Hermione nearly filled her parchment with her neat, tiny handwriting, copying sentences straight from the book. Harry noted down a few common curses, wrote out some instructions on how to avoid them, and then sat back. Ron stole notes from both of them vaguely, taking anything that caught his eye. 15 minutes later, Lupin called for them to stop, collected in the books and moved all the desks to the walls, clearing a space in the middle of the classroom. "Now, I hope you've done your notes well," he said. "I'm going to test how well by calling you each forward and attempting to curse you. If I can do it, you'll have homework, if not, 5 points to your house and no homework. Fair?" They all nodded. Hermione looked quite disappointed at the prospect of no homework if she did well, and was clearly torn between wanting homework and wanting to pass. Ron and Harry grinned at each other as she murmured, "But, oh," in a worried sort of way. "Don't worry," Lupin continued. "These are all reversible curses that won't do anything particularly nasty to you, and all the counter curses are right here in the book." He patted the textbook stack. "So, who wants to go first?" Nobody volunteered, all a little worried about how well they'd prepared themselves, until a Slytherin boy stepped forward from the crowd. Harry knew him by sight, though had never spoken to him properly. Blaise Zabini had dark brown hair, clever hazel-colored eyes, and he was rather short, but known for his lethally sharp tongue. "I'll do it," he said. Lupin nodded. "Very well. Blaise, stand over there by that desk please, and get ready. You have to avoid the curse in any way you can. The only thing you cannot do is curse me back, as I would hit you with my own spell anyway. Just as a matter of curiosity, can anybody tell me the difference between a hex, a curse and a jinx?" Hermione's hand shot into the air, and nobody was overly surprised by this. "Hermione, a hex changes something about the victim," she said, in a bad way. "A jinx gives them a handicap. Curses are the name given to any malicious spell which cannot be placed definitely in the hex or jinx category, or causes damage, like the unforgivable curses." "Excellent, as always," said Lupin. 5 points to Gryffindor. "Okay, Blaise, this is a curse coming at you, remember. Ready, on 3. 1, 2, 3. He raised his wand, and cried, "Rictusempra." The bullet of light shot at Blaise, who swished his own wand upwards so that it ricocheted off at an angle and blew a hole in the ceiling. Everybody clapped, and Blaise acknowledged it with a vague nod of his head. "Well done, Blaise, very good. That was a perfectly demonstrated block of a curse using the tip of the wand. Of course, some wizards find this method unreliable, as if the curse hits any part of the wand other than the tip, it will not be stopped." Lupin smiled around at them all. "Next. Dash. Well, that was fun," said Hermione, as they left the room at the end of class. Ron snorted, as he crammed his homework into his back. "Yeah, for you, Miss Fancy Deflecting Charm. You should have done better notes, shouldn't you?" said Hermione. She had, of course, got no homework at all and seemed rather pleased with herself. "And besides, it's only a short homework." Ron nodded. "Yeah, I suppose so." He slid his timetable out of his bag, checking up and down the column. "Charms for me next. Same with you both." "Yeah," said Harry. "Wonder what we'll be doing." "I hope we're starting some new coursework," Hermione said, as though just the thought sent a shiver of excitement down her spine. They all headed off towards Charms. A few people branched off, going the other way for other lessons, including Malfoy, who walked with his shoulders hunched at the back. Blaise Zabini called after him as he started to ascend the steps to the astronomy tower. "And make sure you're there at break, Malfoy, or we're not going to be happy." Pansy Parkinson grinned and stepped closer to Blaze, taking his arm and snuggling into his side. Hermione screwed her nose up and looked away as they swept past. Honestly, she muttered, I thought Pansy was with Malfoy, said Harry, confused. Yeah, he wishes, said Pansy, loftily, as she and Blaze headed off towards Transfiguration, followed by all their Slytherin cronies. Ron shrugged. Then both Blaze and Malfoy haven't got any taste. Come on, or we'll be late for first classes. You sound like Hermione, Harry laughed. He does not, said Hermione, huffily. I do not, said Ron, in the same tone. Harry laughed again, and the three of them hurried the rest of the way to Charms, just getting there in time. Tiny old Professor Flitwick was sitting on his usual stack of cushions, smiling around at them all as Harry, Ron and Hermione found seats at a table with Neville. Hi, he whispered, as they sat down. Hey, said Ron, has he said what we're doing today? Something important, said Neville. It sounds dangerous. Good enough for me, said Ron, taking out his wand and kicking his bag under the table. Professor Flitwick took the register as Lupin had done, and when he was finished, he sat up on his pillows and smiled around happily. It's nice to see you all again after the holidays, very nice. I hope you all had a nice break and are all ready to study hard this year. There was generally an enthusiastic murmur throughout the class, and Flitwick chuckled. Good. Now, for everybody who's just arrived, we're doing some conjuring today, so everybody get out your wands and loosen up your wrists. I want to see some hard work today for your first lesson. He smiled and took out his own wand, watching them all rolling their wrists out. Good, that's it. Make sure you give them a proper stretch there, Weasley, not just flopping them around. Yes, that's better, good. Now, has anybody done any conjuring before? Hermione's hand rocketed into the air, though hers was the only one. Never mind, said Flitwick. There's a first time for everything, so they say. He chuckled. I'm going to see if anybody else can do conjuring without being given a lot of practice, just to have a look-see. The thing with conjuring is to keep your thoughts clear and clean, that's the key thing. Clear and clean. You have to concentrate completely on what you want to conjure, then swish your wand like so. He demonstrated a little swirling motion and a flick, and imagine that object appearing before you. Are we ready? I want you to try and conjure me, apples. Everybody ready? Off we go then, at your own pace. Harry practiced the wand motion one last time, making sure he had it right, then closed his eyes and thought. Clear and clean. Apples, I want apples. Conjure apples. He opened his eyes, and still thinking as hard about apples as he could, he swirled his wand, flicked in. There was a very painful sensation as something hard hit him on the head. Ouch. Oh, look everyone, Potter's done it. Oh, marvelous, Flitwick squeaked eagerly. It's a little big, mind you Potter, but for a first attempt that was good, very good. Harry opened his eyes, still rubbing the back of his head. The largest apple he had ever seen was lying on the floor behind him. It was the size of a quaffle, and could easily feed about 50 people, but it was an apple all the same. He smiled, picking it up and placing it carefully on the table, glad he'd found something magical he could do without trying. Everybody keep going, and shout if anything happens, Flitwick called, as he clambered down off his stack of cushions and hurried over to Harry. He could hardly see past the apple, it was so big. Very good, Potter, very good indeed. Let's try that again, and try to concentrate now. Ready? Go on. Harry closed his eyes. Small apple, I want a small apple. He went to move his wand, but Professor Flitwick said quickly. Open your eyes, Potter, never ever try to conjure something with your eyes shut. That's very important. You wouldn't believe some of the damage wizards have done to themselves by conjuring something which has nowhere to go. An apple in the brain is probably not a pleasant sensation. Harry opened his eyes very quickly. Yeah, you're probably right, Professor, shall I try again? Yes please. Apples, I want apples, small apples, not in my brain. He swirled his wand twice in the air, and gave a flick. There was a bang as an apple appeared from nowhere and bounced loudly off the table. Professor Flitwick applauded, beaming proudly at Harry. Good, good, I think you've got it, my boy, and only 5 minutes. Marvelous, this is marvelous, yes, I think we'll have 10 points to Gryffindor for such good work. And how is everybody else doing? Hermione already had a fruit basket worth of apples laid out in front of her, all delicately arranged in a neat pattern of red and green. Neville wasn't doing so well. Every time he swirled and flicked his wand, something completely random appeared, and so the desk was scattered with fir cones and batteries and rocks and something that looked like one of the plastic mustache cones out of Christmas crackers. Ron wasn't having much luck either, and was simply conjuring slips of paper that read, "Apple," on them. "Try to focus your minds more, boys," said Flitwick. "And keep your eyes open. I'm guessing that a mustache comb in the brain would possibly be nearly as bad as an apple, Mr. Longbottom. In your own time then." Ron stared at a patch on the table, swished his wand, and at a flick, there was a puff of smoke and another slip of paper fluttered down. He sighed. "We'll try and sort that out in the minute, Mr. Weasley." "All right, Longbottom, your turn. Think clearly now, visualize an apple, and hang on to that image, don't let anything else enter your mind. Ready? Go on then." Neville closed his eyes for a moment, visualizing an apple, and when he opened them, he looked determined to do it this time. He gave his wand a swish, a flick, and the table collapsed with a heart-stoppingly loud bang as an apple the size of an armchair swelled from thin air and crashed down. They all scrambled out of the way, and the apple rolled over onto its side, snapping one of the chairs like it was made of matchsticks. Professor Flitwick blinked. "A little too big, I think, Mr. Longbottom." Neville blushed. "Sorry, not to worry," said Flitwick. "A minor mishap, and I'm sure the house elves will enjoy restocking the fruit supplies after yesterday's feast. Potter, Weasley, could you help Longbottom levitate this to the kitchens, please?" Harry and Ron nodded, and all three of them pointed their wands at the massive apple. "Mobiliarbus," they all said, and it rose gracefully into the air. "All right, straight down the corridor and turn right," said Professor Flitwick. "Down the staircase, through the portrait, and, well, you know where to go from there. Off you go, and mind you don't knock anybody over on the way there." "All right, but we can't promise anything," said Ron. "Not with both Neville and an apple 3 times the size of Neville." They squeezed it out through the door, having to hammer on it a few times to whack it through that last inch or so, and then trained it all the way down the corridor without any major problems, until suddenly, it wouldn't move anymore. "What's wrong with it?" said Ron, frowning, flicking his wand at it vaguely. "I think it's stuck on something," said Harry. "I can't see past it." "We're going to have to hit it and hope whatever's in our way gives way," said Ron, stuffing his wand in his top pocket. "Ready?" "Yep," said Neville. The 3 of them raised their fists and started to beat as hard as they could on the massive apple. Every few moments, it slipped a few centimeters forward with a creaking noise. "Come on," Harry panted. "Harder." They all threw themselves at it, hammering as hard as they could, and with a noise like metal being twisted, the apple popped free and started to roll. "Oh no," Harry gasped. "Stairs. We've got to catch it." They sprinted after the apple, rolling its way down the marble staircase at a surprisingly fast speed for something so big. "Hurry," Neville panted, running 2 steps at a time, though it was no use. The apple bounced about 10 stairs at a time until it launched into the entrance hall and crashed straight through the doors of the castle, rolling away across the grounds like a huge quaffle. Ron sat down on the bottom step to wipe his forehead, panting. "Well, this is great. It's our first day and we've already unleashed some mad giant apple into the grounds." Harry sighed. "Yeah, I'll go and get it back to the school, you two go and tell Professor Flitwick, I'll be all right on my own." "Are you sure, Harry?" said Neville. "Yeah, I'm sure. Go on." Neville and Ron hurried away up the staircase as Harry made his way across the entrance hall and out into the grounds. It was cold morning, and Harry found himself wishing he had his cloak to keep him warm. "Still, levitating the apple should warm me up," he thought exhaustedly, jogging over to it and putting it quickly under another charm. It took about 20 minutes to push the apple all the way back up to school, and he had just squashed it in through the doors as a voice came floating down from the dungeon corridors. Potter. Harry looked up to see Snape coming towards him, glaring suspiciously at the apple. What is that? It's an apple, Professor. I can see it's an apple. Potter, what is it doing in the entrance hall? And why aren't you in class? Snape snapped. Professor Flitwick told me to levitate it down to the kitchens, Harry panted, wiping the sweat off his forehead. So what was it doing outside? Said Snape, eyes narrowed. It got away, said Harry, and rolled down the stairs. Snape snorted. A likely story. 5 points from Gryffindor. He pointed his wand at the apple and muttered, Reductio, shrinking it down to a normal size. Now tell me what you were really doing. I already have, said Harry, angrily. It rolled down the stairs and outside, so I levitated it back up here. Wouldn't shrinking it have helped, perhaps, Potter? Snape drawled, raising an eyebrow. Professor Flitwick told me to just take it down there like this, said Harry. He frowned. You can go and ask him if you don't believe me. Snape's eyes flared darkly. Detention, he said, and do not try to patronize me, Potter. Get back to class and don't ever talk back to me again. I expect you in my office at End Bell to arrange your detention. He handed the apple vaguely back to Harry. Let it be a lesson to you. And before Harry could argue any more, Snape swept back down the dungeon corridor, his black robes billowing behind him as he walked. Harry felt his blood boiling. A detention. For talking back. He hadn't even done anything. Professor Flitwick had told him to take the apple to the kitchens, and still Snape unfairly punished him. Angrily, he threw the apple into a nearby bin and hurried back to Charms, in a very bad mood now. As he sat back in his chair, Ron noticed the scowl on his face. What's up with you? Snape gave him detention, Harry spat. For nothing. He didn't believe that I was moving the apple for Flitwick, and so I told him to go ask him, and he just gave me detention, and do not try to patronize me, Potter. I don't believe that guy. Go to McGonagall, Ron suggested, shrugging, absent-mindedly conjuring another bit of paper. Harry sighed. No, it won't do any good. He scowled into the table and crumpled up a handful of Ron's paper, pretending it was Snape's vile face. You're right, I hate Mondays too. At 11 o'clock, the bell went for first break. Everybody filed out of the classroom, discussing the lesson and their day ahead. That wasn't so bad, said Ron. Didn't get any more homework, at least. Still, it would have been nice if he'd told us to conjure sweets or something. They can't be, said Hermione. Only food that's necessary for life can be conjured. Luxuries like sweets have to be bought. That's why there aren't any wizard supermarkets. Still, it'd be nice, said Ron. Talking of sweets, I hope the next Hogsmeade weekend comes soon. Apparently Zonkos have started selling Weasley's Wizard Wheezes stuff, so we could buy some skiving snack boxes for Harry. Harry smiled weakly. The detention was still on his mind. Hey, come on, said Ron. Cheer up, it's just a detention, right? And it's not like detention with Umbridge. Yeah, Snape's a bit evil, but at least he's not going to cut stuff into your skin. Harry wasn't overly comforted by this. As Ron and Hermione headed for Gryffindor Common Room, he turned in the opposite direction and went down another corridor. Harry, where are you going? Hermione called. Ullery, he shouted back. I'm going to see Hedwig. I won't be long. The corridors to the Ullery were full of students walking along happily and chatting. A group of girls Harry passed had just had their first pure arts lesson, and they all looked very pink in the face and giggly. He's just so dreamy, one of them gushed. And he's so good at what he teaches. You should see all the stuff he can do. I've only got him on Thursday, said another, sadly. Apparently there's one class that have him for 3 hours solid. They all sighed dreamily, and then giggled. Harry didn't stick around to hear any more of their girly chatting. Ever since Cho, he'd not had much patience with girls, especially the way they hung around in gangs and would never admit that their friends were wrong. Or how jealous they got. Hermione was the only girl he was friends with, because she was so matter-of-fact, and she was never really interested in boys. The only time he'd ever seen her being even remotely girly was one day last year when she was telling Ginny about her letters from Victor Crumb, and even then, she wasn't giggling at all. As he started to ascend the cold spiral stone steps to the Ullery, Harry was aware of how much he valued Hermione's sensibility as a friend. Ron was fun to hang around with, and he was great when there was something you wanted to be distracted from, but there was something about Hermione's no-nonsense attitude that had probably kept him sane for the last 6 years. He was about to open the door to the main room, reaching into his bag to find owl treats, when he heard voices inside that made him stop. "So," Blaise Zabini's voice drawled. "What is it you wanted to tell us?" The voice that replied was Malfoy's. He sounded as though he was trying to be confident, but deep down, he was terrified. Harry could hear a note of panic in his voice that he'd only heard there once before, when they were going into the Forbidden Forest in their first year. You all heard what happened over the summer." Yeah, said Blaise, impatiently. "Hurry up with it." And the manner was. Malfoy audibly swallowed, seized. "Is there a point to this?" Blaise said, exasperatedly, and Harry heard laughing from inside. He picked out a few of the voices, and then realized that the whole Slytherin Quidditch team, or what was left of it, was in there. "Yeah," Malfoy said, quietly. "Look. Everything was taken. Everything. If you're fishing for sympathy, Malfoy." "No, I'm not," said Malfoy. "It's the brooms. They were included in everything. They've been taken." There was silence for a few grim moments. Harry could well imagine the Slytherins' faces. Their broomsticks were all paid for by Malfoy's father, and in the opinion of most of the school, the only reason that Slytherin had been doing so well at Quidditch for 4 years. Without them, the team was nothing. "You serious?" said Blaise, and he sounded very, very dangerous. "I couldn't do anything about it," said Malfoy, nervously. "I tried, honestly, but I couldn't. Just try to understand that to my mother and I, the brooms weren't exactly highest priority. And we're still a good team, no matter what brooms we've got, right?" Harry heard footsteps as Blaise advanced slowly on Malfoy. "No, Malfoy, what I don't understand is why the hell you just used the word, we. There is no we when you're concerned with us." "What are you saying?" said Malfoy, and he sounded frightened now, so much that Harry felt scared himself. I'm off the team," said Blaise, and he laughed, loud and cold. There was a swish and a cry from Malfoy, and next second, the door of the Ollery burst open. Malfoy flew into the air from the force of Blaise's spell. The door slammed and the Slytherin collided with Harry, knocking him backwards. Harry yelled with surprise, clawing wildly at the air, desperate not to fall. The steps were stone and it was a long way to the bottom. He felt his fingers connect with something and he grabbed it, hard, narrowly avoiding tumbling to his probable death. Malfoy stumbled against him and then seized the rail Harry was holding, shaking. For one moment, Harry stared directly into Draco's face. The other boy stared back, and Harry could almost have sworn he saw a flicker of gratitude in those solemn gray eyes. But next second, it was gone. Malfoy's face contorted in a snarl and he pushed roughly past Harry, hurrying down the steps out of sight, his second-hand cloak blowing behind him like bat wings. Harry noticed him grab the locket around his neck, as though it was a comfort toy, and then he was gone. Harry tried to calm his heartbeat, which was still racing from the adrenaline of nearly falling. After a few moments, he carried on up the Ollery steps and went into the main room, keeping his head down. The Slytherins all glared at him, though said nothing. Blaise beckoned to them, with a vague, "Come on. Let's go see if Malfoy cracked his head open at the bottom." They all laughed and followed him out, leaving Harry alone in the Ollery, thinking about what he just heard. It sounded as though Malfoy was now out of favor. He could see why, in a way. Malfoy's major claim to fame was that he had a rich father, and now that his father was gone, as well as Crabbe and Goyle, his cronies had deserted him for Blaise. Even Pansy, who had clung to him like a leech last year. It was amazing how shallow Slytherins were. And Malfoy hadn't seemed grateful at all, when Harry had just practically saved his life. On second thoughts, Harry could see why Malfoy wouldn't want to beep up to him. He'd lost a lot of dignity, and apparently, Malfoy's hatred and superiority over him, Harry, was the only thing he had anymore, even though it looked as though he was losing that. Malfoy hadn't said a word to him at all this year, and there had been plenty of opportunities for the Slytherin to sneer something scathing. Maybe he doesn't have the strength anymore, Harry thought to himself, as he looked around the Ollery for Hedwig. He found her eventually, nestled between an eagle owl he knew belonged to one of the Ravenclaws, and a hawk that Harry had never seen before. It was a rather magnificent little bird, quite young, with silky copper feathers and proud, haughty eyes that surveyed him with a great deal of disdain. However, it let him stroke it while absent-mindedly feeding Hedwig her owl treats. As he ran his fingers over its sleek neck and onto its wings, he came across a tiny tag, worn on a little ring through the tip of its wing. He studied the tag, which was gold, in the shape of a heart, and found a name. Cupid. The hawk ruffled its feathers and gave a short trill from its beak. He smiled. I wonder who your owner is, you're a nice hawk. Hedwig gave a disgruntled snort. And you're a lovely owl as well, he said, smiling, holding out his arm for her to hop on. She rested herself proudly on his shoulder and nipped his ear fondly, as he gave her another owl treat. Cupid the hawk trilled at him again, and so when Hedwig was distracted with something outside, he slipped the little bird a treat as well. Footsteps were heard coming up the Ollery, and then the door opened. Ron came in, looking out of breath. What happened? Harry looked around at him, surprised. With Malfoy, he said. Harry frowned. Nothing. Why, he's just staggered across the entrance hall, limping as though he's had his leg hacked off with a rusty carving knife, said Ron. Snape found him and asked why he was limping, and he said something about the Ollery and Harry Potter before Snape dragged him off. Harry's eyes widened. I didn't do anything to him, he said. Honestly. I know you didn't, you prat. What happened? Said Ron, stepping in. And what's with the hawk? Harry realized that Cupid was now sitting on his forearm happily, nibbling at the button on his shirt cuff. I dunno, it just likes me. But I was just up here, when I heard Malfoy talking to the Quidditch team, and he said that the brooms had been taken. And Blaise Zabini got a bit annoyed and knocked Malfoy out through the door. I caught him before he fell. I guess he must have twisted his ankle or something. Yeah, maybe, said Ron, vaguely. Come on, we've got to get to Transfiguration. Don't want Hermione and McGonagall to both give us an earful about the importance of first lesson. Harry nodded, and headed towards the door. Ron raised an eyebrow. Oh, yeah, said Harry, grinning, remembering the birds. He placed them gently back on their perches, and said, I'll come back and say hi at lunch, then left the Ollery with Ron, hurrying to Transfiguration. Transfiguration snailed by. In fact, there was indeed a snail on the window that Harry sat by, and he was astonished at the speed it was going compared to the lesson. Professor McGonagall talked, and talked and talked and talked until Harry thought she could talk no more, but she did. She discussed their owl results, the new tests, careers, the year of Transfiguration they just did and the one they were starting, the importance of Transfiguration in the real world. Twice, Harry nearly fell asleep and Ron elbowed him just before his head hit the desk. Overall, when the bell went at the end of McGonagall's speeches, they were all very pleased and rushed out before she could give them homework. Lunch wasn't overly exciting either. According to Hermione, it's seafood risotto. And it's very nice. Ron, stop pulling that face. It was a sort of seafood stew with rice, and a nasty, chalky sort of sauce that Harry didn't like at all. Ron turned his nose up at it at first, but he still ate a whole plateful, and then polished off a good few scoops of Harry's. Hungry, are you? Hermione asked, with a raised eyebrow. Ron nodded vaguely, with a mouthful of prawns. After lunch, Hermione went off to her runes class and Ron headed across the grounds to magical creatures, leaving Harry to make his way up the stairs to the pure arts classroom. Lavender Brown and Seamus Finnegan were already there. Lavender was checking her nails delicately, occasionally sending nasty looks across the corridor at Pansy Parkinson, who stood with Blaise Zabini, wrapped simperingly around his arm. Blaise seemed quite unperturbed about this, too busy talking to the knot of Slytherins around him. Even though he couldn't explain why, Harry felt a sudden stab of dislike, something he hadn't felt since Malfoy had last spoken to him. Hey, Harry, he looked up as somebody called his name from down the corridor. Ernie Macmillan, the Hufflepuff prefect, waved to him as he and a large group of other Hufflepuffs came up the far stairs. Hi, said Harry. Ernie smiled to him. Hey, I heard about you and Ron. Congratulations. What's the actual link? Cousins. Third cousins, said Harry. He suddenly had a vision of Hermione standing outside runes and getting an inexplicable urge to yell, once removed. Cool, said Ernie. Oh, by the way, what's happening with the DA this Friday? Harry shrugged. Haven't really thought about it much. I'm planning to go to the library and find some books to get ideas from, but I still haven't talked to Lupin about it yet. He's helping you with it, right? Harry nodded, and opened his mouth to say something else, but Blaze's voice interrupted them from across the corridor. What a shame we have to endure these lessons with the Hufflepuffs. I was quite looking forward to it. You're not Malfoy, you know, Hannah Abbott sneered at him. You're right, I'm not, said Blaze, in a mockingly pleasant voice. I've still got a father, and I'm not wearing jumpers that smell like somebody died in them. His murky brown eyes flashed. Knowing Malfoy, somebody probably did. That's not fair, said Hannah, disgusted. That's not even funny. Blaze smiled lazily. I think it's hilarious. Point 2. You're the only one who does then, aren't you? Said Ernie, glaring at him. I thought it was funny, Pansy said, cuddling closer to Blaze's arm and batting her eyes at him. It's not our fault Hufflepuffs don't have a sense of humor. Blaze snickered, and then he glanced at the Slytherins surrounding him. Have you all seen what he's wearing around his neck? It's a locket with a strand of his dear dad's hair in it. How much sadder can you get? I dunno, but you managed it, said Ernie, scathingly. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.